Chapter 580. Wang Shifan's original plan was to point the gun at Zhou Jiejia and then threaten Yang Ming to commit suicide. Let this little bitch see her loved one die for her. What a sense of accomplishment and pleasure it would be. However, when Yang Ming suddenly said those secrets, Wang Shifan's brain became uncontrollable. What he thought was to get rid of Yang Ming quickly. So, he made a move to shoot Yang Ming directly with a gun. In his opinion, killing Yang Ming was also a deterrent to Zhou Jiejia, but what he didn't expect was that Zhou Jiejia actually blocked the muzzle with her own body. It made Wang Shifan's teeth itch, but he couldn't help but admire Zhou Jiejia's strength. She actually did so much for her lover. Unfortunately, his son didn't have this blessing. If he could get this girl's sincerity to Jitao, then he could leave with peace of mind. He could only sigh that fate made fools of people. The originally good girl actually fell in love with Yang Ming. Then, she was undoubtedly a little bitch. Forget it. Death is death. Death is nothing to be regretted. Wang Shifan was a little stunned and returned to normal. He was going to raise the gun and shoot Yang Ming again. If Yang Ming could be shot by him this time, then he really didn't live up to the name of the king of assassins. Fang Tian had taught him more than once how to dodge bullets, and then kill the shooter with the fastest speed. Moreover, now that Zhou Jiejia was no longer a scruple, Yang Ming wasn't as timid as before. Looking at Zhou Jiejia, Yang Ming's eyes flashed a trace of unbearable pity and sympathy. Although he had always been on guard against Zhou Jiejia, avoided her, and ignored her. Even when he kissed her and looked at her, he never thought of being responsible for her. However, at this moment, Yang Ming had a feeling of being unable to breathe. He suddenly felt that his heart had become empty. Zhou Jiejia died for me. In any case, this was an undeniable fact. Indeed, she had done something wrong to herself in the past. However, compared to what happened today, those things were nothing. Although she had hurt me, it didn't have to be paid with her life. Yang Ming's murderous intent was written on his face. He had never wanted a person to die, so much like now. Wang Shifan's bullet, in the eyes of Yang Ming, was simply a joke. He hadn't been professionally trained. Shooting at Yang Ming's erratic figure, it would be a miracle if he could hit him. Even a professionally trained sniper couldn't say that he could hit Yang Ming 100% of the time. Pong! Wang Shifan flew out with a punch. Although Yang Ming really wanted him to die, in the end he still withdrew most of the strength in his hand. In any case, Wang Shifan was now a wanted criminal in the police station. If he killed him, wouldn't it be letting him off too easily? It was better to let him accept a sentence. However, he could avoid the death penalty for the time being, but he couldn't escape the punishment. Yang Ming fiercely hit several acupuncture points on his body, making him beg for death. He wouldn't die for a while, but the pain was unbearable. Wang Jitao didn't expect Yang Ming to be so fierce in the face of the muzzle and bullets. He actually beat his father with his bare hands. He was stunned on the spot. However, Huang Youcai's reaction was faster. After realizing that something was wrong, he suddenly pressed the emergency bell on the table. A team of members of the Wang family special forces immediately rushed in. "Catch him!" Huang Youcai pointed to Yang Ming and shouted. However, he didn't expect these people to catch Yang Ming. Although he didn't think that Yang Ming could defeat these people, at least it wasn't a problem for him to escape. Now what Huang Youcai was most worried about was that after Yang Ming beat down Wang Shifan, he would come over to Wang Jitao and himself. In fact, Yang Ming did plan to do so. However, Huang Youcai had disrupted his plan. Huang Youcai was sinister and cunning. How could he not see that Wang Jitao and himself weren't Yang Ming's opponents? If Yang Ming had the mentality to fight to the death with them, then the two of them would really be done for. You haven't played with a corpse before. You go and play with a few people once. This woman just died. She's still warm, and she's still a virgin. Huang Youcai had to use more sinister tricks in order to escape. He was betting that Yang Ming wouldn't leave Zhou Jiejia alone. Although he also saw that the relationship between Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia wasn't very good, and Zhou Jiejia was just having a one-sided love, she was already dead. According to Yang Ming's temperament, he wouldn't be so unjust. Sure enough, Yang Ming frowned after listening. He was originally worried about Zhou Jiejia's safety. He wanted to solve these people in front of him as soon as possible so that he could see how Zhou Jiejia was doing. He didn't want Zhou Jiejia to die because of him. In that case, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. He couldn't stand the condemnation of his conscience. These people didn't dare to violate Huang Youcai's orders. Although they didn't have any special hobbies, they also responded to Huang Youcai's call and surrounded Zhou Jiejia. Motherfucker! Yang Ming secretly scolded Huang Youcai for being shameless. He picked up the fragments of the teacup that Wang Shifan had just thrown on the ground and threw it over. Shua! It hit Huang Youcai's right eye. Huang Youcai screamed, but he endured the pain and dragged Wang Jitao to the door. His hand quickly shook the wheels of the wheelchair. The performance of the wheelchair was fully utilized by him. Jitao, go quickly! Huang Youcai shouted as he walked. Oh! Wang Jitao also knew that it wasn't good to stay here for a long time. He looked at his father sadly and looked at Zhou Jiejia again. He sighed helplessly and left the room with Huang Youcai. After all, Zhou Jiejia was the woman he loved deeply. Whether this woman deceived him or hurt him, Wang Jitao always had an indescribable knot in his heart. Zhou Jiejia and Chen Mingyan were different. Although Wang Jitao also admired Chen Mingyan before, Chen Mingyan had never been with him, so Wang Jitao wasn't so persistent. But now Zhou Jiejia had promised to be his girlfriend, and she had spent some sweet time with him. Of course, sweet was just Wang Jitao's wishful thinking. Zhou Jiejia was just perfunctory. Wang Jitao, who had never tasted love, had an indescribable feeling for his first love, Zhou Jiejia. How could he forget it? However, time waits for no man. Escaping was more important. Maybe Yang Ming would vent his anger on him and cripple him. Get lost. Yang Ming kicked away the black shirt men around Zhou Jiejia one by one. Regardless of Zhou Jiejia's life or death, he wouldn't let these people humiliate Zhou Jiejia. For these small fries, Yang Ming wasn't so merciful. Although they were only instructed by Huang Youcai, the Wang family's dogs would always be dogs. If he let them go today, they wouldn't appreciate it. These unthinking men of sacrifice would still come to trouble him tomorrow. Yang Ming basically made the black shirt men in front of him lose their combat ability with a punch or a kick. In the blink of an eye, the black shirt men in the room could only lie on the ground and groan. Even the groans were a few lucky ones. The others fainted directly. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Rushing to the front of Zhou Jiejia, Yang Ming nervously tested Zhou Jiejia's pulse. Fortunately, Zhou Jiejia didn't die on the spot. The bullet was also shot from the side of her forehead from bottom to top. If the rescue was timely, there shouldn't be any danger to her life. Yang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly sealed several of Zhou Jiejia's acupuncture points to stop the bleeding. Jiejia, how are you? You have to hold on. Don't fall asleep. I will take you to the hospital. Yang Ming held Zhou Jiejia in his arms with one arm and called out repeatedly. Yang Ming, run. Don't worry about me. Zhou Jiejia's mind had begun to blur. She didn't see the scene of Yang Ming defeating Wang Shifan and killing the black shirt men in the room. She thought that Yang Ming was still in danger. Jiejia, the bad guys have been defeated by me. I will take you to the hospital. Yang Ming held Zhou Jiejia with his right hand, but his left hand was strangling Wang Shifan's neck. He dragged him out of the monitoring room like a dead dog. Okay. Zhou Jiejia's mouth moved with difficulty, revealing a smile. Yang Ming didn't dare to delay. Zhou Jiejia's situation was very bad. He had to go to the hospital quickly. Otherwise, it would really be too late. However, Yang Ming wanted to be fast, but some people didn't want him to be fast. There was a noisy sound of footsteps in the corridor. When Huang Youcai fled with Wang Jitao, he had already given the warning. At this time, a large number of black shirt men rushed to Yang Ming in the corridor. Yang Ming frowned. He lifted Wang Shifan directly with his left arm and shouted at the black shirt men. Wang Shifan is now in my hands. If you dare to stop me, I will crush his tibia. Chapter 581. These people were trained by Wang Shifan. Wang Shifan was their highest leader, so when they saw that Wang Shifan was restrained by Yang Ming, these people didn't dare to act rashly. No one would doubt that Yang Ming had the ability to crush Wang Shifan's tibia. He could lift people up with one hand. How could that strength be underestimated? What's more, Yang Ming was still holding a person in his arms. It wasn't that Yang Ming couldn't beat them, but he didn't want to be entangled with them. Now for Yang Ming, time was everything. Only by saving time as much as possible could he send Zhou Jiejie to the hospital for treatment. When he passed by the room where he and Xia Shui were imprisoned, Yang Ming quickly opened the door and shouted inside, "Xia Shui, come out quickly." Xia Shui looked at Zhou Jiejie in Yang Ming's arms and was shocked. She quickly asked, "Yang Ming, what happened to her? Can't you see it? She was shot. Hurry up and help me pull Wang Shifan. Let's get out of here as soon as possible." Yang Ming didn't have time to explain too much to Xia Shui. He just handed Wang Shifan to her. Although Xia Shui was a girl, her strength wasn't small. It was more than enough for her to hold Wang Shifan. With Wang Shifan's cover, the two people went out of the base very smoothly. Wang Jitao's Mercedes-Benz was still parked at the entrance of the base, but the previous RV had disappeared. Apparently, Wang Jitao and Huang Yukai escaped from here. Wang Shifan's acupoints were sealed by Yang Ming. He couldn't wake up for a while. Even if he woke up, he didn't have any fighting ability. His pistol had been seized by Yang Ming privately, and he didn't tell Xia Shui. "You drive." Yang Ming threw the car, key found on Wang Shifan, to Xia Shui. Then he sat in the back seat of the car with Zhou Jiejie. "Oh." Xia Shui nodded and started the car. At this time, she also knew that the situation was urgent, so she didn't say much. "Let's go to the hospital first." "Hurry up," Yang Ming instructed Xia Shui. "I know," Xia Shui said as she sped up the car. "Jiejie, hold on a little longer. We're almost at the hospital." Along the way, Yang Ming said this sentence the most. He was afraid that Zhou Jiejie would close her eyes and never open them again. Sometimes whether or not a seriously injured person could make it to the hospital depended on their own willpower and belief. If they could hold on, they would make it through. If they couldn't, they would die on the road. Although Yang Ming had never personally encountered such a situation, he had seen it too many times on TV. Therefore, he could only keep talking to Zhou Jiejie and ask her to hold on. And Zhou Jiejie leaned in Yang Ming's arms. Although her face was pale, there was an indescribable happiness. Yang Ming cared about her. Regardless of whether she lived or died, that was enough. "Xia Shui, hurry up." Yang Ming looked at Zhou Jiejie in his arms, who was getting dimmer and dimmer. He said anxiously to Xia Shui, "Can't you use the strength you used to chase me on the street? I'm already fast enough. Do you want me to drive the car like a rocket?" Xia Shui was also anxious. After all, it was a matter of life and death. "Yang Ming, I'm so cold, so sleepy. I want to sleep. Can you kiss me?" In his arms, Zhou Jiejie's breathing suddenly became rapid. Yang Ming was shocked. Could it be that Zhou Jiejie couldn't hold on anymore? "Yang Ming, I really love you. Can you fulfill my last wish?" Zhou Jiejie saw that Yang Ming didn't move, so she added a sentence with effort. Yang Ming really had an impulse to kiss her. He also wanted to satisfy Zhou Jiejie, but Yang Ming suddenly remembered an important thing. Yang Ming once read a short story. The story said that an old man wanted to see his unborn grandson before he died. Therefore, the old man always had a last breath and refused to give up. Until his daughter-in-law gave birth and his grandson was born, the old man left the world with relief. Many people would have such a wish before they died. If this wish wasn't fulfilled, this person would not be willing to leave. There were too many examples to mention. "Jiejie, we will reach the hospital soon. How about this? I promise you that as long as your injury is cured, I will kiss you every day. I will love you." Yang Ming told a lie against his heart. However, Yang Ming also knew that what Zhou Jiejie wanted now was a belief to persevere. If he satisfied her request now, then she wouldn't be able to hold on until the hospital. Only by giving her the belief would there be a miracle. Sure enough, Zhou Zhejia's originally dim expression suddenly became lively again. There was a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. She tried hard to open her mouth and said, "Okay, you promised me. You can't go back on your words. Okay, I won't go back on my words. Whoever goes back on their words will be Wang Jitao." Yang Ming smiled. Why is it Wang Jitao? Zhou Zhejia's thoughts were still in the right situation. This made Yang Ming feel relieved. It seemed that the bullet didn't hurt the cranial nerves. Because he is an idiot, Yang Ming explained. Heh, Zhou Zhejia also laughed. After a while, Zhou Zhejia said, "Yang Ming, I'm really sleepy, not sleepy. Be good. Don't sleep. I don't like disobedient girls." Yang Ming pretended to be angry. "Oh, that's good. I won't sleep." Zhou Zhejia's voice was getting smaller and smaller, but fortunately, she still didn't show signs of confusion. "Xia Shui, turn on the car's radio." Yang Ming instructed Xia Shui. It was too quiet in the car. Such an environment was unfavorable for Zhou Zhejia. It was too easy to fall asleep. "Oh." Xia Shui quickly turned on the stereo in the car. Although she felt that Yang Ming and Zhou Zhejia were entangled in the back, she also knew that Yang Ming was saving someone. So surprisingly, she didn't mock Yang Ming. She just focused on driving. "Even then, you and I will stay together for 100 years. If one of us dies at the age of 97, we will wait for 3 years on the bridge of helplessness, side by side, in harmony between heaven and earth." Meng Pezhuang suffered for 3 years. Simple tea and plain food are sweeter. A bridge, a soul, walking and stopping for 3 years, too happy, too dependent, yearning for each other, not envious of the immortals. 3 life stone, 3 generations of fate. Reincarnation Hall. There was a song from Shuya's new album on the radio. It was sad and emotional, narrating a sad and beautiful love story. However, it was somewhat in line with the current atmosphere. Zhou Zhejia listened to the song on the radio and actually hummed softly. Yang Ming didn't stop it. This was better. No matter what Zhou Zhejia did, as long as she persisted to the hospital, everything would be fine. The car finally drove into the city, but it was impossible to drive as fast as on the highway. However, Xia Shui still maintained a very high speed. The forbidden lanes and traffic lights were completely decorations. However, Xia Shui's crazy behavior quickly attracted the attention of the traffic police on the road. Not far ahead, there were 2 traffic police officers who were ready to intercept Xia Shui. Creak! Xia Shui stepped on the brakes angrily and pressed down on the window glass. Before the 2 traffic police officers could speak, she spoke first. "I'm Xia Shui from the criminal police team. I'm on a mission." There weren't many beautiful women in the police system. Xia Shui was famous. When the police officers saw Xia Shui's expression, they knew that this must be the legendary female Tyrannosaurus. Looking at the injured people behind the car, they didn't dare to delay. They quickly removed the post and let them go. They also used the walkie-talkie to contact the command center and reported the situation here. Obviously, the license plate of the Mercedes-Benz had been informed by the traffic police through the command center. This time, no one stopped Xia Shui. Instead, when they saw her passing by, they tried to help her open the way. Finally, the car stopped at the entrance of the hospital's emergency building. Zhou Zhejia's condition was good. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and rushed in with Zhou Zhejia and Xia Shui. Wang Shifan had been handcuffed by Xia Shui. Obviously, he couldn't run away. In fact, with Yang Ming's hands, these handcuffs were basically superfluous. "Doctor, my friend was shot. We need to rescue her immediately." Yang Ming shouted as he ran. A doctor immediately greeted them, but when he heard that it was a gunshot wound, his expression suddenly became serious. "We need to call the police for a gunshot wound before we can carry out rescue." "I'm a police officer." Xia Shui quickly showed her police ID. After the doctor looked at it, he nodded and didn't say anything. He called someone to carry Zhou Zhejia into the emergency room. After that, a person who looked like a nurse came to find Yang Ming to pay the hospital deposit. Yang Ming didn't care about this at all. He directly swiped his card and transferred 20,000 yuan to the hospital's account. Only then did the nurse feel relieved. However, it was understandable for her to do this. In today's hospital, who would treat you if you didn't pay? Chapter 582. Xia Shue's mobile phone had a signal after leaving the base. She quickly contacted Chun Fei. Chun Fei was probably on his way to the hospital now. How did you catch Wang Shifan? While Zhou Jie entered the operating room, Xia Shui began to ask Yang Ming about the incident. The process is complicated. However, Wang Jitao and Huang Yukai escaped. Yang Ming shook his head with regret. However, there was obviously no other choice. Even if Wang Jitao's case was settled, Wang Jitao would not be implicated. It was no longer the era where the whole family was executed. Therefore, Yang Ming did not deliberately keep Wang Jitao. If he wanted to retaliate against him, he had many means. He was not in a hurry. Obviously, the base was not a good place to do it. If he did something to Wang Jitao, the police investigation would definitely involve him. Yang Ming was not so impulsive. Oh, Xia Shui saw Yang Ming frowning and looking in the direction of the emergency room. She knew that he was not willing to talk about this now. His mind was not on this at all, so she did not ask more. She just said, in a while, if Captain Chen asks how we went to the base, how should we answer? Xia Shui was obviously afraid that Chun Fei would criticize her for acting without authorization during her vacation. When Yang Ming heard it, how could he not understand Xia Shui's worries? So he said, if Uncle Chen asks in a while, just say that you found something suspicious. Then, both of us made a prompt decision to follow. Don't worry. Not only did you not make a mistake this time, but you also made a contribution. Didn't you catch Wang Shifan? Yang Ming winked at Xia Shui. This Xia Shui likes to make a big contribution. Yang Ming decided to give this credit directly to her. How should he say it? After all, Yang Ming had no use for this credit. Moreover, when they were in the room, Yang Ming was also somewhat guilty to Xia Shui. After all, he hit her there. It was compensation. Oh, Xia Shui listened to Yang Ming's words and immediately understood the meaning of Yang Ming. But she said with some embarrassment, is this okay? What's wrong with that? It's the truth. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. Great. Thank you, Yang Ming. Xia Shui raised her small fist, her eyes filled with a strange look. I finally solved the case, and it's a big case. Let's see who will look down on me now. Yang Ming was a bit amused, but what Xia Shui said was also true. If Wang Shifan was really captured by Xia Shui, then the credit was indeed not small. It was just that the matter of Zhou Jie being shot was not easy to explain, but this headache was left to Xia Shui to explain. It was reasonable for the police to inform Zhou Jie's mother after receiving the news that Zhou Jie had been shot. When Mother Zhou heard the news, she almost fainted and rushed to the hospital. Where's my daughter? How is my daughter? Jie. Zhou Jie's mother actually rushed to the hospital faster than Chun Fei. Yang Ming looked at Mother Zhou, who was in a daze, and couldn't help but have some sympathy. Originally, such a noble lady was like a haggard, middle-aged woman at the moment. Her speech was somewhat incoherent. Auntie, Jie is in the emergency room. The result hasn't come out yet. Yang Ming sighed and couldn't help but comfort her. It's you. You tell me. Is it because of you that Zhou Jie was shot? You tell me. When Mother Zhou saw Yang Ming, she immediately rushed over in anger. Yang Ming didn't know how to answer. Indeed, Zhou Jie was shot by Wang Shifan because of him, but this couldn't be blamed on Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't expect that this girl would be so infatuated to the point of sacrificing herself. It really is you. When Mother Zhou saw that Yang Ming didn't speak, she was more certain of the thoughts in her heart. She raised her hand and slapped Yang Ming's face. Enough. Yang Ming's original sympathy had disappeared at this moment. He couldn't help but say coldly, if you ask how it happened, then I will tell you. It was Wang Shifan who shot. It's ridiculous that you actually want to be in-laws with him. Wang Shifan, it's impossible. Where is he? I have to ask him. Why did he harm my Jie? Mother Zhou exclaimed immediately after hearing it. Wang Shifan has been arrested because of suspicion of smuggling and intentional injury. You can't see him. Xia Shui suddenly interjected coldly. The deep feelings between Zhou Jieji and Yang Ming moved Xia Shui. So, facing this mother who didn't care about her daughter's feelings, Xia Shui was even more annoyed. Ah! Mother Zhou was stunned and said, "What? He smuggled?" Because the evidence of his smuggling was discovered by Zhou Jieji, Wang Shifan wanted to kill her. Xia Shui added fuel to the fire. Anyway, what I said now doesn't represent any party. I'm currently suspended. What? Mother Zhou was suddenly stunned. She just received a call from the police. She was only told that Zhou Jieji was shot, but she didn't know the specific details. So, when she first came and saw Yang Ming, she thought it was caused by Yang Ming. She didn't expect it to be Wang Shifan. Your daughter is harmed by you. Xia Shui added another sentence. Mother Zhou's face was even paler. Okay, Xia Shui, don't say it. Yang Ming couldn't watch it anymore. In any case, the woman in front of him was annoying. She was Zhou Jieji's mother after all. With Zhou Jieji's affection for him, Yang Ming didn't want to have too much conflict with Mother Zhou. Auntie, it's useless to be anxious now. Let's go over there and sit for a while. Yang Ming pointed to the rest area not far away. Mother Zhou nodded numbly. He didn't know what she was thinking, but her mood was obviously very unstable. Wang Shifan was brought back to the police station by Chun Fei, who came later. In the face of sufficient evidence, the arrest warrant was quickly approved. Wang Shifan knew his fate, so he didn't intend to hide anything. The process of the police's evidence collection and interrogation was unusually smooth. Wang Shifan confessed to what he had done, but he took all the blame on himself. After that, he didn't answer any questions. Huang Yukai, who was turned into a simple company secretary by Wang Shifan, did not participate in his smuggling. His only accomplice was Su Daji, but because he was afraid that Su Daji would betray him, he was killed by Wang Shifan. The killing process and the location of the body were all described in detail. Although Wang Shifan transferred most of the funds to anonymous accounts overseas, he still left an account in Huachi Bank in Hong Kong with a small amount of smuggled black gold. Even so, there were hundreds of millions, because Wang Jitao knew that if he didn't spit out some of the money, the police would definitely not let it go. Even if he kept silent, they would still investigate Wang Jitao. It was better to simply give up some blood and pour out some of money himself. This part of the money was quickly taken out as evidence in court, and then it would be turned over to the state treasury. Wang Shifan's only requirement was that Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group was a legal enterprise with complete procedures and did not participate in smuggling. Smuggling was only his and Huang Youtsai's private behavior. At present, he had resigned from all positions in Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group. In order to keep this group, after a meeting to study and analyze, Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group did not participate in the smuggling business. Moreover, the survival of this group was related to the food and clothing of tens of thousands of families. Because Wang Shifan's guilty attitude was good, he didn't suffer much. After the evidence collection was over, he was waiting to be handed over to the judicial authorities for prosecution. For Xia Shui, she was the hero in this operation. Chun Fei had already sent a reward report to the bureau and was ready to reward her. Who was the family member of the injured Zhou Jieji? A doctor in a white coat came over and asked. I am her mother. Mother Zhou quickly stood up. However, Yang Ming also stood up with Mother Zhou and looked at the doctor anxiously. Zhou Jieji's situation is temporarily stabilized, but now we need to do a craniotomy to remove the bullet. You need to sign a risk and responsibility agreement. The doctor explained, however, there's a very important situation that I have to tell you in advance. Doctor, is my daughter okay? Mother Zhou asked incoherently. Madam, don't be excited. Listen to me finish. The doctor frowned. Every day, he faced too many family members of such patients. He understood their feelings very well. Madam, Zhou Jieji's bullet is located below the position where the nerves in the brain are the densest. There is no problem to remove the bullet, but it is hard to say whether it will damage the nerves in the brain. because whether it is CT or other equipment, it can't capture the exact shape and location of the nerves. Chapter 583. What do you mean? Just tell me whether my daughter can be cured or not. Hurry up and say it. Aren't you telling me so much just to get more money? Say it. No matter how much money it is, as long as my daughter is cured. Mother Zhou had obviously lost her mind, and her emotions had become extremely agitated. Ma'am, that's not what we mean. This is not a matter of money, but the operation has risks. The doctor explained. What risks? Mother Zhou said anxiously. How much money is there no risk? Yang Ming couldn't bear it when he heard it. He couldn't help but interrupt her. Auntie, can you wake up? Do you think you are done with money? Can you listen to the doctor? After being yelled at by Yang Ming, Mother Zhou also sobered up a lot. She couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed about her behavior. I'm sorry, doctor. I was impulsive. Then you can say it. The doctor nodded. He had seen a lot of family members every day, so he didn't care. Seeing that Mother Zhou's emotions were stable, he continued. Because the bullet position of the injured person is special, we can't guarantee that the bullet will be removed without hurting the cranial nerves. Therefore, this operation is very risky. We need the family to sign before we can implement it. Mother Zhou was shocked. What will happen if the nerves are damaged? This is hard to say. The nerves of the brain are very magical. Each one has its own different role. If a nerve is damaged, it is possible to have quadriplegia or blindness, facial paralysis, and unclear speech. It is more likely to affect intelligence. The doctor explained. Is there no other way? Mother Zhou asked quickly. Even the best brain doctor in the country, Professor Zhong Hanlin, can't completely guarantee that there is no risk. The doctor said, with some embarrassment. Then if I invite him here, can I reduce the risk? Mother Zhou said quickly. Yes, but as soon as possible. If you can invite Teacher Zhong, that is naturally good. But I'm afraid that the condition of the injured person is unstable and can't hold on for long. The doctor said, Okay, I know. No matter how much it costs, I will invite Dr. Zhong Hanlin. Mother Zhou said repeatedly. However, I still have to say in advance that Teacher Zhong is very busy, and he is now in Beijing. He can't be invited with a lot of money. Many rich businessmen want to find Teacher Zhong, but can't. The doctor reminded tactfully. What should we do? Mother Zhou had a lot of money, but after listening to the doctor's words, she didn't know what to do. Then are you familiar with Dr. Zhong? Can you help me get in touch with him? I know Teacher Zhong, but Teacher Zhong doesn't know me. The doctor said self-deprecatingly, Forgive me for being powerless. However, I heard that Professor Liu Weishan and Professor Zhong Hanlin of Songjiang Industry University were private schoolmates, and their relationship was very good. When Teacher Zhong came to Songjiang last time, Professor Liu accompanied him. If you have a wide network in Songjiang, you could try to contact Professor Liu Weishan and see if he can help you. What? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect that things would be so coincidental. Liu Weishan, isn't he my godfather? Then I don't know him. Mother Zhou's business was in Donghai, in Songjiang, except for Wang Shifan, who was a relatively important figure. She didn't know anyone else. Doctor, Auntie, please wait a moment. I have something to do. Yang Ming heard that his godfather knew Zhong Hanlin and didn't dare to delay. He quickly prepared to call to verify. If you have something to do, just do it. Don't delay me. Originally, Mother Zhou was upset enough when she heard the news of her daughter. Now she was worried about inviting Dr. Zhong Hanlin. Yang Ming was still adding trouble, so she said impatiently, The doctor has to treat Jia. What's the use of waiting for you? I will call my godfather and see if there is any way. At this time, Yang Ming was too lazy to bother with Mother Zhou. Who is your godfather? Mother Zhou asked. Yang Ming waved his hand and made a gesture to talk later because the phone had been connected. Godfather, I am Yang Ming. Yang Ming said to the other side of the phone. Yang Ming, what's the matter with you looking for godfather? It's almost Chinese New Year. Why don't you come to godfather's place? Liu Weishan's hearty laughter came through the phone. Godfather, I am looking for you this time because I have a very important thing to ask you. Yang Ming quickly talked about business because Zhou Zhejia's matter couldn't be delayed. What's the matter? Let me hear it. Lu Weishan became serious when he heard that there was a serious matter. Godfather, do you know Dr. Zhong Hanlin? Asked Yang Ming. Hanlin, I know him. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly asking this? Asked Lu Weishan. It's like this. I have a friend who is injured in the head. I want to invite him to do an operation. I heard that Dr. Zhong has a good relationship with you, so I called to ask. Yang Ming explained. Oh, I got it. Lu Weishan hesitated and said, It's not a problem for me to find Hanlin, but now it's Chinese New Year. If it's not something important, I don't want to bother him. After all, he's also a person of my age. What's your relationship with this friend of yours? Relationship? And very good kind. Yang Ming said, I can cure her at all costs. Well, I will contact Zhong Hanlin for you. Lu Weishan didn't say much because he already understood that this person must be very important to Yang Ming. Thank you, Godfather. Yang Ming smiled and hung up the phone. My godfather said to help contact Dr. Zhong. It shouldn't be a big problem. Hanging up the phone, Yang Ming said to the doctor and Mother Zhou, who were suspicious. Who is your godfather? Mother Zhou looked at Yang Ming strangely and asked, My godfather is Lu Weishan. Yang Ming said, It's a coincidence. Otherwise, there is really no way for a while. It's really a coincidence. The doctor also sighed. Madam, your daughter is really lucky. If you can invite Teacher Zhong to do the operation in person, the chance will be at least 50% higher. Yang Ming, this time I have to trouble your godfather. Mother Zhou was also very grateful at the moment. It was the first time she spoke so politely to Yang Ming. It didn't take long for Lu Weishan to call back. It turned out that Zhong Hanlin wasn't in Beijing, but he was preparing for the Chinese New Year in his hometown in Heilongjiang. Heilongjiang and Songjiang were neighboring provinces. The distance was relatively close. It was only an hour by plane. When Zhong Hanlin heard that it was Lu Weishan's matter, he naturally agreed and immediately booked a ticket in half an hour. He thought that he could reach Songjiang in a while. After hearing the news, Yang Ming and Mother Zhou were very happy. The doctor also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, if Teacher Zhong didn't come, we really didn't have the confidence to do this operation well. Then let's go to the airport to pick up Dr. Zhong now. Mother Zhou was worried about the safety of her daughter. Naturally, she was anxious to pick up the doctor here. Let's take our car. Xia Shui said, The police car is at the door. It can be faster and save some time. Yang Ming thought about it. He originally wanted to ask the hospital to send an ambulance to pick up Dr. Zhong because this special vehicle was not subject to the restrictions of traffic rules. Of course, the police car was the same, so when Yang Ming heard Xia Shui take the initiative to ask, he nodded and agreed. After the research of the task force, it was basically determined that Wang Shifan's confession was true, but the amount of black gold was not so clear. Wang Shifan also belonged to the kind of fox-like character. What was recorded in the account book was the price and batch of imports. The price of shipment was not reflected above. Moreover, there were a variety of smuggled things, from cars to electronic products. It was scattered. It was not so easy to estimate the shipment price of each batch. However, after preliminary calculation, the number was almost the same. After all, Wang Shifan did not record the smuggling of some drugs and other prohibited items, and that sum of money was secretly transferred out by Wang Shifan. However, whether Huang Yukai was involved in the smuggling had become the focus of the task force's investigation. Xia Shui did not see Huang Yukai participate in the whole incident. Although Yang Ming saw it, he was not willing to say anything. After all, Huang Yukai, a mad dog, was very difficult to deal with. Since Yang Ming had already said that Huang Youcai's leg was crippled by him, then if Huang Yukai was really caught by the police, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not say this matter. Therefore, Yang Ming simply pretended not to know and waited for a period of time to calm down before he personally dealt with Huang Yukai. Chapter 584. Zhong Hanlin received Lu Weishan's invitation and rushed to Songjiang without stopping. He and Lu Weishan were classmates and friends when they were young. They studied in the same private school. Later, the two joined the army together, but Zhong Hanlin became a military doctor. After being demobilized, They went to teach at Zhejiang University together. Later, Zheng Hanlin was transferred to Beijing, and Lu Weishan was transferred to Songjiang. Although the two were in different places, their friendship had been maintained until now. They usually called each other to greet each other. After all, at their age, they didn't have many childhood friends left, and those who could keep in touch were even fewer. Therefore, they valued this friendship very much. Whenever there was a chance, they would definitely catch up with each other and reminisce about the past. Zheng Hanlin didn't have the air of an expert when his friend had something to ask. If it were another person, then Zheng Hanlin would never come before the new year. But Lu Weishan was different. Zheng Hanlin came directly with his wife and grandson this time. He was ready to celebrate the new year at Lu Weishan's house in Songjiang. Zheng Hanlin's son and daughter-in-law were abroad. The holidays were different from the domestic New Year's, so after coming back once on New Year's Day, they couldn't come back for the new year. However, Zheng Hanlin and his wife were used to it. Fortunately, there was a grandson accompanying them, so their life wasn't lonely. Zheng Hanlin knew the situation of Lu Weishan's family. His only son suddenly disappeared. The blow to him was quite big, but he also heard that he had recently accepted a good young man as his godson. He had long wanted to come and meet him. This time, he heard that his old friend's godson was begging him. Naturally, he didn't hesitate and ran directly to see this young man. Zheng Hanlin didn't look like a person in his 60s at all. Mrs. Zheng was the same. Maybe people who studied medicine were better at nursing their health. The two were as energetic as middle-aged people. At the airport exit, Yang Ming held the Zheng Hanlin sign, but it was difficult to connect the two people in front of him with his godfather's age. He couldn't help but shake his head. It was really sad to age. It seemed that his godfather had been sad for so many years because of his son's disappearance. It was also recently that Lu Weishan had some happiness after Yang Ming joined the family. "Are you Uncle Zheng?" Although Zheng Hanlin's age was old enough to be Yang Ming's grandfather, because Lu Weishan was his godfather, he couldn't mess up the seniority. Therefore, even if the age didn't match, he still had to call him uncle. In fact, Yang Ming didn't recognize him randomly. Although he saw Zheng Hanlin coming here, he also glanced at the ticket boarding pass in his jacket pocket in advance. He saw Zheng Hanlin's pinion on it, so he dared to recognize him. However, compared to Yang Ming, Zheng Hanlin had already determined the identity of Yang Ming. There was no other reason. It was because Yang Ming was holding a sign with his name written on it. In this way, it must be the Yang Ming mentioned by Lu Weishan on the phone. "Is it Yang Ming?" Zheng Hanlin smiled and said, "Is your godfather's body okay?" "Godfather's health has been very good recently." Yang Ming quickly took the luggage in Zheng Hanlin's hand, and Xia Shui also took the things in the hands of Zheng Hanlin's wife. It seemed to be some local specialties. "This young man is not bad. You look talented. Is this your girlfriend?" Zheng Hanlin saw that Xia Shui also came to the airport with him, so he naturally regarded her as Yang Ming's girlfriend. "No." Yang Ming and Xia Shui defended almost in unison, but they had a tacit understanding. After Zheng Hanlin heard it, he smiled. "If it's not, then it's not. I just don't understand you young people." Just like that brat of mine, before he got married, he suddenly brought a girl home for New Year's Day. I asked him if she was his girlfriend, but they denied it and said they were just normal friends. I thought it was fine if they were just normal friends, so I prepared 2 rooms. But in the end, the two of them stayed together for the night. I thought that maybe I had been abroad for a long time. My mind was open, so I didn't think much about it. But I didn't expect that when I came back the next year, both of their grandsons were brought back to me. They registered their marriage in a foreign country, and I didn't even know about it. It really pissed me off. But fortunately, I brought back a grandson, so I didn't say anything. "So your godfather and I are old. We can't manage the young people's affairs." Zheng Hanlin subconsciously didn't treat Yang Ming as an outsider. The godson of an old friend. Wasn't he a family member? Therefore, she started chatting with Yang Ming about their daily lives. However, these words made Yang Ming and Xia Shui blush. Yang Ming coughed twice. Xia Shui also lowered her head embarrassedly. "And why does it seem like I'm also living with Yang Ming? But I refuse to admit it." "Oh, I didn't notice that your girlfriend is actually a policewoman? Then you have to be careful. Don't lose to your wife." Zhong Hanlin looked at the police car in the parking lot and laughed. Yang Ming didn't expect that this Zhong Hanlin not only looked young, but he also liked to joke like a young man. Yang Ming scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't want to continue this topic. Uncle Zhong, should we first discuss my friend's injury? Look at me. I can't stop talking about family matters. I don't have a younger generation around me. I don't talk all day long. It's easy to see a younger generation like you, so I can't help but nag a few more words. Sitting in the car, Zhong Hanlin asked, I heard from Weishan that your friend was shot in the head. Yes, but the doctor here said that Jia, the part where the injured person was shot, has dense nerves. He didn't dare to operate on it easily. He was afraid of touching the nerves. Yang Ming explained. Oh, that's a bit tricky. Zhong Hanlin nodded after listening. Let's do this. Send me directly to the hospital in a while, and then let my wife and grandson go to your godfather's place to rest. That's too much trouble for you, Uncle Zhong. Yang Ming also knew that Zhong Hanlin was so anxious to come here. He must be very tired. It was a bit difficult for this old man to go to the hospital without rest. However, time was tight. Yang Ming could only apologize in his heart. What trouble? I found out what's wrong with you, child. We are a family. With my relationship with old Lu, do I need to be polite? Zhong Hanlin pretended to be angry. If I have something to look for old Lu can fly to my place in the middle of the night. Yang Ming listened to Zhong Hanlin and didn't say anything more. It was because Zhong Hanlin had already regarded himself as the son of an old friend, so they were family. If he said anything more, it would be a bit fake. Immediately, he didn't say anything. He just briefly talked to Zhong Hanlin about Jia's injury. At this point, Zhong Hanlin also really understood that Xia Shui might be a policewoman who had a good relationship with Yang Ming. There was not much other relationship. However, listening to Yang Ming's tone, this injured girl seemed to be the main character. She was the one who had a real relationship with Yang Ming. In this case, Zhong Hanlin was more serious. After entering the hospital, he didn't even have time to take off his coat and rush to the consultation room. Zhong Hanlin was a famous brain expert in China, so for his arrival, the brain doctors in the hospital warmly welcomed him. After all, sometimes listening to a few words from an authority was more important than anything else. Zhong Hanlin was led in the main seat. He took the CT film and handed it to Zhong Hanlin. Zhong Hanlin looked at the film and couldn't help but frown. After a long time, he said, "It's not easy." After the doctors in the room listened, they nodded. Indeed, the situation was very difficult. None of them were sure to do this operation well. Now, even Zhong Hanlin felt that it was not easy to do. Who else could do it? The difficulty of the operation is very high. I can try, but I can't guarantee whether it's successful or not. But I will do my best. Zhong Hanlin sighed and looked helplessly at Yang Ming next to him. Child, it's not that Uncle doesn't want to try, but it's really difficult. Uncle Zhong, I understand. Yang Ming also sighed and said, It's fine as long as you try your best. I will. Zhong Hanlin shook his head and said, The condition of the CT machine here is not good. I think if it was in Beijing, the film taken by the latest model of CT machine should be clearer than this. But we can't send the patient to Beijing, Uncle Zhong. As long as we can see the specific location of the nerves near the bullet in Zhou Zhejia's head, then the operation can be successful. Yang Ming suddenly asked, In theory, this is the case, but in fact, this is impossible. Most of our surgeries are based on feelings. We can't see the nervous system in the brain. Zhong Hanlin smiled bitterly. Uncle Zhong, can we talk alone? Yang Ming took a deep breath and made a very important decision. Yes, whether it was the CT machine or the naked eye, others couldn't see it, but someone could see it. Chapter 585. This person was Yang Ming himself. Not to mention the nerves of the brain, even the capillaries and so on could be seen clearly by Yang Ming. And he could even zoom in. Yang Ming was now most comfortable with his control of his special abilities. Telescopic vision, X-ray vision, and after closing his eyes, he could still conduct a 360-degree scan in all directions. Of course, Yang Ming didn't make this decision out of thin air. Before making this decision, Yang Ming first used his special ability to scan the brain structure of the other people present. When he found that he could easily see the internal structure, he made such an important decision. It seemed that this time, if he wanted to let Zhou Jia be safe, he had to use his special abilities. However, in this way, the fact that he had special abilities would be exposed. At least, it couldn't be hidden from Zhong Hanlin. However, at this time, Yang Ming wasn't the time to calculate personal gains and losses. Zhou Jia could even give up her life for him. So what if he exposed his special abilities for her? A real man has to do something and not do it. If he was still overcautious, then it wasn't a real man at all. So thinking of this, Yang Ming also decided to fight. The relationship between Zhong Hanlin and his godfather, Lu Weishan, was not shallow. If he told him in advance, he shouldn't hurt him. But he was afraid that he would unintentionally tell others about his own matters. Then, he could only remind him more. Zhong Hanlin thought that Yang Ming had something to say to him alone. After all, he also knew that the relationship between the injured and Yang Ming was not shallow. Zhong Hanlin nodded and stood up. Let's go. Let's go to the small conference room next door. But time is limited. After all, time is life now. Let's make it short. In front of so many people, Yang Ming couldn't say much. He just silently walked into the small conference room next door with Zhong Hanlin. Yang Ming, if you have anything to say, just say it. Uncle Zhong and you are not outsiders, but you can rest assured that I will do my best. Zhong Hanlin comforted Yang Ming. Uncle Zhong, I'm looking for you. Actually, I have something important to tell you, but it's a big deal. Yang Ming hesitated and said, Uncle Zhong, can you keep it a secret for me? Oh, what is it? Zhong Hanlin had some doubts. He didn't understand why Yang Ming wanted to tell him an important secret before the operation. He couldn't help but wonder, it's not a problem to keep it a secret, but if it's not a particularly urgent matter, can't we talk about it after the operation? Time is of the essence. Time is tight, so I'll make it short. Uncle Zhong, if you have any questions, I'll tell you slowly after the operation is successful. But now, I hope Uncle Zhong can listen to me. Yang Ming's expression was solemn as he said solemnly, well, you say it. Seeing that Yang Ming was so serious, Zhong Hanlin couldn't help but be moved. I can see the nerves and capillaries of the human brain. Yang Ming didn't have too many embellishments, but his words were shocking. What? Zhong Hanlin was stunned and looked at Yang Ming. Little nephew Yang, what are you talking about? Uncle Zhong, maybe you don't believe it, but I can see it. Yang Ming glanced at Zhong Hanlin and said, just like you, Uncle Zhong, you wear a gray-white plaid shirt under a cashmere sweater and a red underwear inside. The cashmere pants are smoky, and the underwear inside is also red. How do you know this? Zhong Hanlin was stunned and then said, Yang Ming, don't joke with Uncle Zhong. Did your godfather tell you that this year is Uncle's birth year? Uncle Zhong, at this time, do you think I look like I am joking with you? Yang Ming sighed and said, well, since you don't believe it, then I will continue. Your wallet is brown, and there are 3 bank cards in it. One is from the China Merchants Bank, and the card number is 6,225. The other is from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, and the card number is 955,888. The other is from the Bank of Communications, and the card number is 601,428. If these are not enough, you now have 6,352 yuan in your wallet, and the number of the single 50 yuan bill is GY213. Okay. No need to say it. Zhong Hanlin had opened his mouth wide at this moment. It was impossible for him not to know his 3 bank card numbers. Seeing that Yang Ming said it word by word, Zhong Hanlin was completely shocked. If the news of the birth year was revealed to Yang Ming by Lu Weishan, then Lu Weishan absolutely couldn't know the information of this bank card. The 2 old men were not short of money. It was impossible for them to transfer money to each other, so it was impossible for others to know the card number, especially his own VIP account of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, which had never been disclosed to the public. Not to mention Lu Weishan, even his colleagues in the unit didn't know. Moreover, there were more than these 3 cards in his account. He also had other cards such as the Pudong Development Bank, the Postal Savings Bank, and the Agricultural Bank, but he didn't bring them with him. Yang Ming could say what cards were in his wallet at once. Zhong Hamlin couldn't help but believe that Yang Ming had a special ability. You mean you can see through things? Zhong Hamlin looked at Yang Ming incredulously. You can say that. Yang Ming nodded. However, I asked Uncle Zhong to keep it a secret for me. If you don't say this, I naturally know. Zhong Hamlin nodded with a serious expression. I'm much older than you. I've seen a lot of things in society. Your ability is good for society, but bad for society. It will destroy the social order. If the outlaws threaten you to do some bad things, then it will be troublesome. Yang Ming didn't expect Zhong Hamlin to be so reasonable. He pointed out the pros and cons of the special ability. He quickly said, "Since Uncle Zhong understands, then I won't say more. However, it is good that you have this ability. If you tell me the location of the brain nerve, then the success rate of the operation will be greatly improved. However, there is still a very important problem." Zhong Hamlin hesitated and said, "I came to Songjiang City People's Hospital as an expert to perform the operation. Naturally, there will be many doctors watching. Even if they're not allowed to watch, they will need the help of a few nurses, so it is impossible for there to be no one in the operating room. If you're next to me, your ability will inevitably be exposed." Hee. Uncle Zhong doesn't have to worry about this. Yang Ming raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the outside of the room. Then, he said, "In the briefcase you brought, there is a magazine on brain science. In the first issue of this year, the 23rd page is your paper." "Oh." Zhong Hamlin looked at Yang Ming in amazement. "You can see such a small word from so far away." Yang Ming smiled and nodded. "Well, yes, this is my ability. No matter how far away something is, it is like it is close at hand. It's amazing." Zhong Hamlin nodded and sighed. "I have studied the human brain for so many years. I also know that there are some people in the world whose brain is more active than normal people. They're the so-called special ability people. I didn't expect you to be one of them. Uncle Zhong, other specific things can I tell you in detail after we finish the operation? Now the most important thing for us is to prepare for the operation." Yang Ming saw that Zhong Hamlin wanted to continue to ask about his special ability, so he quickly reminded him. This is the case. Zhong Hamlin touched his hair embarrassedly and said, "Look at me. When it comes to academic issues, I can't stop. Now, the operation is naturally the most important. Well, let's do it this way. Uncle Zhong, you will wear a pair of wireless headphones. Then, while you do the operation, I will tell you the situation." Yang Ming said, "That's for the best. This way, no one will suspect anything." Zhong Hamlin smiled and nodded. "I will prepare now. I wish us a happy cooperation." "Happy cooperation," Yang Ming also said with a smile. This kind of wireless headphones was easy for Xia Shui to get. The people in the police system were naturally not unfamiliar with this kind of thing. They often used it when performing tasks. Although Xia Shui wondered why Yang Ming wanted her to get this kind of thing, Yang Ming said that Zhong Hamlin wanted it. He didn't know what to do. Xia Shui didn't ask much. She thought that it might be more convenient to contact other people during the operation. The receiving part of the wireless headphones was handed to Zhong Hamlin. Yang Ming sat in a separate lounge, which was also specially arranged by Zhong Hamlin. Xia Shui was very dissatisfied with Yang Ming's disappearance before the operation, but she couldn't do anything if she couldn't find him. Sure enough, as Zhong Hamlin expected, not only did the brain doctors of the hospital come to watch Zhong Hamlin do the operation, but even the relevant doctors from the nearby hospitals who got the news rushed over. After all, the operation of the top experts in the country was not something that could be seen. Everyone hoped to learn something useful. Zhong Hamlin did not avoid it. He told everyone about the precautions during the operation, and then he went to change and prepare for the operation. This was the first time that Yang Ming used his special ability in a field related to medical treatment. Moreover, his every word was related to the safety of Zhou Zhejia's life. How could Yang Ming not be nervous? The operation had just begun, and it was not yet time to use Yang Ming's power. Yang Ming's forehead was already sweating. If Mother Zhou was just mentally nervous, Yang Ming was physically and mentally nervous. He didn't allow himself to make any mistakes, so he had to be highly focused. In the quiet lounge, Yang Ming held a cup of tea tightly with both hands. It seemed that he could hear his own breathing. Yes, Yang Ming was so nervous for the first time in his life, including that time in the detention center or being besieged by 2 killers. Yang Ming was not so nervous. Yang Ming took a sip of tea and tried to calm his mood. "Uncle Zhong, can you hear me? If you hear me, just click on it." Yang Ming whispered after a long sigh of relief. Zhong Hanlin nodded slightly. It seems that the effect of this wireless headphone is still very good. The cranial nerve is also known as the cranial nerve. The left and right pairs of nerves are issued from the brain. The main pairs are the olfactory nerve, the optic nerve, the oculomotor nerve, the trochlear nerve, the trigeminal nerve, the abducens nerve, the facial nerve, the acoustic nerve, the glossopharyngeal nerve, the vagus nerve, the accessory nerve, and the hypoglossal nerve. Among them, the trigeminal nerve is composed of the ophthalmic nerve, the maxillary nerve, and the mandibular nerve. However, there are several branches on each main nerve. Now Zhong Hanlin is afraid of touching a branch of a nerve in some unknown part. The human brain is very complicated. Any top brain expert dare not say that he has completely studied the human brain. Yang Ming can see the subtle nerves of these branches. At first, Yang Ming's tone was still a little nervous, but gradually he entered the state. As long as Yang Ming told Zhong Hanlin the approximate location, Zhong Hanlin would be careful. The 2 people cooperated very well. The tense 3 hours finally passed. When the bullet was completely taken out, Yang Ming and Zhong Hanlin both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The mood of the 2 of them was also very excited. They completed the first operation in human history that combined abilities and brain. Although the operation was over unknowingly, Yang Ming was still scared with a cold sweat. Touching his wet back, Yang Ming smiled a little self-deprecatingly. "I also have times when I am afraid." When Zhong Hanlin announced the successful completion of the operation, everyone burst into excited cheers. Mother Zhou was so excited that she shed tears, claiming that she must thank Zhong Hanlin. Zhong Hanlin smiled and waved his hand, saying that there was no need. "What is there to thank for my own family? I and Nephew Yang's godfather are closer than brothers. If you want to thank someone, thank Nephew Yang." Zhong Hanlin was an expert academically, but he was not a blockhead in life. When he came here, he felt that Mother Zhou didn't seem to be so friendly to Yang Ming. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that Yang Ming and Zhou Jia must be in a romantic relationship, but Mother Zhou didn't agree. So he wanted to take this opportunity to matchmake Yang Ming and Zhou Jia. As for why he thought so, it was entirely because Yang Ming was nervous about Zhou Jia. This didn't seem to be the concern of ordinary friends. It was no wonder that he didn't know the twists and turns in the middle of things, so it was common sense to think so. Hearing Zhong Hanlin say this, Mother Zhou was stunned, but then she began to re-examine the identity of Yang Ming. Yang Ming's family background was indeed very bad, and it was quite bad. His mother was laid off, and his father was a worker, and the factory was full of people. However, Yang Ming actually had a godfather? Was it Lu Weishan? Lu Weishan was also a celebrity in China. Although Mother Zhou wasn't in the jewelry industry, she had heard of this name. Obviously, he was an academic. It seemed that this Yang Ming wasn't so simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recognized such a powerful godfather. She should reinvestigate the background of Yang Ming. Her daughter was now like this, and the bullet was said to be in the forehead. Let's not talk about whether it would affect her appearance in the future. Zhong Hanlin's words just now were enough to make Mother Zhou upset. Although the operation was very successful, it's hard to say when the victim will wake up. The human brain is the most mysterious place. Sometimes a slight shock can cause a period of coma, not to mention a gunshot wound. Zhong Hanlin's words were powerful. During the operation, Mother Zhou also inquired about Zhong Hanlin's position in the brain academic community. Now that she heard Zhong Hanlin say this, her heart suddenly fell into the abyss. Although the bullet was taken out, it was still unknown when her daughter would wake up. What if her daughter didn't wake up for a lifetime? In that case, if this Yang Ming really liked Zhou Jia, it was fine to let him marry Zhou Jia. If Yang Ming knew about Mother Zhou's dirty thoughts now, he would definitely be furious. But now Yang Ming just wanted to rest for a while. He was too tired just now. He was more nervous than Zhong Hanlin. Zhong Hanlin had been on the battlefield for a long time. He was as steady as Mount Tai on the operating table. With the help of Yang Ming, it could only be said that he had a better helper, which made him more comfortable in the operation. But Yang Ming was different. It was Yang Ming's first time. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous. But it had to be said that Mother Zhou's idea was not wrong. After all, most people were selfish, especially people in the business field. In this matter, Mother Zhou's first consideration was her own gains and losses. Although Zhou Jia had finished the operation, she was still in the intensive care unit. It would take some time before family members could visit her. However, Yang Ming was not limited by this. No matter how far away he was, he could see Zhou Jiajia's current appearance. Looking at Zhou Jiajia's shaved long hair wrapped with gauze, Yang Ming only felt a sharp pain in his heart. How should I face her? After she wakes up, what should I do? Should I fulfill the previous promise, or... Yang Ming shook his head and didn't dare to think about it. Now in Yang Ming's heart, there was a very difficult feeling. Is it gratitude? Is it sympathy? But is it love? Yang Ming didn't know. But what Yang Ming knew was that what he owed Zhou Jia, he couldn't pay it back in this life. That is a life. How can I repay it? What a silly girl. Is it worth it? Zhou Jia likes me, but I don't know it. But what made Yang Ming wonder was, when did Zhou Jia start to fall in love with me? Junior high school? This possibility was obviously there, but Yang Ming didn't think it was big. University? That was even more impossible. There was nothing special between me and her. Although Yang Ming felt that his luck with women was good, it was also based on some special events to capture a girl's heart. Yang Ming was narcissistic, and he wouldn't think that he was a bastard when he stood there. A beautiful girl would take the initiative to come to him. That was impossible. If that was the case, why didn't a girl like me for 3 years in high school? Therefore, Yang Ming didn't think that he had any bastard aura. It seemed that this mystery could only be explained when Zhou Jia woke up. Yang Ming rubbed his temples and drank the herbal tea in his hand. He got up and left the lounge. At this time, Zhong Hanlin was explaining the experience of his surgery to the doctors. When he saw Yang Ming coming over, he immediately nodded to him. Their eyes met, and everything was understood without words. However, Xia Shui was very dissatisfied with Yang Ming's disappearance during the surgery. What did you do just now? Do you think it was easy for me? I just finished competing with you, and then I had to take Wang Shifan as a hostage under the threat of so many people. My physical strength was seriously overdrawn. I just asked Uncle Zhong to help me find a lounge for a little rest. Yang Ming explained in a low voice. Oh, it turned out to be like this. After listening to Yang Ming, Xia Shui no longer pursued Yang Ming's responsibility. After all, Yang Ming was telling the truth. At that time, Yang Ming could hold the injured Zhou Jia and subdue Wang Shifan. It was really not easy. Xia Shui asked herself if she could do it. It seemed that the previous loss to Yang Ming was not an accident. Yang Ming did have his outstanding points. Thinking of this, Xia Shui's mentality was balanced, but the matter of being spanked by Yang Ming was still somewhat brooding. That was my private place. If it was spread out, how am I going to face others? However, when she thought about how she broke into the bathroom and saw Yang Ming taking a shower, these two matters were considered even. However, why did Xia Shui feel that she seemed to have suffered more losses? Xia Shui also knew that Yang Ming was very tired, but there were some things that couldn't be done just because he was tired. Yang Ming, as one of the important parties, must follow Xia Shui to the police station to record a statement. Yang Ming also knew that this was a necessary procedure, so he didn't refuse. Uncle Zhong, Xia Shui, and I still have some things to do at the police station. You go back to Godfather first. I will go back later. Yang Ming and Zhong Hanlin greeted. Yang Ming, I guess both of us will go back later. I can't leave now. These doctors came to me to discuss knowledge and insisted that I stay here for dinner. Zhong Hamlin smiled bitterly. Well, let's keep in touch by phone. Long before Zhong Hamlin boarded the plane, Lu Weishan told Zhong Hamlin Yang Ming's phone number. Of course, he also told Yang Ming Zhong Hamlin's phone number. Zhong Hamlin nodded and continued to discuss academic issues with the doctors. Where's the gun? In the car. Xia Shui looked at Yang Ming and asked. What gun? Yang Ming asked knowingly. The gun in the hands of Zhou Jiejie and Wang Jitao. Xia Shui snorted. Don't tell me that you didn't see it. Privately possessing a gun is a big crime. Hurry up and take it out. Damn, you're talking about that gun. How do I know where it is? Yang Ming said indifferently. Yang Ming, I can tell you. Don't think about any luck. Captain Chen just called me. The gun was not found at the scene. Xia Shui threatened. Yang Ming shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. There's so many people. Who knows who took it? If you don't believe me, you can search me. Why do you always suspect me now? What was the situation at the time? How can I pay attention to where the gun is? Well, I believe you. Xia Shui also knew that the situation was chaotic. The chances of Yang Ming getting the gun were slim. But now they had to go to the police station. If the gun was on Yang Ming, he had no place to hide. However, what did Yang Ming do? He was an assassin. The best thing for an assassin was to hide a gun. He could hide the gun in many places at will, without being discovered. Just now, Yang Ming had hidden the gun in the hospital's bathroom. It was estimated that except for Yang Ming, if no one searched, it would be difficult to find it. The reason why Yang Ming secretly kept the gun was because the gun was smuggled. There was no record, so it was convenient to do things. Because after this matter was settled down, the bullet in Zhou Jiejie's head would be sealed as evidence. It would be difficult to check the ballistic traces. Another point was that he was going to give the gun to Ho Junhan and the others so that they could feel it. Even if they didn't use it, they could take it out to scare people. They could also be badass when negotiating with people. Because the people who recorded Yang Ming's statement in the police station were all Chun Fei's men, and Xia Shui explained some things together, so it wasn't difficult for Yang Ming. Moreover, in just a short time, Wang Shifan had completely confessed to the crime. Therefore, the meaning of Yang Ming's confession wasn't very big. Wang Shifan knew that he definitely couldn't get out this time. He also had an attitude that he would definitely die. Although people with discerning eyes could see that Yang Ming alone had a great contribution in this matter, Yang Ming didn't have any intention to take the credit. He also repeatedly asked to handle it in a low-key manner and not let his parents know. In this way, Xia Shui couldn't take the credit even if she didn't want it. Yang Ming didn't want the credit, but the credit had to fall to one person, right? At that time, only Xia Shui was at the scene, so Xia Shui couldn't reject it even if she wanted to. Catching a smuggling crocodile, that was absolutely shocking news. Not to mention how it was caught, and no matter how tortuous the process was in the middle, there always had to be a hero in a major case. And Xia Shui became the hero who cracked down on the smuggling crime. It couldn't be helped. Even if others wanted to take this credit, they couldn't take it. Therefore, Xia Shui was not only rewarded by the municipal government, but she was also awarded the third-class merit by the provincial department and was awarded the rank of second-class police superintendent. However, because she was too young, she didn't get a promotion. But thinking about it, if she made more contributions in the future, promotion was definitely not a problem. In particular, Xia Shui was a young and beautiful policewoman, which was in line with the positive image of TV publicity. Therefore, for a time, the streets, TV, and newspapers were full of news about Xia Shui. Walking out of the police station, Yang Ming suddenly received a call from Bao Songli. Hello, what's the matter? Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. I just got a gun and wanted to look for him. Why did this guy look for me first? Brother Yang, Gui Jianchao is here. He wants to see you at the Nightless Club. Bao Songli's attitude toward Yang Ming was now respectful because he also knew that Yang Ming's identity was different at this moment. Yang Ming represented Mr. Y, which was his current big boss. Gui Jianchao. Yang Ming said, "What is he doing here?" "I don't know, but he said that he has something important to see you," said Bao Songli. "Well, let him wait. I will go now." Yang Ming agreed after thinking about it. I looked for Guo Jianchao alone a while ago and asked him to help collect some evidence of Wang Shifan. Could it be that he collected these? No matter what he wants to do, I have to go to Bao Sanli's place anyway. As the direct boss of Bao Sanli, how could his underlings not have a gun? Even the boss of the Four Snakes gang had a gun. Bao Sanli was the boss of the city. He was much more powerful than Brother Snake. However, using a black gun wasn't a long-term thing. Yang Ming planned to ask Xia Shui and Chun Fei in a few days to see if he could apply for a gun license for Bao Sanli Security Company. Yang Ming returned to the hospital and took out the gun that was hidden in advance. Then, he went straight to the Nightless Club. When Yang Ming arrived, Bao Sanli was already at the door to greet him. This made Yang Ming a little dumbfounded. He had already told Bao Sanli not to reveal his identity. This guy actually made it so obvious. However, Bao Sanli was a rough person with a one-track mind. His offer Yang Ming was also from the heart. It was quite difficult for him not to come out and greet him. However, Bao Sanli's respectful attitude made Guo Jianchao a little surprised. What is the identity of this Yang Ming? He actually let the boss of Songjiang City personally greet him? Originally, Guo Jianchao just thought that even if Yang Ming was very powerful, he was just a friend of Bao Sanli. He helped him to collect Wang Shifan's materials because of Bao Sanli and the video. But now he had to re-examine Yang Ming's ability. As for my plan, shouldn't I change the target of my cooperation? During this time, Guo Jianchao also heard a little about the changes in Songjiang's underworld. Today's Bao Sanli was no longer the same as before. He used to be just a powerful big pal, but now his identity was Songjiang's top boss. But what about the identity of Yang Ming? Is he more powerful than the boss of Songjiang? Guo Jianchao was only 30 years old, and he was already sitting in the position of vice president. It showed that his brain was good enough. He wasn't a fool, so he thought a series of problems in a flash. He knew Sun Jie's identity. Sun Jie's father, Sun Hongjun, was the boss behind Donghai. Although the boss on the surface was the Tian family's master, Tian Dejin, Guo Jianchao secretly investigated and found that the one who really controlled Donghai was the Sun family. This also strengthened his belief in pursuing Sun Jie. And Yang Ming, a seemingly mediocre little punk, was Sun Jie's boyfriend. When he association with Bao Sanli's attitude just now, then the true identity of Yang Ming was obvious. Could it be that Yang Ming was also the young master of the boss behind Songjiang? Bao Sanli, the boss at the front desk, was also a worker similar to Tian Dajin. Thinking of this, Guo Jianchao's face twitched involuntarily. Motherfucker, I'm really lucky. I was just raped by Yang Ming for a woman, and I didn't lose my life. That's really lucky. Thinking of this, then the conflict with the little waitress and the subsequent appearance of Bao Sanli and Yang Ming's help were not accidental. They were arranged in advance to mess with me. However, even if I figure it out, so what? Guo Jianchao didn't dare to say it. He was still young. He didn't want to die without knowing the reason. He had to admit that Guo Jianchao was actually able to guess Yang Ming's identity in just a few minutes. His brain was really not ordinary enough. It can only be said that this guy was a genius. Brother Yang, Guo Jianchao understood the identity of Yang Ming. He immediately became fearful. He nodded and came over to greet Yang Ming. And Yang Ming didn't know why Guo Jianchao was suddenly so enthusiastic. When he asked Guo Jianchao to collect evidence last time, although this guy agreed without saying anything, he was obviously not as enthusiastic as now. "Why are you looking for me?" asked Yang Ming faintly. "Brother Yang, the last time you asked me to collect evidence of President Wang." "Oh no, Wang Shifan, I have collected some, but it's not very fatal," Guo Jianchao said carefully. "Let's go in and talk." Yang Ming frowned. Now, there was no need for this evidence. Wang Shifan's death sentence was basically a foregone conclusion. There was no suspense. The three of them found a small meeting room. Bao Sanli opened the door, but he didn't dare to go in first. He said to Yang Ming, "Brother Yang, please." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Brother Bao, what are you doing? You made it seem like a stranger. I'm not used to it." "Ah, Brother Yang, Bao Sanli also scratched his head. He didn't have too many thoughts. He was straightforward. He only knew that Yang Ming's current identity was much more powerful than him, so he unconsciously showed respect. Forget it. Yang Ming looked at his embarrassment and waved his hand. In the future, don't be like this in front of outsiders. Today, only Jian Chao was here. Otherwise, if this spread out, I wouldn't be able to go to school peacefully. Yes, yes, Brother Yang. When he heard Yang Ming say this, Bao Sanli suddenly realized that Guo Jianchao couldn't be counted as one of his own people. If this guy went out and yelled, wouldn't it be bad? Previously, Bao Sanli felt that Guo Jianchao was also working for Yang Ming, so there was nothing to hide. So, he brought Guo Jianchao to wait for Yang Ming. But now, it seemed that who knew if this kid was tight-lipped? Thinking of this, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Brother Yang, or Guo Jianchao, couldn't help but shudder. Oh my God, is he going to kill me to silence me? In fact, Guo Jianchao thought too much. Even if he was in the underworld, it was impossible to kill people casually. However, Guo Jianchao was bewitched by the Hong Kong and Taiwan movies. He thought that the people in the underworld didn't care about human life. How could he not be afraid? His legs went soft, and he almost knelt on the ground. Brother Yang, I didn't see anything. No, I'm already one of your people. Now, I'm also working for you loyally. Please don't kill me when I've outlived my usefulness. You are elegant, dignified, strategizing, decisive, condescending, irresistible, unparalleled, and unique. I've already crawled under your feet and decided to pledge my loyalty to you. Yang Ming held back a smile and thought this guy really knows how to change the rudder according to the wind. Although Wang Shifan fell, the Wang's group didn't fall. Yang Ming also knew that Wang Jitao's matter couldn't involve the Wang's group. When the time came, if Wang Jitao inherited the Wang's group, maybe this kid would use some underhanded means to deal with him. It was better to simply leave a spy in a Wang's group and find an opportunity to take down this kid. However, for people like Guo Jianchao, there must be an absolute deterrent. Otherwise, this guy would obviously change his mind. Although there was a video in his hand as a threat, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't betray in front of a more powerful force. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's heart moved. He threw the pistol in front of Bao Sanli and said, "This is for you." However, Guo Jianchao was almost scared out of his wits. What does Yang Ming mean by taking out the pistol? Could it be that he wants Bao Sanli to kill me? Guo Jianchao slid to the ground this time and looked at Yang Ming blankly. Brother Yang, I am really sincere in surrendering to you. I will be your little soldier in the future. I will be at your beck and call. I will follow your orders. If I go back on my words, let me die a horrible death. Rocket will shoot into my ass. Okay, Yang Ming said, your mouth. Don't worry. That gun isn't used to kill you. Don't be like this in the future. You will work for me in the future. I won't treat you badly. I don't want my underling to be a coward. Yes, yes. Brother Yang, you are invincible and powerful. You will definitely not lay your hands on a loyal little soldier. Guo Jianchao continued to flatter. I am only weak in front of Brother Yang's unparalleled spirit. I don't think others are as powerful as Brother Yang. Well, you remember what you said today. If I want to kill you, it's actually very easy. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, if you want to die, you don't need any rocket. A pen is enough. As Yang Ming said, he picked up the oil pen on the table and pointed to the peephole on the door. Look there. As he said, the oil pen flew out from Yang Ming's hand and pierced into the peephole. Apparently, it had penetrated through the door. A plastic oil pen can penetrate the glass peephole at a distance of more than 4 meters. How much strength and accuracy does this require? Not only was Guo Jianchao dumbfounded, but Bao Sanli also opened his mouth wide. The only thought in their minds was that Brother Yang was really fierce. The previous words used on him were also very appropriate. Guo Jianchao took a deep breath. Not to mention the rocket shooting into my ass. I can't even stand this oil pen. Wang Shifan is already finished. The evidence is useless. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, if my guess is right, the person who will take over should be Wang Jitao. Brother Yang, I came here this time for this matter. Guo Jianchao quickly flattered. I was collecting evidence of Wang Shifan, but I got such a document from the safe in his office. What document? Yang Ming frowned and asked. Equity transfer letter. Guo Jianchao smiled and said, Wang Shifan's equity transfer letter. There is Wang Shifan's signature on it. As Guo Jianchao said this, he handed a portfolio to Yang Ming. Equity transfer letter? What equity? Wang's group? Yang Ming asked in his heart. Yes, it's Wang's group. Guo Jianchao smiled and said, Hee. In order to collect evidence of Wang Shifan's crime, I found someone to crack the fingerprint safe in Wang Shifan's office and took out this document from it. Oh. Yang Ming opened the portfolio and asked while looking, this document should be transferred to Wang Jitao, right? Even if we get it, it's useless, right? No. This authorization letter is blank. Guo Jianchao waved his hand and said, Brother Yang, look. Yang Ming flipped through the Party B on the authorization letter. It was indeed blank. He was shocked. Why is this the case? At that time, Wang Shifan didn't finally decide whether to transfer the equity in his hand to Wang Jitao or his own wife. So after the contract was drafted, it was left empty. Later, I found out. So I forged a fake contract and put it in the safe. Perhaps the fake contract is in the hands of Wang Jitao? Guo Jianchao smiled. In other words, through this document, we are likely to take down the Wang's group? A crazy idea suddenly appeared in Yang Ming's mind. If you don't eliminate the root of the problem, it will grow again when the spring breeze comes. Sometimes you have to be ruthless. If the group is left to Wang Jitao, this guy may still be thinking of ways to harm me. Yes, this is feasible. Guo Jianchao nodded. If Wang Shifan didn't find out and gave the fake authorization letter to Wang Jitao, then we have the feasibility of the operation. Why don't you do it yourself? That's hundreds of millions of assets. Yang Ming looked at Guo Jianchao deeply. Brother Yang, I won't hide it from you. When I got this contract, it was impossible for me to not have any thoughts. But I also know that I'm just a vice president. If I don't have a backer, it's really difficult to handle this matter. But if there is a force in Songjiang that supports me, then it is very possible to take down the Wang's group in one fell swoop, said Guo Jianchao. Yang Ming nodded. I understand. In fact, you didn't come to me today. You want to find Bao Sanli before. You wanted to cooperate with him. To do this kind of thing, it's best to let the people in the underworld come forward. Other people wouldn't dare to say anything. Yang Ming slightly understood Guo Jianchao's meaning. Am I right? I don't dare to lie to Brother Yang. You are right. Indeed, I thought so at the beginning. But now, how can I be qualified to talk about cooperation with Brother Yang? Right now, I'm just a small soldier of yours. This is my gift to you. Guo Jianchao said honestly. Yang Ming nodded and was very satisfied with Guo Jianchao's answer. Well, you and Bao Sanli study the operability of this thing. Jianchao, you are a person in the business world. You should be more familiar with these rules than me. As for how to operate and cooperate, I will let Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan fully support you. If this thing can be successful, then you will be the hero. I will not treat you unfairly. Half of the shares will be yours. Yang Ming also knew that if you want a horse to run fast, you must give it enough food. You can't be too harsh on your own people. If there are enough benefits, then people will work for you. Moreover, the Wang's group was an unexpected windfall for Yang Ming. So what if he distributed a part of it? As long as he didn't let Wang Jitao get any benefits, it would be fine. I don't dare to take half. How about this? Brother Yang, I know you're good to me. Just 1/3. This is enough. Guo Jianchao said quickly in fear. Okay, as you wish. Yang Ming saw that Guo Jianchao wasn't a greedy person, and he was slightly gratified. Don't worry, Brother Yang. I will try my best to do this. Guo Jianchao immediately expressed his loyalty. As for my identity, it is enough for you to know. Don't say it again. Yang Ming said faintly. The less you know, the less suspicious you will be. Guo Jianchao was stunned. Originally, he wanted to inquire about Yang Ming's identity from Bao Sanli after Yang Ming left. But at this moment, he immediately dispelled this idea and didn't dare to think about it again. Chapter 586. From the beginning to the end, Guo Jianchao couldn't figure out the identity of Yang Ming. However, he didn't dare to ask. Who would want to live a long life? Looking at Bao solemnly fiddling with a gun, Guo Jianchao couldn't help but shiver. What kind of people are they? I blame myself for being lustful. I wanted to pursue Sun Jia, so I provoked such a strong person like Yang Ming. However, it was a blessing in disguise. If there was no such incident, I may not have the opportunity now. Without the support of Bao Sanli, he really didn't dare to plan this kind of murderous business. Thinking of this, Guo Jianchao also felt balanced. He squeezed out a smile and said to Bao Sanli, "Brother Bao, let's study it first." "Okay, President Guo, I will call President Ho over. Let's discuss it together." Bao Sanli nodded. The thing that Yang Ming gave him was the same as what Mr. Wei said, so Bao Sanli had to do it well. "Brother Bao, you call me President Guo. Isn't this insulting me? Just call me Xiao Guo." Guo Jianchao saw that Bao Sanli was so polite, so he immediately said in fear and trepidation, President Guo is too polite. Now that you and I are working for Brother Yang, there is no difference in seniority. It is only right for me to call you President Guo." Bao Sanli said with a smile, "Don't say this again. We are responsible for each other. That is a relationship of the same level. We will help each other in the future." "Yes, Brother Bao is right. We are all working for Brother Yang." Guo Jianchao was excited in his heart. Who is Bao Sanli? The boss of Songjiang is actually on the same level as me. It seems that it is good to work for Brother Yang. My status has also improved a lot. Although Guo Jianchao felt that he used to be the vice president of the Wang's group, which was already very badass, that was only the status in the business world. Now, with the relationship with Bao Sanli, Guo Jianchao's social status had also improved. If he said that he was Bao Sanli's brother to the outside world, he would have a lot of face. But Brother Bao calling me Boss Guo is too polite. How about this? I'll call you Brother Bao, and you can call me Younger Brother Guo. Anyway, we're all working for Brother Yang, so we're no different from brothers. Awesome. Bao Sanli nodded and patted Guo Jianchao's shoulder. "You can rest assured. I will recognize you as my younger brother. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you in Songjiang, just tell me." That's right. If I were to be bullied, then Brother Yang's face would be affected as well." Guo Jianchao was even more adept at playing along as he spoke. Not long after, Ho Jinhan rushed over. When Yang Ming came just now, Ho Jinhan was dealing with some affairs and couldn't get away. During the Chinese New Year, there were so many employees under him. Naturally, he had to give out some New Year's goods and bonuses. Bao Sanli definitely couldn't do these, so he had to rely on him. Now that he got away, it was because he heard that Yang Ming had something important for them to discuss. Otherwise, there would be no time at all. "What's the matter? Is there anything important to discuss?" Ho Jinhan asked directly as soon as he entered the door. "Let younger brother Guo introduce it to you." Bao Sanli wasn't very good at business, so he directly pushed it to Guo Jianchao. Originally, this matter was handled by Guo Jianchao, so he was familiar with many things inside. He took out the contract and began to talk about his plan. "Brother Ho, things are like this, and it sounds good." Ho Jinhan's mind was very flexible. Otherwise, the Nightless Club and the Ming Yang Security Company couldn't be run by him so well. When he heard Guo Jianchao's plan, he knew that this matter was very promising. Yes, with the legal documents in hand, what was there to be afraid of? However, this also depended on how to operate it and who to operate it. If people without any foundation were to do this, the possibility of success was indeed not high. However, if Ho Jinhan and Bao Sanli were to do it, the possibility of success would be much higher. Not to mention that the relationships in all aspects were very smooth, but the lawyers on his side were also ruthless people. Think about it. How could a lawyer for the underworld be good? Therefore, everything depends on human effort. This matter might not be possible for others to operate, but in Ho Jinhan's hands, it wasn't very difficult. Ho Jinhan found a few very badass lawyers to come over and discuss how to operate this matter. Because they were all on the same side, these lawyers also belonged to the underworld, so they didn't avoid arousing suspicion. Ho Jinhan directly said his purpose. These lawyers were also veterans in this field. They often dealt with some underworld inheritance issues. The underworld's property was the most troublesome. In many cases, some industries were written with the name of a certain underworld boss. Once the boss died, the ownership of the industry would be more troublesome. But these people specialized in dealing with this kind of trouble. In the beginning, Yu Xiangda's industry was taken over by a few of them. Therefore, when it came to this kind of appropriation of other people's property, these people were very handy. They immediately proposed a few very feasible ways. After Yang Ming came out from the Nightless Club, he took a taxi to Lu Weishan's home. But on the way, he also called his parents and told them that he was going to his godfather's house as a guest. He asked them not to worry. Zhong Hanlin's wife and little grandson were already at Lu Weishan's house. When Yang Ming entered the house, Xiao Qing was playing with Zhuang Zhong. The two people were playing poker. It was a deck of cards. Each of the two people randomly pulled out a card and then compared the size of the card. Xiao Qing didn't know what kind of luck she had. She actually got a bigger card than Xiao Zhong. She made Xiao Zhong sullen and unhappy. I say, Sister Xiao Qing, can't you give in to him? He's just a kid. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. This thing, how do you expect me to give in? It's completely a lucky thing. Xiao Qing was helpless. My luck is really good today. If I go to Macau to gamble, won't I make a fortune? Ha, Xiao Zhong. Look at Uncle coming over to play with you. Yang Ming smiled. What uncle? Obviously, you are my brother. I'm 10 years old. Xiao Zhong looked at Yang Ming, unconvinced. Can you help me win against Ani? When Yang Ming heard it, he almost fell to the ground. Brother? Ani? Damn, you call Xiao Qing Ani, and you call me brother. Are you insulting me, or Xiao Qing? Little brat, don't you know that this is very hurtful? Sure enough, Yang Ming looked up and saw a hint of helplessness in Xiao Qing's eyes. Xiao Qing did look very mature, but she wasn't old. Yang Ming glared at Xiao Zhong and said, Don't talk nonsense. I am your Ani's younger brother. If you call me brother, won't you mess up the seniority? Well, then if you help me win against Auntie, I will call you uncle, Xiao Zhong said as he rolled his eyes. Well, this is what you said. Yang Ming nodded and said to Xiao Zhong, Come on, let's see who is bigger, right? You see how uncle wins against your auntie. Let's talk about it after we win, brother. Xiao Zhong was obviously not afraid of Yang Ming because his parents weren't around, and he was deeply doted by Zhong Hanlin and his wife. You draw first. Yang Ming gestured to Xiao Qing to draw the card first. Okay. Xiao Qing was helpless. When she saw that Yang Ming was serious, she had to continue to play. She also knew that Yang Ming was fighting for her, and she couldn't help but feel happy. When Xiao Qing turned the card in her hand, Yang Ming, Xiao Zhong, and even Xiao Qing herself had their mouths wide open. Two of spades. According to the game of Northern Playing Empress, this too was the biggest card in the ordinary cards. Above, it was the king and queen. Ha ha ha. When Xiao Zhong saw this scene, he immediately looked at Yang Ming proudly and laughed. The meaning was self-evident. You're done for. You're going to lose. Yang Ming scratched his head. It seems that Xiao Qing is really lucky. I can't accept it. Yang Ming sighed. It's me. If it were another person, I would just admit defeat. Yang Ming casually touched the pile of cards, pulled out a card, and turned it over on the table. What? Xiao Zhong widened his eyes. This works too? The card that Yang Ming pulled out was actually a king. It was like a two of big and queen. Hee, is it okay? Call me uncle. Yang Ming shrugged at Xiao Zhong. No, you're lucky. You two compete again. Xiao Zhong felt that it was incredible. Isn't this Yang Ming's luck a bit too good? All right. Yang Ming didn't want to argue with a child, so he nodded and gestured to Xiao Qing to draw a card. This time, Xiao Qing's luck wasn't as good as last time, but the card was still very big. It was a king of hearts. Yang Ming simply pulled out a king of hearts this time. This time, Xiao Zhong was completely dumbfounded. Although reluctant, he still called little uncle. Yang Ming responded happily and winked at Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing shook her head helplessly. On the TV over there, a cartoon was playing. Xiao Zhong threw away the cards in his hand and ran to watch the TV. There was only Yang Ming and Xiao Qing left here. Xiao Qing tidied up the cards on the bed and said to Yang Ming helplessly, "You, why are you arguing with a child? Who asked him to call you little aunt, but call me brother? Isn't this obviously sarcastic that you're much older than me?" Yang Ming said indifferently, "How does he know about your relationship with me? Forget it. What the child said is also true. I am indeed more than 10 years older than you." Xiao Qing sighed and said, "Sister Xiao Qing, are you unhappy?" Yang Ming sensed that there was a trace of melancholy between Xiao Qing's eyebrows. "No, what is there to be unhappy about?" Xiao Qing's emotions were well controlled. In the blink of an eye, she had a smiling expression. "Sister Xiao Qing." Yang Ming reached out and held Xiao Qing's soft little hand. "What are you doing? Aren't you afraid that others will see it?" Xiao Qing was anxious and wanted to withdraw her hand. "What are you afraid of? Don't forget your husband's ability." Yang Ming blinked and smiled. "What husband? Don't talk nonsense. If Godfather hears it, it won't be good." Xiao Qing said shyly, "I guess that you used your special ability to bully children. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to continuously draw a king of hearts." If I don't use some tricks, how can this child be so obedient?" Yang Ming said, "Isn't it because I am afraid that you will be sad? In fact, you are young enough. It is normal to say that you are 25 or 26 years old." I don't know who it was that called me Annie," Xiao Qing complained. "Sweat." Yang Ming touched his chin and said, "Didn't I already explain it? Who asked you to say that I am a pervert? Aren't you?" Xiao Qing glared at him and looked at Yang Ming with a smile. "You cannot admit it, but don't come to me in the future." Sister Xiao Qing, let's not talk about this." Yang Ming was embarrassed. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Time makes people grow old. I don't have many years of youth left. As long as you don't ignore me in the future, it will be fine." Xiao Qing stood up and turned to walk out of the house. "Sister Xiao Qing, Yang Ming wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Xiao Qing. "I'm going to hell, Mom. Don't say it. I understand. I'm just lamenting. Your sister's youth is invincible. I'm still like this at 50 years old." Xiao Qing smiled. "Hey." Yang Ming widened his eyes. It was rare for Xiao Qing to joke with him, but it could be seen that Xiao Qing's mood was still good. Yang Ming was relieved. When dinner was ready, Zhong Hanlin still rushed back. It seemed that he had pushed away the social interaction and came to catch up with his old friend for many years. Lu Weishan seemed to have known that he would come back. He had prepared a bowl and chopsticks for him. When the two old men met, they hugged. Yang Ming and Xiao Qing stared. Lu Weishan, who had always been steady, also had such a passionate and unrestrained time. Lu Weishan and Zhong Hanlin chatted while eating. They recalled the interesting things when they were in school and the anecdotes when they joined the army. Yang Ming and the others also listened with great interest. Listening to Lu Weishan and Zhong Hanlin talk about how they used to catch grasshoppers and fight crickets together when they were young, it really had the flavor of the articles from the 100 Herb Garden to the Three Flavors bookstore. After dinner, Yang Ming was ready to get up and leave, but he was stopped by Zhong Hanlin. "Old Lu, do you mind if I talk to your godson?" Zhong Hanlin asked with a smile. "If you want to talk about it, then talk about it. Do you think you can snatch it away?" Lu Weishan revealed a rare, childlike side as he joked. Yang Ming knew why Zhong Hanlin was looking for him, so he didn't ask much. He came to Lu Weishan's study with Zhong Hanlin. Since both of them were guests, they sat on both sides of the sofa on the coffee table. No one sat in the boss chair behind the desk. "Yang Ming, today's operation was very successful. It was the first time in my life to do such an operation." Zhong Hanlin sighed. Uncle Zhong, I have no other way. It's also a coincidence that I have this ability." Yang Ming nodded. "Yang Ming, your godfather still doesn't know about this, right?" Zhong Hanlin asked. "Yes, I didn't tell my godfather. Even my parents don't know." Yang Ming said, "So that's the case." Zhong Hanlin hesitated and then said, "Then don't let old Lu know. The fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better." Yang Ming nodded and said, "I think so too. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. It seems that you still trust me. Aren't you afraid that I will say it?" Zhong Hanlin smiled. "Uncle Zhong, and my godfather can be said to be best friends. After so many years of relationship, they are like brothers. It should be said that they're closer than brothers. I think Uncle Zhong can't harm me anyway. Yang Ming said, You are right. Wei Shan and I. AI, you're his godson. In fact, there is no difference between you and my godson. Zhong Hamlin nodded and said, If it were another person, I would find a way to bring him to Beijing and give him a brainwave or something. But you don't have to. I don't want you to be targeted by people with bad intentions. This matter ends here. I know. Don't let a third person know. You can rest assured that Uncle Zhong is a person who is about to enter the ground. I won't talk so much. Thank you, Uncle Zhong. Yang Ming said quickly. I don't know what your relationship with the injured girl is, but as an elder, I still have to remind you that you should think twice before you do anything in the future. Don't be so impulsive. Zhong Hamlin reminded. Today, the person you told is me. That's fine, but if you change it to an unfamiliar person, you are likely to be in trouble in the future. I know, Uncle Zhong. I will be careful in the future. Yang Ming said humbly. Wei Shan's son has already had an accident. I don't want anything to happen to his godson. We are old. We can't afford to be hit too hard. Zhong Hamlin said, You see, Wei Shan and I are about the same age, but he is obviously much older than me. Why? Isn't it because of that matter? So, Yang Ming, you have to remember that you are not only living for yourself, but also for the people around you. Yang Ming nodded deeply. Zhong Hamlin waved his hand and stood up. The two people went out of the study together. Old Zhong, what did you say to Big Ming? Lu Weishan saw the two people coming out and asked casually. Nothing. I just told him about the situation of the injured so that he could be mentally prepared. Zhong Hamlin said naturally. Oh, that's it. Let's go. I have cleaned up the bedroom for you. Let's sleep together tonight and talk about the old days. Lu Weishan was in good spirits today. He was very excited. Even if you don't say it, I have to disturb you. I don't know if sister-in-law will agree. Zhong Hamlin joked. You go. We are an old couple. Do we still need 1 or 2 nights? Chu Weifang said as she prepared the bedding. Yang Ming said goodbye to Lu Weishan and his wife, as well as Zhong Hamlin and his wife. He was ready to go home. Xiaoqing also came over and said, It just so happens that I am going back. Let's go together. Otherwise, the road is dark. I'm still a little scared. Right, Big Ming. You send your sister directly to her door. Chu Weifang immediately said, It is before the Chinese New Year. The students in the school are on holiday. It is not safe. I know, godmother. Yang Ming nodded. Don't worry. I will take care of this mission of protecting the flower. Xiaoqing heard Yang Ming talk about protecting the flower. She was shocked. How can you say this casually? However, when she saw that Chu Huifang and others didn't have a different expression, she knew that Yang Ming was joking. Xiaoqing glared at Yang Ming angrily. You made me worry so much. Yang Ming pretended not to see it and continued to say, When the bad guys see that your boyfriend is so tall and strong, they will definitely not dare to act rashly. Xiaoqing was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but everyone just took it as a joke and smiled. Yang Ming was happy verbally, but then came the problem. When he arrived at the door of Xiaoqing's house, Xiaoqing didn't let him in. Instead, she said coldly, Well, I am home. You can go back. Sister Xiaoqing, are you really angry? Yang Ming had to ask with a smile. No, who is angry? The flower protecting the flower has reached home. It is time to go back. Could it be that you want to steal what you're guarding? Xiaoqing said. Am I not joking? Well, good Qing, don't be angry. Yang Ming said. Forget it. I am too lazy to argue with you. Xiaoqing was older than Yang Ming. It was okay to be coquettish occasionally. After a long time, she felt that her face was a little hot, so she moved aside and was ready to ask Yang Ming to enter the house. However, when Yang Ming entered the house, Xiaoqing was about to close the door, but the door was locked by a hand. Yo, the young couple is quarreling. Don't rush to close the door. A burly black-faced macho man looked at Xiaoqing and said with a smile, Who are you? Xiaoqing was shocked and shouted, What are you shouting for? Motherfucker, don't you want to live? The black-faced macho man wasn't alone. There was a bald man next to him, so he was unwilling immediately. Shua, he showed his knife. If you don't want to die, don't be noisy. Ching Ching, what's wrong with you? Yang Ming heard Xiao Qing's exclamation and turned around abruptly. Just now, he only cared about flirting with Xiao Qing, so he didn't pay attention to where these two guys came from. Shut up. Stay here honestly, or else I will stab your wife to death. The bald man was a much more ruthless character than the black-faced macho man. However, he didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes. In his opinion, the two of them could completely deal with this family. What do you want? Yang Ming frowned. Why are these two people so blind? Don't they know that I want to do something with my beloved Xiao Qing? Why are they bothering me? Nothing much. We brothers are just looking for money. Take out the cash and gold and silver jewelry. We want digital cameras and cell phones. Give us the things, and we will leave. We won't hurt you, said the black-faced macho man. Oh, Yang Ming suddenly felt a little funny. Robbing me? These two guys are really unlucky. However, after the incident with Zhou Jiajia, Yang Ming particularly hated people who used women to threaten him. So, when the bald man said that he was going to stab Xiao Qing to death, Yang Ming's heart had a murderous intention. Threatening the king of assassins? Do you think you don't want to die fast enough? Both of you come in and lock the door. It won't be good for you if the neighbors see it. Yang Ming said, let her go. We can talk about it. At least you know what's good for you. When the bald man heard Yang Ming's words, he thought, this kid is really smart. We don't want to stand at the door like this. If the neighbors see it and call the police, we will be done for. After entering the house and closing the door, the bald man didn't care about Xiao Qing. In his opinion, this couple didn't have the ability to resist at all. Now it was like catching a turtle in a jar. Hurry up. Don't waste time. After I finish this job, I still have to go to someone else's house. I can tell you that I came from the south. I killed 3 people there. The bald man threatened. Really? Hee hee, but you only have 2 people. 2 against 3, it is still a bit of loss. TSK. Seeing that the 2 people closed the door, Yang Ming immediately changed his tone and said condescendingly, what did you say? The bald man was stunned. He didn't understand Yang Ming's words. What do you fucking mean? Nothing. It's just that you're going to die soon. Yang Ming's voice fell, and he made a move. No, it should be his feet. He kicked the black-faced and bald man's temples. Yang Ming didn't show mercy at all, so these 2 people would be disabled even if they didn't die. As for the reason why Yang Ming was so ruthless, first, it was because these 2 people used Xiao Qing to threaten Yang Ming. Second, it was because these 2 guys saw Yang Ming and Xiao Qing flirting at the door. If they went to the police station and made a fuss, it wouldn't look good on Xiao Qing. Therefore, Yang Ming directly had the idea of silencing them. It couldn't be said that Yang Ming was vicious, but these 2 guys really deserved it. Yang Ming was not afraid of any trouble. Robbery in a house was very bad in nature. He was justifiable self-defense. Besides, he just kicked like that. It couldn't be said that he did it deliberately, right? Who can kick someone to death with 1 kick? Unless it was a mistake. If it was a mistake, then he couldn't be blamed. However, Yang Ming still controlled his strength. At most, one would be in a vegetative state, and the other would die on the spot. What happened? Xiao Qing was scared and hugged Yang Ming, looking at everything in front of her in horror. Who knows? Are they dead? Yang Ming smiled and said, it's okay. Just 2 thieves. Let's hurry up and call the police. Don't wait for these 2 people to wake up and retaliate against us. Xiao Qing said immediately. And I think so too, Yang Ming said as he took out his mobile phone to make a call. Xiao Qing was afraid that these 2 people would wake up and hurt people, so she went to the kitchen to find a rope to tie the 2 guys' hands and feet. Yang Ming didn't care about her. It was better this way. It seemed that he didn't know the life and death of these 2 people. Xia Shui, I'm Yang Ming. The phone call was for Xia Shui. After it was connected, Yang Ming said directly, what's wrong, Yang Ming? Xia Shui picked up the phone in a daze. I'm a little tired. I slept in the station. My sister's house was robbed just now. The 2 robbers were knocked down by me. You bring people over to take a look. Yang Ming said, what? Your sister's house was robbed? Xia Shui was stunned. Is it true? Why would I lie to you? Yang Ming said, hurry up. I was a little heavy-handed. Don't blame me if these two people die. Xia Shui knew Yang Ming's skill. Therefore, the police car and the ambulance arrived almost at the same time. When the doctor looked at the bald man, he shook his head directly and said, this person is already dead. Looking at the black-faced man, he was still breathing weakly, so he was carried out. This is... Xia Shui looked at Xiao Qing and asked, this is my god-sister, Lu Weishan's goddaughter. Yang Ming explained. Oh, hello, I'm Xia Shui from Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. Xia Shui said quickly. Please come with me to the station to make a statement, okay? Xiao Qing nodded. I say, can't you be gentler? On this side, Xia Shui had already determined the identity of these two guys through the police. They were both wanted criminals on the internet. Although they were dead, Xia Shui felt that it was better to get something out of their mouths. Only gave each of them a kick. Who knew that they were so weak? Yang Ming said, as he spread his hands. Xia Shui also knew that Yang Ming was stronger. Wang Shifan had so many men protecting him, but he could still be captured by Wang Shifan. Obviously, he wasn't an ordinary person. Coupled with the previous incident with Ji Shuisheng, she didn't think that it was strange for Yang Ming to kill them. Things were easy to determine. Both of them were wanted criminals in the south, and they were armed with weapons. They had no grievances with Yang Ming and Xiao Qing. It was obviously a robbery. According to the new criminal law, Yang Ming's behavior was justified self-defense. The police station would not file a case. However, things were so big that it was impossible to hide it from Lu Weishan. The yard was full of police cars and ambulances. Lu Weishan naturally called Xiao Qing to ask if they were okay. Xiao Qing's home phone was unmanned, so he naturally called. This time, it couldn't be hidden. Xiao Qing said that she and Yang Ming were robbed, but the bad guy had been knocked down by Yang Ming. Both of them were making a statement at the police station. When they just came out of the police station, they saw Lu Weishan, Chu Huifang, and Zhong Hanlin. His grandson, Xiao Zhong, wasn't there. Obviously, the child had fallen asleep, but the adults rushed over. How is it? Are you okay? Chu Huifang asked worriedly. It's okay, godmother. It's just two little thieves. Yang Ming was afraid that Chu Huifang would be worried, so he didn't say that they were wanted murderers. It's okay. Listen to me. Luckily, I asked Yang Ming to send you, or else something would have happened. Chu Huifang said with fear. However, Chu Huifang insisted on not letting Xiao Qing return to the apartment, but because Zhong Hanlin came, there was no space at home, so Lu Weishan suggested, do you want to stay in the hotel? It's okay, godfather. Isn't Lan Ling's and my room empty? Why don't we ask sister Xiao Qing to stay there for the night? Yang Ming suggested. Yes, I'm still worried about staying in the hotel. Let's stay there. Chu Huifang nodded immediately. Yang Ming, aren't there 2 rooms? Why don't you tell your parents not to go home at night? Stay there with your sister. Your sister is still a girl. I'm a little worried. No problem. Godmother, I will accompany sister Xiao Qing. You can rest assured. When Yang Ming heard it, it was exactly what he wanted. He couldn't help but smile. Xiao Qing secretly pinched Yang Ming's waist. How could Yang Ming's little action be fooled by her? After closing the door, Yang Ming held Xiao Qing's waist and said with a smile, this time, it's legitimate for us to live together. Isn't this the house of love between you and Lan Ling? Xiao Qing said with some jealousy. After all, Xiao Qing was also a woman. She was usually very generous, but now in this house, it was full of memories of Yang Ming and another woman, which made her a little melancholy. Yang Ming sighed. Yes, Lan Ling, how is she now? Seeing Yang Ming's disappointed look, Xiao Qing immediately felt that she shouldn't have said those words. She quickly said, I was joking with you, sister Xiao Qing. Do you think I'm very fickle? Yang Ming said with some pain. Is it wrong to be fickle? Xiao Qing smiled and said, well, don't think so much. Sister won't fight with your woman. I'm going to take a shower. Yang Ming looked at the furnishings in the house in a daze. Chapter 587. After a long time, Yang Ming woke up from his melancholy. Looking at the familiar decorations in the room, he had a myriad of thoughts. Sometimes, Yang Ming could confidently admit that he was a playboy, but sometimes he felt that he shouldn't be such a playboy. People are always contradictory. If you get something, you have to lose something. Yang Ming stood up and shook his head helplessly. Lan Ling didn't restrict me from looking for other girls, right? In many cases, Yang Ming blamed his playfulness on the strange voodoo. He comforted himself by saying that the reason why he became like this was all because of the voodoo. However, only Yang Ming knew deep down that this was just an excuse for him to cover it up. Before the voodoo, Yang Ming had feelings for both Chun Mingyin and Zhao Ying. At that time, he also had Su Ya in his heart. Sigh. Yang Ming sighed and went to the bedroom where he had spent countless spring nights with Lan Ling sitting on the big bed. He only felt a little bored. His eyes glanced at everything in the room in boredom. Unconsciously, he used his X-ray vision. It wasn't that Yang Ming used his ability intentionally. It was completely unintentional. Just as Yang Ming's eyes scanned the drawer of the desk, he was attracted by a contract and an appraisal report. Yang Ming walked to the desk and opened the drawer. He took out the contract and appraisal report. After a few glances, he began to frown. This appraisal report was a copy of the evaluation report on the value of the jadeite. The original report wasn't in the drawer, and he didn't know where it went. Of course, if it was a normal appraisal report, Yang Ming wouldn't be interested. However, the photo of the jadeite on the appraisal report was the one that Yang Ming lost in Tengchong and later passed to Yun Guangdou. Yang Ming was afraid that he saw wrongly. However, after looking at it carefully for a long time, he realized that the jadeite in the photo was indeed the one that he lost. Yang Ming immediately fell into deep thought. Why was this thing in Lan Ling's room? With doubts, Yang Ming opened the contract. Yang Ming guessed correctly. This was a contract for the transfer of jadeite. The buyer was Yun Guangdou. It seemed that Yang Ming's guess was right. This was indeed the one that he lost. The name of the person who transferred the jadeite was Chao Jian. Chao Jian? Who is this? Yang Ming was baffled by what he saw. Chao Jian, Lan? Because he found the contract at Lan Ling's place. Yang Ming couldn't help but think that this so-called Director Chao was Lan Ling's surname, Lan. Could it be that Lan Ling stole my jadeite and sold it to Yun Guangdou? Once Yang Ming had this thought, he immediately wanted to give himself a big slap. How could he have such thoughts? Why would Lan Ling steal from him? What a joke. Yang Ming shook his head and instantly dispelled this thought. From the beginning until now, Lan Ling didn't show that she was a greedy girl. Even when Yang Ming said that he wanted to give the jadeite to Lan Ling, she didn't agree. How could she steal it? Moreover, Yang Ming was very clear about Lan Ling's ability. That was foresight. Although she couldn't predict certain things in detail, she could at least guess good or bad luck. So, if Lan Ling wanted to make a fortune, she could just buy a lottery ticket or gamble on a few stones to achieve this goal. Why would she need to steal the jadeite? Moreover, his current relationship with Lan Ling belonged to the same body. Lan Ling could be said to be something that he couldn't do without. Without Lan Ling, then Yang Ming would be done for by the voodoo. Lan Ling asked for money. How could he not give it to her? She would steal the jadeite? Moreover, what made Yang Ming feel inconceivable was that this document was definitely not in this room before, because after Lan Ling left, Yang Ming had thoroughly explored this room. Well, even if I wasn't careful at that time, Lan Ling came back with me from Yunnan. How could I not know if she had the jadeite? Seeing each other naked every night, there was no place to hide the jadeite. Not to mention that Yang Ming had X-ray vision. Moreover, what made Yang Ming puzzled was that even if Lan Ling wanted to steal, she would never sell the jadeite to a buyer in the city. Not only that, but she even signed the contract with her name. Isn't this exposing my identity? There isn't such a stupid person in the world. Moreover, Lan Ling is very strange. How could she make such a low-level mistake? Could it be? Yang Ming's heart was moved. He couldn't believe his own thoughts. But the facts were in front of him. He had to believe it. That is, it seems that someone is deliberately destroying the relationship between me and Lan Ling. Everything seemed to be a trap waiting for me to be hooked, to make me misunderstand Lan Ling, and to cause a conflict between the two of us. It had to be said that Yang Ming had grown rapidly during this time. He was more thoughtful than before in considering problems. He could consider problems from a variety of different perspectives. Lan Ling was brought back from Yunnan by me, and the jadeite was lost in Yunnan. Now, the jadeite actually appeared in Songjiang. Moreover, the transfer of this jadeite was actually placed in Lan Ling's drawer. What does this mean? Lan Ling is a thief? Yang Ming shook his head. What is the purpose of this person? It can be said that if Lan Ling was just a plaything or a mistress that he kept, then the success of this trick was unknown. But now, there are many secrets between Lan Ling and me that are not known to outsiders. Using this trick to provoke the relationship between me and Lan Ling is very stupid. This person doesn't know about the voodoo, and he doesn't know about Lan Ling's aloof character. However, I have to say that his trick is quite brilliant. If it were other people, they might be furious, right? Are you ready to break up with your lover? Yang Ming flipped through the document and then threw it back into the drawer. He pressed his temple and fell in a deep thought. Someone wants to deal with me? Or this person doesn't want me to be with Lan Ling. Everything is an unsolved mystery. Yang Ming was not used to this feeling. This feeling of the enemy in the dark made him feel uneasy. During this time, Yang Ming had been accustomed to being strong and used to the feeling of having everything under control. However, this potential enemy made Yang Ming a little irritated. After checking the other places in the room, there was nothing suspicious. It seemed that the person just put down this document in the room and left. But who is this person? What is his purpose? When Yang Ming opened the door with a key, he found that the door lock was intact, and the window had no trace of being opened. How did this person come in? Could it be that he has the key? Yang Ming made a bold assumption. That's not right. Only Lu Weishan and I should have the key to this room. If Lu Weishan did this, Yang Ming would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Everything had become confusing. However, there was one thing that Yang Ming could be sure of. This was not done by Lan Ling, because if you love her, you have to trust her, right? Yang Ming shook his head and decided to put this matter to the back of his mind. At present, it seemed that this matter did not constitute a direct threat to him. Is he trying to sow discord? No matter what his purpose is, I won't be fooled. If he dared to stand up and provoke me, Yang Ming was not afraid of him. This was exactly what Yang Ming hoped for. Yang Ming adjusted his mood. Xiaoqing had already taken a shower. Yang Ming didn't want her to see that he was troubled by this matter. I'm done. Do you want to take a shower too? Xiaoqing came over with a bath towel and said softly, Okay. Yang Ming nodded. Although he had taken a bath in Wang Shifan's base, he was covered in dust because of the fight and the capture of the thieves. Looking at Xiaoqing's wonderful body, Yang Ming's desire was also aroused. Let's take a shower together later. Yang Ming smirked and pounced on Xiaoqing. Yang Ming told his parents that he stayed at Lu Weishan's house yesterday, so his parents didn't doubt it. Because the new year was coming, Yang Ming couldn't stay at Lu Weishan's house for too long. He had to say goodbye to his godfather and Zhong Hanlin's family regretfully. Zhong Hanlin patted Yang Ming's shoulder with a deeper meaning and said, Little nephew Yang, we are quite congenial. Keep in touch in the future. Don't worry, Uncle Zhong. I will go to Beijing with my godfather to see you when I am free. Yang Ming nodded. However, little Zhong had a good relationship with Yang Ming because of what he did yesterday. He was reluctant to let Yang Ming go because of his relationship with Yang Ming. However, his words carried little weight, so he had to shut up. Coming out of Lu Weishan's house, Yang Ming took a taxi to the People's Hospital. Because he was worried about Zhou Zhejia's situation, Yang Ming couldn't feel at ease if he didn't take a look. Zhou Zhejia was lying quietly on the hospital bed. Her expression was very peaceful. However, her brain waves were very weak and not very active. It could only mean that Zhou Zhejia was not in any danger for the time being, but it was hard to say when she would wake up. As long as Zhong Hanlin had finished the surgery, the rest was recuperation and rest. Other doctors were also competent. At this moment, in addition to Mother Zhou, there was a middle-aged man standing in the ward. When he saw Yang Ming come in, he gently looked at Yang Ming and then said, Are you Yang Ming? Yang Ming nodded, looked at the middle-aged man, and looked at Mother Zhou. The identity of this man was not difficult to guess. He should be Zhou Zhejia's father. However, he still asked politely, "You are?" "I am Zhou Zhejia's father, Zhou Tianxiang." The man's tone was very majestic, but there was no trace of emotion. Unlike Mother Zhou, when she spoke, the contempt and disdain in her tone were revealed. Yang Ming's guess was not wrong. This person was Zhou Zhejia's father. Yang Ming looked at the man in front of him. There was an invisible domineering aura of a superior, but it was not arrogant. How to say, this feeling was a bit similar to Sun San. "Hello." Yang Ming also nodded in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. During this period of time, Yang Ming had seen many big shots and experienced many things. There was nothing to be nervous about on such an occasion. "Let's talk." Zhou Tianxiang glanced at his daughter on the bed with some pity, then turned to Yang Ming and said, "Of course." Yang Ming nodded. "Where are we going?" "Just outside." Zhou Tianxiang pointed outside and said, "Zhou Zhejia's ward with a luxurious intensive care unit." It was divided into 2 rooms. The inside was the patient's ward, and the outside was a small hall prepared for family guests. "How is Zhou Zhejia?" Yang Ming asked as he walked. Zhou Tianxiang glanced at Yang Ming and was surprised. Ordinary students were always very restrained when they walked with other people's parents, let alone taking the initiative to talk. Seeing that Yang Ming was so relaxed, Zhou Tianxiang also sighed at Yang Ming's calmness. In particular, Yang Ming was completely unaware of the aura that he had cultivated for a long time. "She is temporarily out of the critical period, but I don't know when she will wake up." Zhou Tianxiang was also a parent. When he talked about his daughter, the expression on his face changed involuntarily. Yang Ming nodded. He knew that this was the best result. As for when Zhou Zhejia would wake up, it would depend on her luck. "Tell me, Yang Ming, your relationship with my daughter." Zhou Tianxiang received a call from Mother Zhou yesterday, saying that his daughter was injured. He rushed back by plane and just arrived this morning. As soon as he got off the plane, Mother Zhou kept complaining about Yang Ming, but at the same time, she told Zhou Tianxiang about her thoughts yesterday. It was about the problem of what to do if her daughter couldn't wake up. Zhou Tianxiang frowned when he heard it. Now, it was unclear what the relationship between Yang Ming and his daughter was. It was really a woman's view to be anxious to match up with him. "Uncle Zhou, Zhou Zhejia and I were junior high school classmates. Now we are college classmates. As for whether there is any other relationship, it is a relatively good friend." Yang Ming hesitated and could only explain it this way. "Oh, however, I heard from Zhejia's mother that you and Zhejia are lovers?" Zhou Tianxiang cheated. "Lovers?" Yang Ming was stunned and then smiled. She was talking about Wang Jitao, right? Before that, Zhou Tianxiang waved his hand. "I don't like to beat around the bush. Zhejia was compromising in front of Wang Jitao because of you, right? In the end, she took a bullet for you, right?" "Oomph. Yang Ming, you really disappoint me. I didn't expect my daughter to like such an irresponsible man. Don't worry. I don't want you to be responsible for Zhejia. Even if Zhejia doesn't wake up, I don't intend to let her cling on to you." The police had already told Zhou Tianxiang and Mother Zhou about these things, so Zhou Tianxiang still understood the general situation. However, the relationship between Yang Ming and Zhou Zhejia, he was also half speculating and half blackmailing. "Uncle Zhou, you are wrong." Yang Ming was not angry. Zhou Tianxiang's words were right. If he was really Zhou Zhejia's boyfriend, then he was indeed irresponsible. But he really wasn't. "Zhou Zhejia and I are just good classmates. How should I say it? Anyway, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. But as for taking care of Zhou Zhejia, I will do it even if you don't say it." Zhou Tianxiang looked at Yang Ming for a long time and then said, "So, my daughter thinks too much. Of course, you can say that I'm slow to realize it." Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. "Well, it's up to you. But young man, I hope what you said today is true. If I find that you are perfunctory, then you have to bear the consequences." Although Zhou Tianxiang felt that Yang Ming didn't lie, it was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. Who could say for sure? He just scared Yang Ming. Bear the consequences? Yang Ming was amused. When have I ever been afraid of anyone? However, Yang Ming didn't say much. He nodded and got up to leave the ward. Zhou Judge's parents were the kind of rich people, so Yang Ming simply didn't mention any medical expenses. There was no need. After research and discussion, Huang Yukai was listed as a wanted target. Various evidence showed that the possibility of Huang Yukai not participating in smuggling was slim. Because of Huang Youtsai's administrative position in the Wang's group, it was easy to investigate clearly. Many people in the group claimed that Huang Yukai was Wang Shifan's private secretary. He usually didn't manage the group's affairs. Most of the affairs were handled by Vice President Gua. Therefore, Huang Youtsai's identity was immediately apparent. This guy was likely to be Wang Shifan's smuggling arm. Moreover, the more Wang Shifan wanted to remove Huang Yukai from the case, the more the police felt that there was a problem with Huang Yukai. You can't even protect yourself now. Do you still have the time to argue for the innocence of others? Well, even if you don't want to implicate others, why don't you defend Guo Jianchao and the like? Why are you targeting Huang Yukai? Moreover, as the context of the case gradually became clear, Huang Youtsai's role in it gradually emerged. Especially in the case of Su Daji's murder, Wang Shifan's testimony had many contradictions, so the police unanimously determined that the real suspect of Su Daji's murder was Huang Yukai. Unfortunately, Su Daji's corpse had mysteriously disappeared. The police went to the place where Wang Shifan claimed to dump the body, but they didn't find Su Daji's body. This made Wang Shifan very puzzled. Logically, even if the body had mutated, shouldn't it still be there? Did someone move it after that? Or did the body run away by itself? Wang Shifan Association thought of the horrible and strange scene he saw that night. Wang Shifan had a chill, but he was also a person who was about to die. The deterrence of ghosts and gods wasn't so obvious to him. As for Huang Yukai, he had tried his best, but the police weren't so easy to fool. They still found a flaw. This wasn't something that Wang Shifan could control. But what he was most worried about was his son, Wang Jitao. If there was no assistance from Huang Yukai, it was likely that he would be finished. Moreover, now, not only was Huang Yukai wanted, but Wang Jitao also fell into the police investigation list. After all, his father was a smuggler, and he had an unclear relationship with the base and Huang Yukai. He was also the focus of attention. Of course, what the police were most concerned about was whether Wang Jitao was hiding any smuggled black gold. Now, Wang Jitao and Huang Yukai were like frightened birds. They found a remote warehouse to hide. Wang Jitao didn't want Huang Yukai to be taken away by the police. In that case, he would become alone. There was no need to talk about a comeback. Huang Yukai was now his only reliance. How is it? Huang Yukai sat awkwardly in the deformed wheelchair and looked at Wang Jitao, who came in and asked, "The police are looking for us. This is today's newspaper. You have become a wanted criminal." Wang Jitao handed the newspaper in his hand to Huang Yukai and sighed. "Damn, you're like a stray dog." Huang Yukai took the newspaper and threw it aside after a few glances. Then he said, "Jitao, you don't have to suffer with me. The smuggling has nothing to do with you. The police must be looking for you to assist in the investigation. You are suffering with me here. Why bother? Uncle Huang, I am leaving. What are you going to do?" Wang Jitao threw a bag of steamed buns bought at the snack stall to Huang Yukai. Then he opened another bag and ate it. He was used to a life of luxury. Now that he was like a homeless person, he was really not used to it. But what could he do? Wang Jitao was very clear that if he didn't care about Huang Yukai, then Huang Yukai could only wait for death or wait for the police to catch him. Huang Yukai was a disabled person, not to mention that his life was a problem. If he showed up as an obvious target, he would definitely be sent to the police station. Moreover, the police may not have any good intentions looking for me. They must want to get something from me. The money that my dad left me can't be given to them. Wang Jitao swallowed a big steamed bun and said, "That's true, but Uncle Huang really thanks you. Jitao, you're a loyal child." Huang Yukai said very emotionally. "Don't say it, Uncle Huang. Eat it." Wang Jitao finished eating the steamed bun in his hand and took off the cheap sunglasses on his face. His current outfit was no different from the little ruffian on the street, but no one would think that he was the rich young master, Wang Jitao. What about the Wang group? Huang Yukai finished eating the steamed bun. Then he discussed the business with Wang Jitao. President Wang gave you the legal documents. As long as you sign it, you will be the heir of the Wang group. If you don't show up now, I am afraid that there will be another change. It's not that I don't want to show up, but at this time, Wang Jitao said helplessly, we have the legal documents in hand. What are you afraid of? Besides, even if there is a change, there is no other way. How much is the Wang group worth? The total assets are only 100 million, but the cash that my dad left me in the Swiss bank is 20 million US dollars. That's true. Huang Yukai nodded and said, with money, we are not afraid that we can't make a comeback. Yeah, Yang Ming, I will definitely let him pay the price. Damn it, I want him to remember that if he offends me, Wang Jitao, I will let him die a horrible death. Wang Jitao sneered arrogantly. Huang Yukai nodded secretly. It seems that Jitao's character is very different from Wang Shifan's. Jitao's character is similar to mine. They're the kind of people who do things ruthlessly. It seems that if we grasp it well, the two of them may be able to make a comeback and do something big. So he quickly echoed, yes, don't worry, Jitao. I will help you kill him. Wang Jitao nodded. Is there no place for us to stay in such a big city? It can't go on like this. Jitao, don't worry. After a while, the situation won't be serious. Let's find a good place to hide and leave Songjiang, but now we still have to endure for a few months. Huang Yukai looked at the shabby environment here and said helplessly. Wang Jitao clenched his teeth and sighed. I don't know if she can come. I guess she should be laughing at me now, right? After all, our Wang family is sorry for her. How can she help me in this kind of crisis? Moreover, it is this kind of thing that is easy to get into trouble. Jitao, although President Wang has no feelings for her, he still give her family a lot of money every month. It is more than 1 million in a year. He is also loyal. Huang Yukai said, maybe we will come back from the dead. Forget it. I don't have any hope. If she wanted to come, she would have come already. Wang Jitao smiled bitterly. It seems that we have to spend a new year here. In the evening, there was a knock on the door of the shabby warehouse. Wang Jitao was alert and looked at Huang Yukai. Huang Yukai also shook his head. At this time, who would come to this shabby warehouse? Could it be the police? Wang Jitao asked with some fear. I don't think so. The police will smash the door. Our broken lock will open easily. Huang Yukai said. Wang Jitao also felt that it made sense. He breathed a sigh of relief and came to the door of the warehouse. He hesitated for a long time and whispered, Who is it? It's me. It was a female voice, a plain female voice. Sister. Wang Jitao quickly opened the door of the warehouse and said with some excitement, Sister, it's you. You finally came. I knew you would definitely not leave me alone. I'm just here to see if you're dead or not, and also to consider whether or not to tell the police about your whereabouts. The girl in front of the warehouse was unmoved. She glanced at Wang Jitao and said coldly, Sister, you can't just leave us in the lurch. You see that Uncle Huang and I are so miserable now. We don't even have a place to stay. Can you let us go to your place to hide for a while? Wang Jitao didn't care about his face. Regardless of the girl's attitude, he quickly begged. This was his only life-saving straw. Sister, I know that Annie doesn't live in Songjiang. The house is empty. Why don't you let us stay for a while? Auntie? Now you know to call my mom Auntie? What did you call her before? Didn't you call her by her name? The girl said coldly. That, sister, you see, I'm your brother. We have the same blood in our body. You can't just watch your brother die. Wang Jitao didn't want to spend the new year in this broken place. When did you treat me as your sister before? The girl said disdainfully. We are more unfamiliar than strangers. How could that be? Didn't our relationship ease before? Wang Jitao said shamelessly. Before? That's funny. You had a purpose before. If it wasn't for me, and forget it. Let's not talk about this. The girl shook her head. I came this time to bring you some food and warm electrical appliances. They are outside. Move them in yourself. I have done my best. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Sister, Wang Jitao still wanted to say something, but the girl had already turned around and was about to leave. Well, even if you don't care about me, you don't want to see father's revenge, don't you know? Wang Jitao shouted. Father? Did he treat me as his daughter? The girl's body trembled and said, No matter what, blood is thicker than water. You are Wang Shifan's daughter and my sister. Now that father was harmed by Yang Ming, don't you care? Wang Jitao said passionately. There's a saying that no matter how wrong parents are, they are still your parents. They gave you life. That is enough. As a son, if I don't avenge my father, I won't die in peace. The girl stopped and was quiet. No one knew what she was thinking. Wang Jitao didn't speak. He stood quietly and waited for the girl's decision. He knew that his words had an effect. Yes, this sister of mine may not have a good impression of me, but I'm playing the family card now. It's the hatred card. The hatred of killing my father. After a long while, the girl took a long sigh of relief. Wasn't she struggling in her heart? Even if she didn't have a good impression of this elder brother, or that nominal father of hers, her mother loved this man without any complaints or regrets, from the beginning to the end. Now, something happened to her father in name. Her mother must be very sad. For her mother, this hatred must be avenged. The girl lived in a single-parent family since she was a child. Her heart was slightly twisted. Once she hated someone, she would retaliate by any means. What do you want me to do? The girl said faintly. Get close to Yang Ming, gain his favor, and inform him of my whereabouts. That's enough. Leave the rest to me. Wang Jitao knew that the girl finally made a choice in her heart. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. That's it? Asked the girl. That's it. Wang Jitao nodded. Of course, it wasn't just that. After the girl got close to Yang Ming, she might play some unexpected role. At the critical moment, she would be a vital chess piece. But Wang Jitao didn't say these words. Let me think about it. The girl didn't give a definite answer. She left such a sentence and strode out of the warehouse. After the girl left, Wang Jitao and Huang Yukai moved the things sent by the girl into the warehouse. It seemed that the girl was well prepared. Electric heaters, electric mattresses, and so on were all available. There was also a lot of fast food. It was winter now. They were not afraid of spoiling. It was just that Wang Jitao had some regrets that he couldn't go to the girl's house. What's the matter? There is still no news of Wu Ming? Although the Black Widow's tone was flat, her face was slightly frowning. Boss, Wu Ming seems to have been caught. He Shu hesitated and said, Caught? Is there a master around Bao Sanli? Wu Ming's skills are better than yours. Happy to be caught. The Black Widow frowned and asked, Is this news reliable? This is just a guess. He Shu said, however, that Yang Ming seems to have some relationship with Bao Sanli. I am afraid that the person who made the move is him. Last time, He Shu and Feng Dao were injured by Yang Ming. After returning to the headquarters, it was obvious that they couldn't hide it. They could only confess to the Black Widow what they had done, but they didn't expect the Black Widow to ask them not to care about Yang Ming in the future. This made He Shu and Feng Dao feel a little strange. Does their boss know this Yang Ming? However, they knew the Black Widow's means. She was a woman of her word, so they didn't dare to look for Yang Ming again. Therefore, when the matter involved Yang Ming, He Shu was very careful to speak about it. Chapter 588. Yang Ming, why is it him again? Black Widow muttered to herself. I have fought with him, and I don't think he is very powerful. Fought with him? Both He Shu and Feng Dao were stunned. Did their boss fight with Yang Ming? However, Black Widow's kung fu was super terrifying. In her opinion, it was normal that Yang Ming was not very powerful. Well, you should investigate Wu Ming's whereabouts and see if he is in the hands of Bao Sanli. Black Widow said, but that Yang Ming, try not to confront him head-on. It is best not to have any conflicts. Yes, He Shu and Feng Dao replied. After the two of them left, the Black Widow sighed faintly and said, That's all I can do. He was so busy in the past few days. 2 days before the new year, Yang Ming had nothing to do. He was bored, so he spent every day with Li Chong and taught them some kung fu and training methods. These people had a good foundation, so their progress was very fast. It could be said that they were faster than Yang Ming at that time. This made Yang Ming a little ashamed. However, when he thought that these people were his apprentices, Yang Ming's heart was still balanced. Yang Ming had one thing that they could never match, that was eyesight. Yang Ming could accurately shoot a target far away with a dagger, but these people couldn't. Their accuracy was far worse. They were improving, and Yang Ming was also improving. Therefore, if they wanted to catch up with Yang Ming, they couldn't catch up with him. What's more, Yang Ming did not pass on all his skills to them. This was not that Yang Ming was stingy, but he was still the apprentice of the king of assassins. Without Feng Tian's permission, it was inappropriate to teach others. The most important thing was that the king of assassins' skills were passed down one by one. During this period of time, Yang Dashin's Qinjiao Entertainment City business had been booming, but there were also many corresponding problems. Yang Dashin had never opened a similar entertainment place before, so he didn't have a good grasp of the daily food supply, resulting in a lot of waste. Moreover, Yang Dashin was a very prideful person, so there were a lot of free orders in the entertainment city every day. The seemingly popular business scene was actually not profitable at all. After deducting the abandoned and personnel expenses, it could not even break even. Yang Dashin thought that this situation would last for a while, but many people were not satisfied with taking advantage of him. After getting benefits once, they came for the second time. Moreover, these people felt that Yang Dashin's business was big, and they didn't lack a share of it. Yang Dashin couldn't say some things because of his face. People said it nicely. They were here to support him. However, when there were many people who gave him a free bill, Yang Dashin began to complain incessantly. In the end, he could only put down his pride and say that he would give a 50% discount and charge the cost price. At this moment, these people were a little unwilling. They were all good buddies. But in contrast, some people did not come. But the cost price was not good. The entertainment city was so expensive every day. If it did not make money, it was equivalent to losing money. Yang Dashin had no choice but to cancel the 50% discount policy and change it to 10% discount. As a result, the people who had been eating here all day immediately exploded. We are all your good brothers and good friends. Coming here to eat is giving you face and supporting you. You said that it was okay to charge the cost, but you actually want to make money? You want to make money on your own people's heads? Aren't you a bit too much? With the same price, isn't it the same no matter where we eat? Isn't it the same no matter where we eat? Why do we have to come here? When these people were angry, they immediately left. They spread the news that Yang Dashin was not a good person. He was crazy about money. He actually had the idea of making friends. Although Bao Sanli had a lot of weight in the underworld, gossip was a fearful thing. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't control these people's occasional crooked mouth. In the past, the emperor couldn't control what the people under him said, let alone Bao Sanli. Therefore, those who felt that Yang Dashin was not a good person began to spread it in their small circle of friends. Let me tell you, don't go to Yang Dashin's Tianjiao Entertainment City. Why? Aren't you familiar with Yang Dashin? As for why, I will whisper it to you. Don't tell others. Yang Dashin wasn't being honest. You said that I was quite familiar with him. We were already buddies. When I went to his place to eat, it was fine if he didn't give me a free meal. He could have charged me the cost price. However, he only gave me a 10% discount. He was the same as other customers. This kind of person who is blinded by greed, let's not bother with him anymore. Therefore, everyone nodded. The reputation of Yang Dashin's Tianjiao Entertainment City was getting worse and worse. At first, it was not obvious. After a long time, the business was worse. Business was like this. The more popular it was, the more people would come because people who had never been here would watch. This place was so popular, so it must be good. So people came. But if it was deserted, people would think that this place was definitely not good. It was better not to go. Yang Dashin began to worry, but there was no way. He thought that after the Chinese New Year, there would be more people coming out to play during the Chinese New Year. Maybe the business would be better. The annual festive day had finally arrived. January 25th, 2008. Today was Chinese New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, Yang Ming's family took a taxi to Chen Mingyan's home. Before this, the parents of the two families had contacted each other countless times by phone. They were very familiar with each other. They didn't feel estranged when they met. Looking at the gift in Yang Ming's hand, Chen Fei gave him a slap on the head. "You brat, you even brought something to Uncle Chen's place. Isn't this the white wine I brought? My dad said that in a while, you two will be finished off." Yang Ming smiled. Okay. I haven't had a break this year. It's rare to have a holiday. Today, I have to drink to my heart's content." Chen Fei looked at Yang Dahai, who followed Yang Ming into the door, and said, "Old Yang, we have been friends for a long time." Chun, big brother Chun. Chen Fei was 1 year older than Yang Dahai, so he felt that it was more polite to call him Big Brother Chen. "What Big Brother Chen? I call you Old Yang, and you call me Old Chen. You don't have to be so serious." Chen Fei smiled. "This is sister-in-law, right? She looks so young." Mother Chen also smiled at Mother Yang. Because the two families were very satisfied with the two children together, the atmosphere was very harmonious. There was no sarcasm from one side. However, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan didn't show any excessive intimacy. They just nodded to each other. After all, the parents of both sides were there. Even if they missed each other, they couldn't overdo it. Old Yang, sister-in-law, sit in the house. Mingyan's mother and I just woke up not long ago. We are pasting the couplets. Chen Fei said, "I said that you can just buy 2 of these couplets, but my mother-in-law didn't let me buy it. She wanted to write it herself. The old lady is versatile, so she wrote a few more couplets. You can take them back and paste them. Then, help me thank the old lady," Yang Dashan said quickly. In Chen Mingyan's house, Yang Dashan felt that he had received unprecedented respect. In the factory, he was a worker. He had to be humble when he talked to the section chief. But Chen Fei was a deputy section chief. He was also friendly with him. Chen Fei and Mother Chun went to paste the couplets. Yang Dahai and Mother Yang also followed to help. Only Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were left in the living room. "Did you miss me?" asked Yang Ming. "No." Chen Mingyan glanced at the adults who were pasting the couplets in the kitchen and said, I don't believe it." Yang Ming smiled and hugged Chen Mingyan's shoulder. Chen Mingyan was shocked. "What are you doing? They're all over there." Chen Mingyan widened her eyes. "What's wrong with that? We have already met each other's parents. What's wrong with being intimate?" Yang Ming said indifferently. Let go." Chen Mingyan saw her mother coming out of the kitchen. It seemed that she was going to the bathroom to find something. Cough, cough. Mother Chen coughed twice. Although she knew that the young people were more open now, they couldn't just hug each other in the living room, right? Yang Ming, Mingyan, why don't you two go out for a walk? Right? Mingyan, don't you want to get a haircut? Let Yang Ming accompany you. Mother Chun said it quite tactfully. Yang Ming still heard the hidden meaning in Mother Chen's words. She wanted them to avoid it. He couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. He was too careless just now. He didn't notice Mother Chen coming over. Okay. Chen Mingyan nodded with a blush. She glared at Yang Ming. Yang Ming was also a little embarrassed. He smiled and stood up. Then, Ani Chun, Mingyan, and I will go out first. And just come back at noon. Let's do this. We will call you when the meal is ready. Mother Chen said. Mom, do you want me to help you? Asked Chen Mingyan. Forget it. The kitchen is a little crowded with 4 people. You don't have to do it. Mother Chen shook her head. You go get a haircut. If you don't cut it today, you won't be able to cut it in the future. Your uncle is superstitious. He will die if he cuts his hair on the first lunar month. All right. Chen Mingyan smiled helplessly. Her uncle was indeed very superstitious. He looked at the imperial calendar when he went out. She remembered that last year, her uncle scolded her uncle for cutting his hair in the first month of the lunar month. It's all your fault. Out of the house, Chen Mingyan complained. Can't you be more honest in my house? I was just careless. Yang Ming shrugged. But don't you have to come out to get a haircut? These are 2 different things. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. The 2 people came to a hair salon near Chen Mingyan's house. Nowadays, hair salons like to have some strange names, such as hair cutting workshop, hair styling beauty salon, and so on. There were a lot of people who came to get a haircut today. It seemed that it wasn't only Chun Ming-yin's uncle who was superstitious. Many people had the habit of cutting their hair on Chinese New Year's Eve. Hey, Chun Ming-yin. As soon as they entered the hair salon, a young man on the sofa immediately greeted them in surprise. Li Yixuan? Chun Ming-yin was also stunned. She looked at the young man on the sofa with surprise. What a coincidence. Yeah, what a coincidence. This is... Li Yixuan stood up and looked at Yang Ming next to Chun Ming-yin. Hello, I am Chun Ming-yin's boyfriend, Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't know what this young man did, and he didn't know what the relationship between him and Chun Ming-yin was. In order to prevent this guy from saying anything inappropriate, Yang Ming had to declare his sovereignty first. Oh, Li Yixuan was stunned. Then he looked at Yang Ming and looked at Chun Ming-yin. Then he smiled and said, Hi, hello. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Yixuan. I am Chun Ming-yin's junior high school classmate. We used to sit at the same table. Our relationship is pretty good. Of course, don't get me wrong. We are just ordinary friends. Hee hello. Yang Ming looked at Li Yixuan suspiciously and nodded to him. Who knows if this kid is telling the truth? Are you also getting a haircut here? Chun Ming-yin looked at Li Yixuan and asked. No, I'm accompanying someone else. Li Yixuan smiled bitterly and pointed at a seat not far away. Girlfriend? Chun Ming-yin glanced over there and asked. That's good. Currently, she is just a pursuer. Li Yixuan shook his head. Yang Ming didn't pay attention to his girlfriend. She was far away, and her back was facing here. Yang Ming didn't use his special ability, so he couldn't see clearly. No way, right? Then you have to work hard. Chun Ming-yin laughed. Obviously, the relationship between the two people was good, so they weren't estranged. Yeah, it's a long story. Li Yixuan said helplessly. Sir, miss, are you getting a haircut? As they were talking, a waiter came over and said to Yang Ming and Chun Ming-yin, She is getting a haircut. I am accompanying her. Yang Ming pointed to Chun Ming-yin. Then, please come with me. The waiter said to Chun Ming-yin, There's a seat over there. I'm going to get a haircut first. Let's talk later. Chun Ming-yin nodded to Li Yixuan and left with the waiter. Yang Ming saw that this guy wasn't his love rival, so he didn't have any vigilance and sat next to him. Bro, you are quite badass. After Chun Ming-yin left, Li Yixuan immediately began to warm up to Yang Ming. How am I badass? Yang Ming was a little puzzled. Chun Ming-yin, our junior high school's campus belle. You even got her. Bro, you must have something unique, right? Li Yixuan looked at Yang Ming with envy and asked, Can you teach your bro a few tricks? Chun Ming-yin and I were high school classmates. Maybe we developed feelings over time. Yang Ming wasn't willing to tell his emotional history to others. This kind of thing belonged to personal privacy. That's not it. In junior high school, there were many people who pursued Chun Ming-yin. Why didn't they develop feelings over time? Bro, you must have something unique. Li Yixuan patted Yang Ming's shoulder and said. Yang Ming glanced at him. He thought, I'm not familiar with you, right? You're touching me and asking about my private affairs. Isn't it a bit unethical? In fact, it's nothing. Yang Ming wasn't willing to talk to him more, so he said perfunctorily. Unexpectedly, Li Yixuan didn't know it and continued to ask for advice. Bro, you can't be like this. My relationship with Chun Ming-yin is also good. Aren't her friends also your friends? You can teach your bro a few tricks. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but there is nothing to teach. Yang Ming was annoyed by his questions, so he frowned and said, No way. Are you not willing to teach? Li Yixuan said, You can rest assured, bro. I have no competition with you. Although Chun Ming-yin is as beautiful as a fairy, I don't have chemistry with her. I won't steal your girl. Yang Ming was speechless. He thought, How can there be such a shameless person in this world? Am I afraid that you will steal my girl? If you have the ability, then do it. However, Yang Ming couldn't say this, so as not to let it reach Chun Ming-yin's ears. Bro, you can't be so badass, right? When Li Yixuan saw that Yang Ming didn't speak, he thought that he was moved by him, So he continued, just give me some advice. I promise that I will be grateful. Donghai's Sea Fairy Pavilion is owned by my family. I will give you a VIP card. You can enjoy 3 free orders a year. As Li Yixuan said this, he took out a VIP card from his pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. Oh, Yang Ming took the VIP card and glanced at it. Sea Fairy Pavilion? What the fuck is that? Yang Ming had never heard of it, but he was really annoyed by this Li Yixuan, so he made up a story. I can teach you, but you have to tell me who you want to pursue first. Tell me the simple situation of that person. You also know that everyone is different, and the pursuit method is different. That is, Li Yixuan thought that the VIP card had an effect, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot. Bro, let me tell you, I am pursuing this girl. Her character is a bit cold, but she is very cute. Her family isn't here. She goes to university here alone. I have been pursuing her for a semester, but there is still no effect. You are now pestering her all the time? Asked Yang Ming. Yeah, I think she's a little annoyed with me. What should I do? But if I ask her normally, she won't come out. Li Yixuan said with a sad face. This way, Yang Ming's mind wasn't on this at all. He said casually, is her family rich? Her family? Li Yixuan was stunned. I don't know about this. My family is rich. I don't care if her family is rich or not. Who asked you if you don't care? I'm asking you if her family is rich. In other words, how much can she live on in a month? Yang Ming said as he waved his hand. This, probably more than 1,000. Li Yixuan scratched his head and said, don't estimate. How much is it? This is very important, said Yang Ming. Li Yixuan was a little confused. This doesn't seem to have much to do with it, right? Why not? Do you want to learn? Yang Ming glared and said, if you don't want to learn, then forget it. Yes. Bro, don't be angry. I think her usual expenses should be about 1,000. Li Yixuan said quickly. About 1,000, right? Yang Ming nodded and said, then I will teach you a way. Aren't you pestering her now? My method can make the current situation the opposite. Opposite? Li Yixuan said, how is it opposite? You mean to let her pester me? Is this possible? Possible. Why is it impossible? You do it according to the method I said. I guarantee that you will succeed, said Yang Ming. Brother, what are your tricks? I hope you don't mind giving me some advice. Li Yixuan was overjoyed and asked quickly. It's like this. My trick is for you to borrow money from her. Yang Ming's words were shocking. What? Li Yixuan opened his mouth wide and looked at Yang Ming stupidly. After a while, he said, me? Borrow money from her? My family is so rich. Why do I need to borrow money from her? There are many reasons to borrow money. For example, your family is imposing economic control on you, or your friend is sick and needs money urgently, etc. It depends on how you say it. Yang Ming explained. Moreover, if you want to borrow money from her, you must inquire about how much her monthly living expenses are. Then, you must borrow all of it at once. Don't leave a penny for her. Then, although Li Yixuan was confused, he didn't dare to question it easily. He had to ask carefully. Then you disappear. Don't look for her again. Yang Ming said firmly. Disappear? Li Yixuan said. I disappear after borrowing money? Isn't that a liar? Besides, I've borrowed all her money. How is she going to live? If I didn't say that you were stupid, I would be too lazy to guide you. Yang Ming snorted. Brother, I admit that I am stupid. Otherwise, I wouldn't ask you. Li Yixuan said, can you tell me what is going on? You see, you borrowed her living expenses. She must have problems with her daily life, right? Asked Yang Ming. Yeah, this is what I am worried about. Li Yixuan nodded. You still don't understand? You are an idiot. Yang Ming shook his head and said, she has no money. Naturally, she has to look for you, the debtor, for money, right? If you don't look for her, this time she will definitely take the initiative to look for you. If you don't return her money, she will have to stick to you all day to ask you for money. That's right. Li Yixuan slapped his thigh and said, this is indeed the case. However, isn't this a bit too much? It's almost like a rascal. What do you rely on to pick up a girl? Yang Ming rolled his eyes and asked snappily. Thick skin. Li Yixuan said without thinking. Then it's fine. The winner takes all. When you get the beauty, who cares what method you use to get her? Yang Ming said disdainfully. Yes, yes, brother, I admire you. It's really a smart move. I have learned a lot today. Thank you so much. When we go to Donghai next time, I will treat you to a big meal. Li Yixuan said excitedly. Oh, then let's talk about it later. Yang Ming waved his hand. The move just now was completely nonsense. It would be a miracle if it was successful. However, it didn't rule out the situation of a blind cat running into a dead mouse. I didn't expect this Li Yixuan to be like a treasure. Yang Ming was full of bullshit. He was annoyed by Li Yixuan's questioning, so he simply said such a method. Li Yixuan was excited. He was probably strategizing at the moment. Yeah, wait for me. Li Yixuan suddenly stood up and ran in the direction of the door. It turned out that the girl he had been waiting for had finished cutting her hair and was ready to pay the bill and leave. She didn't even look at Li Yixuan. Yang Ming shook his head. This Li Yixuan, the hope is slim. Even if it's an ordinary boyfriend and girlfriend, the relationship isn't so tense, right? Why does this girl look so familiar? Wang Xiaoyan? Yang Ming blurted out. Yang Ming? Wang Xiaoyan turned her head following the sound and saw Yang Ming. You know each other? Li Yixuan looked at Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming with some confusion. It has nothing to do with you, right? Wang Xiaoyan didn't give Li Yixuan any face. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. This is a delinquent girl. Li Yixuan, aren't you too unlucky? You can't even handle a delinquent girl? That is Zhaoing back. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan had some misunderstandings before, so it was awkward after meeting, so he changed the topic. Not yet. If there is nothing, I will go first. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming and secretly gritted her teeth. Taking advantage of me. If it weren't for Zhaoing, I would have already settled the account with him. Hee, consider yourself lucky. Then we will go first, Yang Ming. When Li Yixuan saw that Wang Xiaoyan was leaving, he quickly chased after her. As he walked, he said to Yang Ming, "Help me to say goodbye to Cheng Yin." Yang Ming waved his hand and thought, this annoying guy is finally gone. But isn't this guy too tasteless? He actually pursued a delinquent girl? Chen Mingyan was just trimming her hair, not cutting it, so it didn't take long for it to be done. It was just to get some of the New Year's joy. Yang Ming paid the money, and Chen Mingyan didn't stop him. The relationship between the two people now didn't need to be so clear. Li Yixuan left? Asked Chen Mingyan. He left. He asked me to inform you. Yang Ming nodded. Why did you talk like that just now? Chen Mingyan was somewhat dissatisfied with Yang Ming's behavior. Li Yixuan and I are junior high school classmates. There is no other relationship. I'm afraid that this guy has ideas about you. Yang Ming smiled. Come on, do you think I'm so popular? Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Why aren't you popular? Don't you know? Our school's BBS has a campus bell ranking list. You're on the list, said Yang Ming. It's all done by some bored people. Chen Mingyan also heard about this from her roommates, but she didn't care. If she paid attention, she would find that Lin Jiyun was also on the list. What are we going to do now? Yang Ming looked at the time. It was still early. Most probably, going back to Chen Mingyan's house would be a nuisance. The adults were busy preparing the meal, so they didn't need the two of them. I don't know. Let's just walk around, Chen Mingyan suggested. We haven't gone shopping for a while. Then let's go. Yang Ming nodded. The two people strolled along the street hand in hand. The shops on both sides were full of the festive New Year with lights and decorations. They strolled down the shops, not to buy goods, but to enjoy the warmth of this moment. It was unknown when it started to snow. Chen Mingyan was like a child. She looked at the snowflakes that fell on her scarf excitedly. Oh, when I was young, I especially liked the snow. When it snowed, I liked to look at the snowflakes outside the window. Chen Mingyan said with emotion, I didn't expect it to become so big in a blink of an eye. Yeah, you're almost becoming someone else's wife. Your child is almost like you, looking at the snowflakes on the window. Yang Ming smiled. You're so annoying. What are you talking about? Chen Mingyan said with annoyance. I'm reminiscing about my childhood, but you just have to mess it up. Just kidding. Yang Ming took Chen Mingyan's hand. Then I'll tell you about my childhood. When I was a child, every time I saw snow, I like to step on the snow, step on it in a certain order. After stepping on it, it was like a car while running over it. It was very neat. I played that too. Chen Mingyan smiled happily. The two people recalled the interesting things of their childhood, from elementary school to junior high school. Yang Ming, what do you think Xia is doing now? Speaking of junior high school, Chen Mingyan couldn't help but think of Suya again. Although it was disappointing to mention it, Chen Mingyan couldn't help but ask curiously. I don't know. Yang Ming sighed, and then said slowly, maybe she's like the two of us, strolling in the snow with her other half. I'm sorry. Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming was a little sad, and she regretted asking this question. Originally, the two people were very happy just now. It's okay. Men should get married when they are of age. It's nothing. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Chen Mingyan also sighed softly. It seemed that Suya still had a place in Yang Ming's heart. Perhaps only time could change all of this. Unknowingly, the two people actually walked to the seaside. The seaside in winter was very deserted, and the cold sea breeze blew the hair of the two people. Suya and I have been here before. Yang Ming pointed to a reef monument not far away. They asked Chen Mingyan. Not really. One day, after school ended early, we had nothing to do. We want to walk home together. Who would have thought that once we started talking, we didn't want to separate? Just like today, we accidentally came here. Yang Ming shook his head. How would a child know what a date is? That is also a good memory. Chen Mingyan wasn't jealous this time. This kind of jealousy was not necessary at all. Suya had now disappeared from Yang Ming's life. It could only be regarded as a good memory. How could Chen Mingyan be jealous of a memory? And Yang Ming nodded and said, let's go and have a look. I remember that Suya and I engraved our names on it. I don't know if it's still there. Okay. Chen Mingyan nodded. Although her heart wasn't very comfortable, there was no other way. Moreover, she was also somewhat curious. She was trying to understand Yang Ming's past. If you love someone, you have to accept all of him, right? Including his past and the past. The two people came to the front of the monument. Yang Ming's eyes were sharp. He found his and Suya's names among the countless names. Although the traces were already very faint, it could still be seen clearly if you looked carefully. It's here. Yang Ming pointed to the names on it and said, vandalism. Chen Mingyan glanced at it and thought about it. She used this sentence to vent the imbalance in her heart. That's right. Anyone who saw their lover's name together with another girl would feel uncomfortable. So many people have engraved it. It doesn't matter if I am one more. And what are you doing? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan in surprise and said, didn't you say that it was vandalism? Why are you? Chapter 589. Chen Mingyan picked up a small stone by the side of the stone tablet and started carving on the stone tablet with all her might. Chen Mingyan wanted to cross out Suya's name and write her name next to it, but she hesitated and didn't do so. Instead, she engraved her name under Suya's name. If she crossed out Suya's name, Yang Ming would definitely think that she was stingy. Being angry with an illusory person might destroy the original warm atmosphere. However, Chen Mingyan was unwilling to let Yang Ming and Suya appear side by side on this stone tablet, so she could only add her name under Suya's name. At first glance, it seemed that Yang Ming had two wives. Suya was the first wife, and Chen Mingyan was the second wife. However, there was no other way. Chen Mingyan gritted her teeth and endured it. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan's action, but there was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. This stone tablet was called the Three-Life Stone. It was said that as long as a man and a woman engraved their name on it, they would be together forever and never be separated. This was also the reason why many couples left their names on it. However, legends were legends. There was no scientific basis. Yang Ming was just looking for psychological satisfaction. He didn't think that Suya and Chen Mingyan would be with him forever. Chen Mingyan was possible, but he didn't know where Suya was now. At that time, little Yang Ming and little Suya didn't know what love was. Engraving on the stone tablet was completely for fun. Being together forever? There could be many explanations. Good friends could also be together forever. There are so many people who destroy it. I'm not the only one left. Chen Mingyin threw the stone in her hand aside and looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. When she finished engraving her name, she also drew Yang Ming's name a lot heavier. In contrast, Suya's name was very faint. If one didn't look carefully, it could almost be ignored. Yang Ming looked at the name on the stone tablet and sighed. Chen Mingyin still liked to play some tricks, but this was much better than the original little vinegar jar. Yang Ming didn't care too much. After all, Suya could only be a part of his memory. Only the current Chen Mingyin was really with him. Yang Ming took Chen Mingyin's hand and said, I hope we can fulfill the prophecy on this stone tablet, and Chen Mingyin nodded vigorously and held Yang Ming's hand. We will. Seeing that Yang Ming wasn't angry because of her actions, Chen Mingyin was relieved. When she saw Yang Ming's gloomy face, Chen Mingyin even had the impulse to draw Suya's name again. She didn't know why, but Chen Mingyin felt that she was more and more concerned about Yang Ming's thoughts. Do I love him too much? Have I lost my own personality? As she was thinking, Chen Mingyin's cell phone rang. She took it out and saw that it was a call from home. Your mother. Is it because the meal is ready and they want us to go back? Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID and asked. It should be. Chen Mingyin nodded. Pick it up. Yang Ming smiled and said, just say that we will check out and go back immediately. Go to hell. Chen Mingyin glared at Yang Ming and picked up the phone. Hello? Little Yin. What do you mean go to hell? What are you talking about? Mother Chen asked, baffled. Ugh. Chen Mingyin sweated and said, Mom, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Yang Ming. That won't do. How can you talk about him like that? A girl can't be too arrogant. You have to be gentle. What did I talk to your dad like that? Mother Chen reprimanded seriously. Chen Mingyin couldn't say anything. She could only stare at Yang Ming desperately. It couldn't be helped. She couldn't ask her mother to repeat what Yang Ming said. Well, girls should behave themselves in the future. The meal is almost ready. Where are you and Yang Ming? When will you come back? Mother Chen asked. We're at the seaside. Let's go back now. Chen Mingyin said. Okay, you guys take a taxi. Hurry up. Mother Chen said. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mingyin was so angry that she really wanted to kick Yang Ming, causing her to be scolded by her mother. What are you laughing at? Seeing Yang Ming snickering, Chen Mingyin was even angrier. She snorted and said, What are you laughing at? You were scolded, right? Yang Ming finally couldn't help but laugh. Yeah. Humph. I will go back and tell your mother that you bullied me and wanted to take me to the hotel. Chen Mingyin threatened. Huh? Yang Ming was stunned. He was a little dumbfounded. Really? Don't. Aren't you trying to kill me? Seeing that Yang Ming was scared, Chen Mingyin said happily, Let's see if you still dare to talk nonsense in the future. The two people stopped the taxi, told the driver the location, and then got in. Come on. Yang Ming put his arm around Chen Mingyin's shoulder and let her lean his arms. What are you doing? Chen Mingyin struggled and said, There won't be a chance after we go back. Yang Ming whispered. Oh. Chen Mingyin listened to Yang Ming's words and thought about it. In front of the parents of both sides, the opportunities to be intimate with each other were pitiful. Now, it was also an opportunity to be intimate, right? Although Chen Mingyin was a girl with a very reserved character, she also missed Yang Ming. This kind of intimate moment was very enjoyable, so she lay in Yang Ming's arms obediently. The two people enjoyed this moment of warmth, but there was someone who spoiled the scene. After a long time, they still hadn't reached home. Yang Ming couldn't help but look out of the window, strangely. As a result, the car actually drove to the outer ring. Yang Ming was immediately unwilling. Where are you going? Aren't you going to the community on Wenxing Road? The driver said indifferently. I'm going to the community on Wenxing Road, but where are you driving from? Yang Ming said coldly. We are already in the outer ring. Are you going out of the city? Oh, there is a road construction there, so I have to take a detour. The driver said shamelessly, It's Chinese New Year. It's a festive occasion. Aren't you thinking of speeding up? Yang Ming looked at this guy who was lying with his eyes wide open and was a bit speechless. Is there anyone who earns money like you? It's true that it's a festive occasion. If you honestly send us to the place, I may give you 100 yuan. You don't have to keep the change. But now, isn't it a bit unreasonable? Road construction? We walked to the beach. Why didn't I see a road construction? Yang Ming snorted. It was just built. Big men should be more straightforward. Don't be so calculative about these small things. The taxi driver said, What is just built? Chun Ming Yin was unwilling. Aren't you making a detour for me? The taxi driver thought that this young man and woman who were dating, the man would not be calculative in front of the woman for the sake of face. But he didn't expect the woman to be unwilling. He had been driving a taxi for many years. He had already developed a pair of discerning eyes. Generally, young men and women who came out to take a taxi and sat casually on one side were generally married couples. It was difficult to scam them. But people like Yang Ming who sat together after getting in the car were generally men and women who were in love. Generally, the man would show his generosity in front of the woman. There were few who would care about the fare. Therefore, he directly classified Yang Ming into this category. Today was Chinese New Year. He felt that Yang Ming would not be calculative because of this little money. But he didn't expect that Chun Ming Yin was also unwilling. How could he know that Chun Ming Yin was a very principled girl? 1 is 1, 2 is 2. How could she allow others to cheat her? So the taxi driver was also a bit speechless for a while, but he calmed down and said, It's Chinese New Year. Don't be so troublesome. Well, I'll give you a round number when we get there. Hey, Yang Ming was immediately amused. You're making a big circle for me. You are delaying our time. Do you think I will give you money? You don't want to pay? The taxi driver glared and stopped the car on the side of the road with a screech. Then he said, If you don't want to pay, get out of the car. You guys get out here. The taxi driver had a look of victory over Yang Ming and Chun Ming Yin. Because this was the outer ring bridge, except for some vehicles going out of the city, there were few taxis passing by. If Yang Ming got out of the car, it would be difficult to stop another car. Moreover, this was a high-speed road section. It was extremely dangerous for pedestrians to walk on it, so the taxi driver was not afraid that Yang Ming would not comply. What's with your attitude? We complained to the Transportation Bureau's rental management office. Chun Ming Yin liked to use laws and regulations to defend her rights because of her family background. Hi, you call? You know a lot, but it's useless. The taxi driver was amused. Today is Chinese New Year's Eve. The Transportation Bureau is on holiday. Who are you looking for? Chapter 590. Hurry up and drive. Otherwise, you have to bear the consequences. Yang Ming wasn't like Chun Ming Yin, who liked to talk about big principles. If he didn't agree, he would just hold his fist. This was Yang Ming's style. It's fine to drive, but the taxi driver patted the meter in front of him. Do you see the number above? When we arrive at the destination, we will pay in full. Can you say it again? Yang Ming sneered at the taxi driver. Even if I say it 10,000 times, it will still be the same. Because Yang Ming and Chun Ming Yin were sitting at the back of the car, there was a protective window between them and the driver. He wasn't afraid that Yang Ming would do anything to him. If Yang Ming dared to get off, then he would drive away directly. Pa! Yang Ming punched the protective window of the taxi, and a big dent immediately appeared on the protective window. The taxi driver was shocked and said, What are you doing? Do you believe that I can hit your head with my next punch? Yang Ming said coldly, Hurry up and drive. Don't dawdle. Just drive. You can't destroy my car. The taxi driver was obviously scared by Yang Ming's action, so he had to whisper, Do you believe that I will destroy your car? Yang Ming heard his whisper and said with a glare, I'll drive. I'll drive. The taxi driver thought that he was unlucky. He went for wool and came back shorn. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so fierce. He punched a big dent in the hard protective fence. You see, it's useless to reason with this kind of person. He just needs a beating. Yang Ming pointed at the taxi driver and said. In fact, he was also explaining to Chun Ming Yin. Sometimes, using violence was a last resort. He didn't want Chun Ming Yin to always say that he was violent. Chun Ming Yin sighed. What Yang Ming said made sense. When she said that she wanted to complain about him, he was not afraid. On the contrary, when Yang Ming made a move, he became obedient. What kind of person was he? When the taxi driver heard Yang Ming's words, he immediately got angry. He was not a good person either. There were scums in every industry. For example, the current driver, Su Songshu, was originally a ruffian. Later on, when he got older, he couldn't mix around anymore, so he found a job as a taxi driver. However, he still kept in touch with some gangsters in society. Usually, when he was driving, he would bluff and cheat. He would cheat as much as he could, especially for foreign guests and young couples like Yang Ming. He was even more merciless. He didn't expect to encounter a problem today. However, Su Songshu was not willing to be bullied by Yang Ming. While he was driving, he secretly took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to a few of his friends. He asked them to wait for Yang Ming when they arrived at the destination. He wanted to teach them a lesson. Along the way, Su Songshu didn't dare to be rash. He acted like a coward. He thought that when he arrived at the entrance of Wenxing Road, he must teach Yang Ming a bloody lesson. He wouldn't stop until he had squeezed all the money out of him. The car drove to Huaxing Road. Su Songshu saw that his few friends were on the roadside. He immediately calmed down and stopped the car directly next to them. Guangdang, the back door was opened by several of Su Songshu's friends. One of them, a guy with a watermelon head, bared his teeth at Yang Ming and said, "You get out of the car." Chang Zi, this kid not only didn't pay for the car, but also broke the protective fence inside the car. Su Songshu was full of energy now. He looked at Yang Ming proudly and said, "Hey kid, you have a lot of courage. At such a young age, you learned how to drive an overlord? You even broke the protective fence of the car? I didn't expect that you, kid, are so fierce." The watermelon head, called Chang Zi, stared at Yang Ming and said, "Who are you?" Yang Ming looked at Chang Zi with disdain and said, "This is none of your business. Go away." "Fuck." Chang Zi reached out and slapped Yang Ming's face. "Little brat, how can you talk like that? You don't want face, right? Are you asking for a beating?" Yang Ming tilted his head and casually avoided Chang Zi's slap. Then he said impatiently, "I'll say it one last time. This is none of your business. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Then he turned to Su Songshu and said, "And you, I saw that you were so honest, so I thought about giving you a few more coins to make up for your loss. I didn't expect you to dare to call people to trick me. Then I'm sorry, there is no money." "Io." Chang Zi was amused. "Kid, you are quite stubborn. Did you see how many people I brought here? I admit that you have some ability to make the protective fence like this, but no matter how badass you are, can you beat the four of us? Do you want to be a hero in front of girl? Don't end up being a coward, right?" After that, he said to Chun Ming Yen on the side, "Your boyfriend wants to show off. Seeing that you look good, I will give you face and obediently bid 5,000 yuan. Then we'll call it quits. Otherwise, your boyfriend may have to spend this Chinese New Year in the hospital." Yang Ming saw that this guy was dawdling, and he was a little annoyed immediately. Originally, he didn't want to cause trouble in front of Chun Ming Yen's house. After all, his mother-in-law was nearby. It wasn't good to spread the news, so he wanted to drive these people away as soon as possible. However, he didn't expect this guy to take advantage of him. He immediately frowned and said, "I will give you 300 yuan. I don't want to dawdle with you during the Chinese New Year." "What? 300? Chang Zi saw that Yang Ming was willing to pay, so he thought that Yang Ming was soft. He immediately became arrogant. 5,000 yuan. Don't think about leaving with a penny less. Fuck you." Yang Ming was really impatient this time. He slapped Chang Zi and directly hit him until he spun around and fell to the side. "Go! Woo! Go beat him!" Chang Zi spat out a front tooth, and his speech was a little leaky. These people all thought that Yang Ming was the one who took advantage of Chang Zi's unpreparedness. They didn't think that Yang Ming was very powerful. They thought that they had 4 people on their side. Why would they be afraid of him? So they all stood up and surrounded Yang Ming. "Hey, what are you people doing? Are you gathering to fight?" These people just wanted to make a move, but they heard a loud shout. When they turned around, they saw 2 uniformed policemen coming over. They didn't dare to make a move, and stood aside obediently. Although there were many people on this side, how could the gangsters dare to make trouble with the police? "What's the matter?" asked one of the policemen. "This brat is riding an overlord. We are stopping him to ask for money," Su Song-shu hurriedly explained. "Is that so?" asked the policeman. "No, this driver took us on a detour. We refused to pay the extra fare, so he found these people to not let us go." Chen Mingyan was immediately unwilling. Are you the daughter of Captain Chen's family?" Another policeman looked at Chen Mingyan and suddenly asked, "Your Uncle Kai?" Chen Mingyan also recognized the policeman in front of her. He was the deputy chief of the security department in her father's unit. He also lived in this community. Sometimes he went to work with her father. Chen Mingyan naturally recognized him. What's the matter? These fellows actually dared to kill you?" The policeman named Kai said to another policeman beside him, "Take them back to the station first." Su Song-shu was suddenly dumbfounded. He didn't expect this to be a big mistake. This young man is not a good person. Why is this woman so powerful? Listening to the policeman's tone, he must be an inner disciple of the police station. His father is a captain. That misunderstanding. Brother police, I was just joking. It's fine. Su Song-shu quickly changed his words. It was Chinese New Year. After entering the police station, they had to eat Chinese New Year's Eve dinner. How could that be? Misunderstanding? You didn't say that just now, right? The previous policeman asked. Didn't you say that someone took a taxi? No, I was just joking. Su Song-shu's sweat flowed down. What a bad day. The policeman named Kai saw that he gave in, so he didn't want to argue with him. It was Chinese New Year. Forget it. So he waved his hand and said, "You should be careful next time. I remember your car number. I will inform the traffic department. If I hear about you taking advantage of a customer, then you will be unlucky." Yes. Su Song-shu nodded quickly, but during this time, he didn't dare to take advantage of a customer. Seeing that Su Song-shu left, Chen Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief and said to the policeman named Kai, "Uncle Kai, you don't know. This person is too hateful. He took us around the outer ring. The face of the people of Songjiang was lost by such a guy." The policeman named Kai said, "You can rest assured. I will find someone to watch him. If this guy dares to take advantage of a customer, I will definitely teach him a lesson." "Hey, this is..." The policeman named Kai looked at Yang Ming and asked, Chapter 591. Hello, Uncle Kai. I'm Yin's boyfriend. I came to Uncle Chen's house with my parents for the Chinese New Year. Yang Ming said quickly. "Oh, this young man is not bad. You look like a talent. Especially just now. You were fearless in the face of danger. You weren't threatened by those evil forces. You're not simple." The police officer with the surname Kai praised. "Uncle Kai is overpraising me." Yang Ming smiled. "Okay. Then I won't bother you." The police officer with the surname Kai said to Chen Mingyan, "Send my New Year's greetings to your dad." Because of this little episode, the sweet mood of the two people was a lot worse. When they returned home, Mother Chen couldn't help but ask why they were so late. Chen Mingyan wasn't willing to say too much. She just explained that there was a traffic jam on the road. The meals at home were all made by themselves, but there were a lot of different dishes and they were delicious. During the Chinese New Year, Chen Mingyan's family would go to Chen Mingyan's grandmother's house to celebrate the Chinese New Year, but this year's situation was different. Naturally, they couldn't go. But even if they went to her grandmother's house to celebrate the Chinese New Year, they would eat outside instead of cooking at home. They hadn't enjoyed the warmth of eating at home for many years. Chen Mingyan felt very warm. Yang Ming's family cooked at home every year, but it wasn't so sumptuous. The three of them couldn't eat too many dishes. Therefore, today was the first time that the two families had cooperated for the Chinese New Year, but it seemed that the effect was still very good. The two families sat together and clinked the wine glasses in their hands. This also indicated that the matter between Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming was settled. Chen Fei and Mother Chen were both people on the scene, especially Mother Chen. She worked in a state-owned enterprise and was a senior executive. There were many social occasions. Although Yang Dehai and Mother Yang were a little restrained at first, the atmosphere was soon stirred up. Sister-in-law, I heard that you were laid off. Of course, I don't have any other meaning. Mother Chin said, why don't you come to our unit? My company's benefits are good, although I can't guarantee to arrange a small official position for you. You'll be a formal employee. Oh, Yang Dahai was immediately interested when he heard it. In the eyes of his generation, an iron rice bowl was the most important. Nothing else was better than it. When he heard that Mother Chun had this ability, he quickly said, Sister-in-law, that's great. If I can enter your company, that would be great. Brother Yang, you don't have the final say in this matter. You need sister-in-law's approval. Mother Chin smiled and said, I heard from Ming Yin that Yang Ming is now running a company with friends outside. Sister-in-law might want to enjoy life at home. Look at what you were saying. What's there to enjoy? Isn't it still not done yet? When she heard Mother Chan praise her son, Mother Yang was very happy. Isn't that about the same? I can't do it. I still have to work hard for a few years. Mother Chin said, Sister-in-law, this isn't right. Isn't Big Ming's Ming Yin's? Isn't that yours? Yang Dahai said quickly. That's also true. Mother Chin nodded and smiled. Mom, what are you talking about? Chen Ming Yin suddenly felt embarrassed. We are talking about you and Yang Ming. You aren't young anymore. What is there to be shy about? Aren't you shy about cuddling on the sofa? Mother Chin said mischievously. Mom. Chen Ming Yin lowered her head. Her face was as red as the big crab shell on the table. This meal could be said to have started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and continued until 6 o'clock in the evening. What the two families wanted was the cheerful atmosphere at this dinner table. It wasn't specifically for eating. In the end, it was just a chat. Of course, Yang Ming and Chun Ming Yin had already eaten. They weren't willing to be the target of the adults' teasing. The two young couples went directly to Chun Ming Yin's room. Yang Ming locked the door. Chun Ming Yin frowned and said, What are you doing? If you lock the door, Mom, Dad, Uncle, and Auntie will misunderstand. Hurry up and open it. It's okay, Yang Ming said with a smile. They are chatting in full swing. How can they take care of us? Besides, if they look for us, they will definitely knock on the door first. Yang Ming said as he lay on Chun Ming Yin's small bed. Get up quickly. It's so dirty. Take off your clothes. Chun Ming Yin said angrily. I changed the sheets this morning. Take off my clothes? Then I'll take them off. Yang Ming said as he began to take off his pants. You really pissed me off? Chun Ming Yin rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Can't you be serious? Do you want to leave a bad impression on my parents? Just kidding. Yang Ming put away his smile and said, Don't worry. I won't do anything excessive. That's more like it. Chun Ming Yin nodded and sat on the bed. Right, Yang Ming, how is Zhou Zhejia's injury? In Chun Ming Yin's heart, she had always been full of sympathy for Zhou Zhejia. Yes, I also love Yang Ming, but my treatment is completely different from hers. I put in the effort, but I got the due reward. But what about Zhou Zhejia? Chun Ming Yin knew that this girl's love for Yang Ming was no less than her own. Moreover, she put in more than her own. For Yang Ming, she even sacrificed her life. But what did she get? Cold bullets and a lonely hospital bed. On this day of national celebration, she was lying in bed and hadn't woken up yet. Every time she thought of this, Chun Ming Yin had an unprecedented feeling. Indeed, women are selfish animals, but at the same time, women are also the most sympathetic. Chun Ming Yin's heart now only had sympathy for Zhou Zhejia. She didn't have any thoughts of competing with her. Yes, sometimes Chun Ming Yin even thought that if possible, even if Yang Ming gave a little love to Zhou Zhejia, she wouldn't mind. Chun Ming Yin was careful to guard against Lan Ling. Although she had no choice but to accept this fact, she still wanted to dominate Yang Ming deep in her heart. But for Zhou Zhejia, it was a different idea. On the second day of Zhou Zhejia's hospitalization, Chun Fei took Chun Ming Yin to the hospital to visit Zhou Zhejia. Looking at the bed, the girl who was originally beautiful and not inferior to her had now become thin and haggard with a pale face. Chun Ming Yin secretly shed tears. She cried. She cried for a girl who also loved Yang Ming. Zhou Jijia was really pitiful. God had pity on her. Yang Ming would go to Zhou Jijia's ward every day, no matter what happened. He would hold her hand and talk to her for a while. Because the doctor also said that Zhou Jijia's injury was now in the recovery period, but whether she could wake up wasn't something that could be solved by the medical field. Only people who were familiar with Zhou Jijia often talked to her. Maybe she would wake up faster. Therefore, whether it was effective or not, since the doctor said so, Yang Ming would insist on doing it every day. Now, he could only do so much. It's still the same, Yang Ming said with a sigh. Don't blame yourself. No one wants such a thing to happen. Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming's mood instantly drop and quickly comforted him. Yeah, no one wants it. I don't know when she will wake up. Yang Ming shook his head and said, but when she wakes up, the trouble comes again. What's wrong? Why is there trouble when she wakes up? Chen Mingyan asked, baffled. Yang Ming didn't intend to hide it from Chen Mingyan, so he repeated what he said to Zhou Jijia on the way to the hospital to Chen Mingyan. This was his promise to Zhou Jijia. I understand. After Chen Mingyan listened, she took a long sigh of relief. After a while, she said, in the situation at that time, your promise was the only hope for Zhou Jijia to live, so I understand. You don't blame me for saying that? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I don't blame you. Even if I am by your side, I won't be angry after listening to it because you did the right thing. Chen Mingyan nodded firmly. AI, Yang Ming said helplessly. I now hope that Zhou Jijia will get better soon, but I don't know how to face it after she wakes up. This promise is too heavy. I can't breathe under the pressure. Chen Mingyan was silent. Yeah, what should I do after Zhou Jijia wakes up? Should Yang Ming keep his promise? Or Chen Mingyan subconsciously didn't want Yang Ming to keep the promise. But when she thought of Zhou Jijia's disappointed expression when she heard Yang Ming telling her the truth after she finally woke up, Chen Mingyan couldn't bear it. Isn't this a bit too cruel? After going through a life and death situation, I finally got a promise, but it's a lie. What should I do? Chen Mingyan couldn't help but think about it. If I were Zhou Jijia, what would I do after hearing this situation? Lose the meaning of life? Commit suicide? A horrible idea appeared in Chen Mingyan's mind, making her shudder. Chapter 592. Let's talk about the future in the future. Chen Mingyan said faintly, Zhou Jijia is really pitiful. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan with some astonishment. For the first time, this was definitely the first time that Chen Mingyan was not angry about the entanglement between him and other girls. She was not even jealous. You mean? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan and felt a little incredulous. Let's not talk about this, okay? Chen Mingyan shook her head and said, everything. Let's wait until she wakes up. Okay, Yang Ming replied. However, I have to go to the hospital to visit her often during this time. You won't be angry, right? Of course not. Chen Mingyan smiled and said, what kind of person do you think I am? Why would I be angry with a patient? Thank you, Mingyan. Yang Ming said, thank you for understanding. Why are you saying this? She is injured because of you. If I have time, I will go and visit her. Chen Mingyan said. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the program with the highest rating on CCTV, the Spring Festival Gala, began to broadcast live. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan came to the living room and sat with the four old people to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Although many people said that the Spring Festival Gala's programs were getting worse year after year, the ratings were still very strong. It couldn't be helped. The Spring Festival Gala had become a must-watch TV program on New Year's Eve. People from all walks of life were sitting in front of the TV at this moment, watching the same program. Since CCTV held the Spring Festival Gala in 1983, for more than 20 years, the Spring Festival Gala was the most important and happy event. Everyone always had an early New Year's Eve dinner and quietly waited for the unveiling of the Spring Festival Gala at 8 o'clock. This had become a kind of expectation, a kind of waiting, a kind of habit, a kind of New Year's sentiment that could not be erased. Every year, the Spring Festival Gala was watched and disappointed. However, when the two families watched the Spring Festival Gala together, it was lively. Every New Year, although Yang Ming's family would also watch the Spring Festival Gala, the three of them would sit on the sofa and watch quietly. They rarely talked. Because they were already too familiar with each other, they had already said what they needed to say. So, they naturally watched the television in peace. However, it was different now. The two families were watching the Spring Festival Gala, commenting on each other's shows on TV, eating snacks and drinks, and enjoying themselves. However, at this time, Yang Ming's cell phone rang at the wrong time. "Sorry, I have to take a call," Yang Ming said to everyone with embarrassment, then got up and walked to Chen Mingyan's room. The caller ID was an unfamiliar number. Yang Ming picked up the phone strangely. Did he call the wrong number? It wasn't like this had never happened before. It often appeared in the newspapers. When people called their friends during the New Year, many people inexplicably received New Year calls and text messages from unknown people. When they asked, they found out that there were too many people who wanted to pay New Year's greetings, and some unfamiliar friends pressed the wrong number. "Hello. Hello, who are you looking for?" Yang Ming picked up the phone. "Hello, are you Yang Ming?" The other party asked directly. "I am. May I ask who you are?" Yang Ming saw that the other party was looking for him, but the other party's voice was very strange. It was a woman's voice. Yang Ming felt very strange. "I am Zhao Ying's mother," said the other party. "Oh, hello, Andy. Happy New Year," Yang Ming said quickly. Originally, he was thinking of calling to give New Year's greetings, but he didn't expect Zhao Ying's mother to call him first. "Are you Zhao Ying's boyfriend?" asked Zhao Ying's mother. I am." Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat, but he quickly admitted it. "Hurry up and come over. There's an emergency." After Zhao Ying's mother confirmed, she immediately said anxiously, "Come over? Where am I going? What's the emergency?" Yang Ming asked strangely. "Come to my place," Zhao Ying's mother explained. Zhao Ying was injured by a neighbor's child with a firecracker. Now she is in the hospital. "What?" Yang Ming exclaimed. "Injured by a firecracker? What firecracker?" "I don't know. Maybe it's something like the big god cannon," Zhao Ying's mother said. "You come quickly. The situation is very dangerous now." Yang Ming didn't know what the Great Divine Cannon was, but the power was definitely not small when he heard the name. So, he quickly said, "Okay, then I will buy a ticket and fly over now. Tell me the detailed address. After you come to L City directly, just call me," Zhao Ying's mother said. "Okay, then I will book the earliest ticket as soon as possible," Yang Ming said in a hurry. "What's wrong?" Seeing Yang Ming hang up the phone, Chen Mingyan on the side immediately asked. Just now, she saw Yang Ming answer the phone for a long time, so she came in to see what happened. She vaguely heard the other side of the phone saying something like a boyfriend, so she couldn't help but ask. Yang Ming hesitated and felt that there was no need to hide this from Chen Mingyan. He was now pretending to be Zhao Ying's boyfriend. If he hid it from her, it would be more suspicious. Moreover, it was Chinese New Year, and he was in a hurry to buy a ticket to fly to L City. If there was no suitable reason, it wouldn't work. So Yang Ming explained. "Mingyan, the phone call was from Sister Ying's mother." "Sister Ying? Why did her mother call you?" asked Chen Mingyan. "This is the case. Zhao Ying's parents introduced a boyfriend to her. She didn't like him, but her parents thought that the man was good. So Zhao Ying discussed with me and used me as a shield. She said that I was her boyfriend, so her parents wouldn't introduce a boyfriend to her." Yang Ming said. "Then why are you going to L City? Don't tell me you're going to visit her parents?" Although Chen Mingyan felt that this matter was nothing, it was still very uncomfortable to lend her boyfriend to others. This is not the case. Just now, Zhao Ying's mother called me and said that Sister Ying was blown up by a neighbor's child with firecrackers and was admitted to the hospital. The situation is very serious. She asked me to go there immediately. Yang Ming said. He was injured by the explosion? Chen Mingyan was shocked after hearing it. What happened? Is it serious? I don't know, but it is said that she is in the hospital. The situation should not be good. Yang Ming said, Mingyan, no matter what, Sister Ying is good to me. It is reasonable for me to go and see her. This is good, but if you go now, how will you tell your family? Chen Mingyan asked with concern. Chen Mingyan never thought that there was something between Zhao Ying and Yang Ming. Zhao Ying was her and Yang Ming's teacher in high school. She was like a big sister. No matter how Chen Mingyan association, she would not connect the two people together. Moreover, Chen Mingyan and Zhao Ying were also very familiar. She didn't think that Zhao Ying had any feelings for Yang Ming, so she wasn't worried about this. She was just worried about how Yang Ming would tell his family. To be honest, Sister Ying is my teacher in high school. She is very good to me. It can be said that she gave me a lot of help before the college entrance examination, so it should be normal for me to go and see her. Yang Ming said, "This is true. Then you go and say it. Let my father book a ticket for you. His unit is relatively special. It is more convenient to book these things." Chen Mingyan said, Let's go. Let's go out." Yang Ming nodded and said with some gratitude. When they came to the living room, the adults of the two families were watching TV and didn't pay attention to them. After Yang Ming sat down, he said first, "Dad, Mom, I want to go to L City." "Go to L City? What's going on?" Yang Dahai said, "Are you kidding me? What are you going to do there?" "Dad, Yang Ming was indeed a bit embarrassed to explain. Although Zhao Ying was his high school teacher, it was normal for him to visit her. But the key problem was that Zhao Ying was injured by the firecrackers. How'd he know in the first place? For this kind of thing, if it wasn't a particularly close person, he shouldn't have received the news, right? Of course, this kind of absurd thing of pretending to be Zhao Ying's boyfriend was absolutely not to his parents and Uncle Chun. Otherwise, he would definitely be scolded. First of all, his father wouldn't forgive him. Seeing that Yang Ming was in a dilemma, Chen Mingyan said, "Let me say it. This is the case. Just now, Yang Ming and I thought that we should give a New Year's greeting to our high school teachers and classmates, so we called them one by one. But when we called Teacher Zhao Ying, her mother answered the phone. She said that Teacher Zhao Ying was injured by the firecrackers of the neighbor's child. The situation was very serious, and she was in the hospital. In high school, Teacher Zhao Ying was very helpful to me, especially to Yang Ming. Miss Zhao was also very approachable. We all called her Sister Ying. Our relationship with her was very good. Now that she has such an incident, Yang Ming and I think that we should visit her as soon as possible." Chapter 593. "Oh, Zhao Ying." Yang Dahai thought about it and said, "Is she the teacher who gave you voluntary tutoring every day in high school?" "And Dad, that's her." Yang Ming nodded quickly. "It turned out to be her. Then you really have to go and see her. Without her, you can't get into Songjiang Industry University." Yang Dahai nodded and said, "Dad, Mingyan also helped me a lot." Yang Ming reminded him, "You can't say that. What is the relationship between you and Mingyan? It's normal for you two to study together, but it's the teacher's obligation to help you." Chun Fei continued, "Since she's your teacher, you should go and see her." "Mingyan, and I also think so. I was just about to discuss it with you." Yang Ming didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He looked at Chun Mingyan gratefully. "But it's too late today. Let's do this. I will book a ticket for you tomorrow morning. You and Mingyan go and see." Chun Fei said, "I have a classmate from the police academy in L City. I will ask him to take care of you." "Okay, then I will have to trouble Uncle Chun." Yang Ming said happily and nodded quickly. Yang Ming couldn't be helped. It was unrealistic to find Zhao Ying now. He could only wait until tomorrow. So he sat with Chun Mingyan. The two families continued to watch the Spring Festival Gala, but Yang Ming's mind wasn't on the TV at the moment. Zhao Ying and Chen Mingyan only cared about her as friends, but Yang Ming was different. His feelings for her were more than friends. There was some love in it. Therefore, when Zhao Ying had an accident, Yang Ming was immediately upset. The phone rang again. Yang Ming shook his head. Usually, he didn't have many phone calls. How come there were more calls on New Year's Eve? Yang Ming took out the phone and saw that it was Zhao Ying's mobile phone. Yang Ming took it for granted that it was Zhao Ying's mother calling. He took the phone to Chen Mingyan's room and picked it up. "Hello, Ani?" "Yang Ming, it's me." I am Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying's voice came from the phone. What? Sister Ying, it's you. How are you? Are you in the hospital now? Yang Ming quickly asked with concern. What hospital am I in? I'm watching the Spring Festival Gala at home. Why would I be in the hospital? Zhao Ying said helplessly. It's all because my mom told you nonsense. Nonsense? So, you weren't injured by the neighbor's child's firecrackers? Asked Yang Ming. What? At this time, everyone is watching the Spring Festival Gala at home. Who would go out and set off firecrackers? Zhao Ying said, besides, I am an adult. How can I not pay attention to safety? How can I go in front of the firecrackers? Sweat. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It really scared me. Mingyan and I had to buy tickets to see you. I'm sorry. I've troubled you. Zhao Ying said softly. Forget it. It's good that you are fine. Yang Ming said, but Ani's joke is a bit too much, right? Today isn't April Fool's Day. My mom called you behind my back. She just wanted you to come over and meet you. In fact, she also wanted to test the authenticity of our relationship. Seeing you so worried, she was relieved. Zhao Ying said with some embarrassment. It turned out to be like this. Then do I still need to go over? Asked Yang Ming. Of course, you don't have to come over. My dad scolded my mom after he knew about it. He said that she didn't know the severity of the matter. How can this kind of thing be joked about? Zhao Ying refused. Well, the most important thing is that you're fine. This is better than anything. Yang Ming said, Happy New Year. Send my regards to Ani. And Happy New Year to you too. Send my regards to Chen Mingyan. I'm hanging up. I will go back in 2 days. Zhao Ying said. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming was helpless for a while. What is this? Not only did I scare myself, but my family was also worried. It seems that this time it is difficult to explain. Mingyan. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan with some depression. The phone receiver was quite loud. I heard it. Chen Mingyan also smiled bitterly and said, This matter is really complicated. However, Chen Mingyan apparently also heard Zhao Ying's last sentence to send her regards to Chen Mingyan, so she didn't have any doubts about Zhao Ying. Now she was thinking about how to explain it to the parents of both parties. Yang Ming, aren't you the best at making up lies? Chen Mingyan said, You think about it quickly. How are we going to explain it? When I make up a lie, Yang Ming sweated. When we were in high school, at that time, you skipped classes all day and found a way to fool me with lies. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. You're talking about that time. Isn't that an insignificant lie? Now we're talking to you or my parents. I can't make it too outrageous, right? Besides, I don't want to lie to them. Yang Ming sighed. Really? Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? Chen Mingyan was also very annoyed. How about we say that we made the wrong call, and the other party was joking with us? Yang Ming held it in for a long time and finally came up with such an idea. That's the only way. Chen Mingyan nodded and agreed. So, the two people tried to pretend to be happy and angry as they went out of the room. Chun Fei saw the strange expressions of the two people and asked, What happened to you two? It's really annoying. Chen Mingyan said as she sat on the sofa angrily. What's wrong, Mingyan? Mother Yang quickly asked. Did this kid, Big Ming, bully you? Do you want me to help you beat him? No, it has nothing to do with Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan shook her head and said, It's the phone call just now. What happened to the phone call? Mother Yang wondered. Just now. Didn't Yang Ming and I call teacher, Zhao Ying, to wish her a Happy New Year? In the end, it was her mother who answered the phone. That person wasn't her mother at all. Chen Mingyan said angrily. Not her mother? Then who is it? Chun Fei was a bit puzzled. It's a liar. She has nothing to do. Chen Mingyan said, When I called teacher Zhao Ying, I accidentally dialed the wrong number. In the end, it was a middle-aged woman who answered the phone. I said that I was looking for teacher Zhao Ying. In the end, this woman told me that she was Zhao Ying's mother. Zhao Ying was injured by firecrackers. It was all her nonsense. Oh, then how did you know that she was a liar? Chun Fei continued to ask. Later, this woman's son called back to Yang Ming. It was just now. He apologized to Yang Ming. He said that his mother was old and like a child. She liked to joke and asked us not to mind. Chen Mingyin said. It turned out to be like this. It was a false alarm. Yang Dahai said, It's fine as long as it's fine. Dad, do you think that the woman before is considered breaking the law? Chen Mingyin naturally had to act seriously. Breaking the law. This is hard to say. Even if it was found, at most, it would be criticism and education. Forget it, Mingyin. It is said that old children are old children. Since there is such a sentence, it means that the old people are similar to children. Chun Fei said with a smile, Besides, you are missing one. She must be from El City. How can I find her? Is it because of this matter that I asked my classmate to catch an old lady? That's true. Yang Ming also smiled. Forget it, Mingyin. The most important thing is that teacher Zhao Ying is fine. This is better than anything else. Because the two people said it like it was real, no one doubted the authenticity of this matter. In the view of Chun Fei and Yang Dahai, there was no need to lie about this kind of thing. Yang Ming was relieved. He was relieved to watch TV, especially when he saw the skit of Zhao Benshan and little Shenyang. The two families laughed happily. At midnight, the New Year's bell rang. Mother Chen stood up and said, Sister-in-law, let's go. We're going to cook dumplings. Eating dumplings in the middle of the night. The dumplings were made in the morning. 6 people couldn't eat much. It was just enough. After eating the dumplings, Chun Fei proposed to go out and set off firecrackers. This was already a custom for many people. They would cook dumplings at midnight and set off firecrackers after eating the dumplings. At this time, the sound of firecrackers could be heard outside the window. A new year had come. After putting on their down jackets, the 6 people took a great earth-red firecracker that was prepared in advance and went downstairs. In the courtyard of the community, there were already many neighbors setting off firecrackers. Most of the people in this community knew each other. When they saw Chun Fei's family coming out, they greeted them warmly. Chun Fei also took the initiative to introduce Yang Ming's family to others. This was also an affirmation of Yang Ming's identity. However, Chen Mingyin was also a college student. It was not surprising that she had a boyfriend. Everyone expressed their blessings. Chapter 594. I'll go and light it. In addition to the elders, Chen Mingyin was a girl, so the task of lighting the firecrackers fell on Yang Ming. You be careful, Chen Mingyin said. Big Ming, you see, Mingyin cares about you. Mom didn't remind you, but she took the lead. Mother Yang smiled. Chen Mingyin blushed. What is there to be shy about? You care about Yang Ming, so we are relieved. Mother Chen also smiled and interjected. Yang Ming picked up the firecrackers happily and found a branch to hang it. Then, he said, Everyone be careful. I'm going to light it. And Chen Mingyin nodded and covered her ears with her hand. Yang Ming picked up the incense in his hand and lit the lead of the firecrackers. Then he ran back quickly. Not long after, the sound of the firecrackers sounded. There is a saying that a fool would listen to the sound of firecrackers, but it wasn't the case. Setting off firecrackers in your own home and watching others setting off firecrackers were two completely different states of mind. Chinese New Year was a festive occasion. If you didn't set off a string of firecrackers, your heart wouldn't be very comfortable. After the firecrackers were set off, they returned home. Although it was more popular to stay up late on Chinese New Year's Eve, there weren't many people who really stayed up late. Most of them went to bed after 12 o'clock. Chun Fei's home had 3 rooms. Chun Fei and Mother Chen shared one. Chun Fei's study room was now a temporary bedroom. Yang Dahai and Mother Yang slept here. However, the problem of Yang Ming's sleeping had become a problem. Although both parents felt that it was fine for Yang Ming and Chen Mingyin to sleep together, if the 2 children wanted something to happen, it couldn't be prevented. What's more, as early as when Chen Mingyin was in high school, Mother Chen found some clues on her little windbreaker. However, although this was the case, as adults, they couldn't encourage their children to live together without marriage, right? Therefore, where Yang Ming was going to sleep became a problem. At night, shall I sleep on the sofa? Yang Ming didn't want to embarrass Chen Mingyin too much, so he took the initiative to ask. After all, in this kind of situation, it was not suitable to do other things, so Yang Ming might as well be generous. Since Yang Ming took the initiative to ask, then everything was easy to handle. However, how could Yang Ming be so honest? After everyone fell asleep, Yang Ming tiptoed to Chun Mingyin's room. Originally, he wanted to show off his skill of picking the lock, but he didn't expect that Chun Mingyin simply didn't guard against him. She just closed the door and didn't lock it at all. With a click, the door opened. Unexpectedly, Chun Mingyin was still awake. She was leaning on the bed, reading a women's magazine. When she saw Yang Ming coming in, she frowned slightly. "What are you doing?" "Nothing. I just miss you a little." Yang Ming smiled. "How about I also sleep in your room?" "How can you be like this? Didn't you say that you would sleep on the sofa in the hall? If our parents see you like this, it won't be good." Chun Mingyin complained. It's fine. I'll just get up early tomorrow morning and then go back to the sofa and pretend to sleep for a night." Yang Ming said, I really don't know what to say to you. You are a hypocrite. I just thought that you were a gentleman." Chun Mingyin sneered. Yang Ming didn't care what Chun Mingyin said. He wore a sweater and got into Chun Mingyin's bed. Chun Mingyin had changed into her pajamas. Her bra and other things were taken off. She was softly attached to Yang Ming's body, which made his heart beat faster. "Mingyin." Yang Ming felt a little confused. He wanted to eat Chun Mingyin several times, but he was disturbed by inexplicable external factors. It was really difficult to say, "Not today. Be honest." Chun Mingyin said, "My house's soundproofing performance is not very good. If you don't want to be beaten, then do it." Chun Mingyin immediately shook her head. Yang Ming was helpless. He thought about what Chun Mingyin said. Especially after a woman's first time, it would be difficult for her to move the next day. Yang Ming didn't want to let each other's parents see anything. However, even if they didn't have sex, Yang Ming still had some dirty thoughts. He whispered a sentence in Chun Mingyin's ear. Why? Now, there is no Lan Ling?" Chun Mingyin sneered. "I was wondering how you could bear it. It turned out that you have Lan Ling. Now it's over, right?" When he was in high school, Yang Ming tasted the sweetness in the cinema once. He thought about how to let Chun Mingyin help him again, so he always tried to trick Chun Mingyin into his house with flowery words. However, the plan never succeeded. After going to university, the relationship between the two people became closer. There were more opportunities to be together, but Yang Ming didn't have a similar request. This made Chun Mingyin very puzzled. With the current relationship between the two people, even if Yang Ming asked, Chun Mingyin felt that she wouldn't refuse. Later, she found out that the reason why Yang Ming didn't have a similar request was because he had Lan Ling. He slept with Lan Ling. Did he still need her to help him solve it with her hands? Therefore, when Yang Ming made this request, Chun Mingyin remembered the previous matter again. She was very annoyed. "Lan Ling is gone. Do you still need me? I won't let you get what you want." "So," she said fiercely, "why don't you suffocate to death?" Yang Ming also knew that Chun Mingyin was angry in her heart. This matter was indeed his fault, so there was no other way. He could only secretly smile bitterly. Fortunately, after Chun Mingyin mocked him, she no longer scolded him. Instead, she continued to read the magazine. Yang Ming didn't dare to make this request again. He could only hold Chun Mingyin and take advantage of her. However, after a while, Chun Mingyin put the magazine aside and turned off the desk lamp. She didn't say anything, but her small hand went to Yang Ming's lower body. The land of tenderness, the tomb of heroes. This sentence was not wrong at all. Holding Chun Mingyin's fragrant body, Yang Ming slept very soundly. As a result, he slept until dawn. The two people were awakened by the sound of firecrackers outside the window. Glancing at the alarm clock on the bedside, Chun Mingyin was shocked. It's already 8 o'clock. Why haven't you gone back yet?" Yang Ming patted the back of his head. "This is bad." He used his special ability to look at the living room outside the house. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chun Fei, Mother Chun, Yang Dahai, and Mother Yang had already woken up. They were sitting on the sofa, watching TV. "My parents must have woken up. It's over. It's over." Chun Mingyin quickly took off her pajamas. She didn't have time to avoid Yang Ming. In front of him, She put on her underwear and put on her coat. Yang Ming looked at her and drooled. Wow, her figure is so good. I didn't see it. Chen Mingyin's figure is much fuller than it was a year ago. From a young girl in the past, she had become a young and beautiful woman now. At that time, Yang Ming had just obtained his special ability and caught a glimpse of Chen Mingyin's figure. Yang Ming also made a comparison with that time. Don't worry, I can hear the sound of the TV. Yang Ming also put on his clothes. You really, aren't you trying to kill me? Chen Mingyin said with a sad face. What should I say later? However, at this point, there was no other way. Yang Ming could only brace himself and say, I will say that I woke up early and came to talk to you. Up to you. Chen Mingyin was also helpless. What was the use of being angry? The two people went out of the room. Although Yang Ming awkwardly said the words that he had prepared before, it was a bit of a confession. Yang Dehai glared at Yang Ming fiercely. Chen Fei also looked at Yang Ming strangely. On the first day of Chinese New Year, it was the day for relatives and friends to visit. Chen Fei's friends and colleagues would come to visit. Yang Ming's family wasn't very good here, so after breakfast, Yang Ming's family said goodbye and left. Along the way, Yang Dehai kept scolding Yang Ming. How can you kid do this? This is someone else's home. You went to someone else's daughter's room. What would Chen Mingyin's parents think? What would they think of you? Your mother and I have lost face with you. Okay, old Yang. Mother Yang waved her hand and said, forget it. The children's matter can't be explained clearly. What's the use of you scolding him? But this is also good. The two children have a reality. This matter is really settled. Otherwise, I am afraid that people will look down on us. You see, Brother Chun is a division leader, and sister-in-law is also a senior executive in a company. What about our family? During Chinese New Year, people are queuing up to visit other people's houses. Who would come to our house every year? Mom, what are you talking about? When Yang Ming heard this self-deprecating words, he was a bit unwilling. He said, what's wrong with our family? I think it's good. You can rest assured. Sooner or later, there will be people queuing up to visit both of you. Oh, I know you're promising. Mother Yang listened to Yang Ming's words and smiled. Mom is most proud of having you as a son in this life. Chapter 595. He said that his house was deserted, but today someone came to his door. Yang Ming's family returned home. Before they sat down, there was a knock on the door. Yang Dehai was still very puzzled. He said to Yang Ming, who is this? Coming on the first day of Chinese New Year? Could he be your classmate or something? My classmate? Yang Ming was also very puzzled. My classmate, other than Zhang Bin and Chen Mingyin. No one else knows our address? Yang Ming looked up at the direction of the door. He couldn't help but be surprised. The people who came were actually the factory director and the union president of his father's factory. What's going on? These people have never come to Yang Ming's house. Could it be that it's a popular trend for leaders to give New Year's greetings to employees? Dad, maybe it's your colleague? Yang Ming hinted a sentence. My colleagues? Yang Dehai shook his head and turned to open the door. Who is it? Old Yang, it's me, Old Liang from the union. Factory manager Feng and I are here to see you, said the union president, Liang Yanjun. Ah, Yang Dehai was immediately shocked. He quickly opened the door and saw the smiling factory manager Feng Wanjiang and chairman Liang Yanjun. He said with some fear and trepidation, Factory manager Feng, Chairman Liang, why are you here? Isn't it Chinese New Year? Factory manager Feng brought me to greet the excellent employees in the factory. Old Yang, you are also an old man in the workshop. You are good at work and your reputation is very good. The factory director and I came to your place first, said Liang Yanjun. So that's the case. I'm so sorry to let factory manager Feng and Chairman Liang come in person. Come in and sit. Yang Dehai said very happily. Okay. Feng Wanjiang said. Then I will sit with old Liang for a while. Old Liang moved the things in. Okay. Liang Yanjun nodded. He walked to the door and moved a box of fruits in and a bag of swordfish. You see, what are you doing? There is no shortage of things at home. I'm very happy that you came to see me. Yang Dehai was at a loss. Usually, It was the employees who gave gifts to the leaders. When was there a leader who gave gifts to the employees? Old Yang, you're an outstanding worker in the factory. As leaders, we naturally have to express our concern. Feng Wanjiang said, also, this is a 200 yuan Song Jiang Zinmate supermarket shopping card. You can go and buy some New Year's goods. This can't be done. I can't accept this. Yang Dehai quickly declined. Factory director, what happened to you today? What's wrong with that? This is the welfare provided by the union. Just take it. Liang Yanjun also interrupted. Old Yang, this is the welfare that you outstanding employees deserve. All right then, I'll accept it. Thank you, Factory Manager Feng and Chairman Liang, for your concern. After Yang Dehai received the shopping card, he quickly thanked them. Mother Yang poured tea for Feng Wanjiang and Liang Yanjun. The two of them quickly thanked her, making Mother Yang somewhat uncomfortable. Why did he feel like it was the opposite? Her own old Yang was like a leader, while Factory Manager Feng and Chairman Liang were like soldiers who came to give their New Year's greetings to the leader. Even Yang Ming, who was watching the TV at the side, was also confused. Aren't these two people a bit too humble? Generally, even if the leader came to express his concern, it wouldn't be like this, right? Why do these two people look like they are here to ask for help? After chatting for a while, Factory Manager Feng suddenly sighed and said, AI, our factory is also quite difficult. There are hundreds of workers in the factory. The wages are already difficult, let alone bonuses. Yang Dehai didn't expect Factory Manager Feng to lead the topic to the current development of the factory. He was a little shocked. He didn't understand what the factory director meant, but listening to this tone, it seemed that he was complaining to him. So he quickly said, since the factory has difficulties, then I can't take this shopping card. This apple and hairtail are also the same. My family's living conditions aren't very difficult. Factory director, you should take it to other employees who have difficulties. Of course, your family has no problem. Factory Manager Feng said a sentence with a smile, and then said, compared with the number of workers in our large factory, this thing is simply a drop in the bucket. It can't solve any problems at all. Yang Dehai didn't understand the meaning of Factory Manager Feng, but he still said, if you can solve it a little, then it's a little, right? Old Yang, let's not beat around the bush. Factory Manager Feng waved his hand and said, Old Yang, you're also an old worker in the factory. You have worked in the factory for more than 20 years. You should be very clear about the current situation of the factory, right? Yang Dehai didn't understand, so he nodded in doubt. He knew the situation in the factory. It was getting worse and worse. Songjiang Bus Factory in the 1980s was a good enterprise. The buses it made sold well all over the country, and even exported to neighboring countries, such as North Korea. At that time, the buses, trolleybuses, and motorcycles running on the streets were all produced by Songjiang Bus Factory. The commuter buses of major enterprises and institutions in the northern provinces were also Songjiang buses. It could be said that it was famous at that time. However, with the progress of the times, the practice of Songjiang Bus Factory's closed-door bus manufacturing was obviously eliminated. With many bus manufacturing enterprises introducing imported production lines, the buses of Songjiang Bus Factory seem to be a lot older. Not only the style was not good, but the craftsmanship could not keep up with the development of the times. Gradually, the bus market was replaced by brands such as Dongfeng, Jinlong, and Huanghai. Songjiang Bus Factory's annual bus production was now less than 100 units, and they were all sold to remote mountainous areas. Obviously, they didn't have the advantage in performance and appearance, so they could only suppress the price. In fact, in the country, there were several car manufacturing enterprises that were in a similar situation as Songjiang Bus Factory. In order to survive, they could only play the price card. Therefore, the profit of this kind of low-end bus was pitiful, and the sales were not optimistic, so it was almost impossible to support such a large factory. The wages of the workers were also intermittent. When a batch of cars were sold, some money was given. If they couldn't be sold, they had to hold on. So, it's hard for me to be the factory director. I can't even have a peaceful Chinese New Year. Just before the Chinese New Year, I went to several departments to ask for emergency wages. I persuaded the government to buy a few of our buses to solve the urgent situation. Factory manager Fong shook his head. Factory manager Fong, you have worked hard. We all know that you are a good leader who thinks for the factory, but what is the use of you saying these words to me? Yang Dahai hesitated and said, Old Yang, are you part of our Songjiang bus factory? Factory manager Fong said, You don't want to see the Songjiang bus factory go bankrupt, right? This is natural, but Yang Dahai still didn't understand what factory manager Fong wanted to say. When Yang Ming heard this, his heart moved. This factory manager Fong wouldn't really ask my dad to do something for him, right? So, he couldn't help but pay attention to the situation here. Old Yang, only you can help our factory now. Fong Wanjiang slapped his thigh and said, Old Yang, you see, why isn't our factory as good as other factories? In the end, it's because of the backward technology. The buses that we produce are rarely used by people. The universal parts that we produce simply can't be sold. It's difficult. Me? Help the factory? How can I help? Yang Dahai was inexplicable. Old Yang, now what our factory lacks most is funds. As long as there are funds, we can immediately carry out technical improvements and restart the production line. Then, we can launch excellent products. Feng Wanjiang continued. Funds? Factory manager Feng. This seems to have nothing to do with me, right? Yang Dahai asked. How is it not related? Factory manager Feng said, Old Yang, the fate of our factory is all tied to you. You can't just ignore it. What do you mean? Yang Dahai looked at factory manager Feng in confusion. I don't know anyone in the bank. I can't get funds for the factory, right? You don't know the bank, but don't you have a particularly capable big brother? Feng Wanjiang said, Your big brother, President Yang Dashan, is a famous big boss in Songjiang. He invested tens of millions to open an entertainment city. He's rich and overbearing. If he is willing to help our factory can be saved. Moreover, I heard from the retired old factory manager that President Yang used to be an employee of our Songjiang bus factory. Our bus factory can be considered as President Yang's maiden home. Old Yang, can you see if you can lobby from the middle? Yang Dahai smiled bitterly. Factory manager Feng, aren't you making it difficult for me? Although my big brother is rich, he can't simply invest. Our bus factory, I'm afraid it can't be started without hundreds of millions of funds. No need. I calculated that day. We can cooperate with other car manufacturing companies. We can only import the production line and provide parts for others. In this way, 20 million is enough. Feng Wanjiang said. Chapter 596. 20 million. Yang Dahai shook his head helplessly. Factory manager Feng, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Old Yang, you haven't tested it yet. How can you say that you can't help? Moreover, this isn't for free. We can exchange shares. The shareholding reform of the factory is imminent. As long as it is profitable, it'll be a lot of income. Feng Wanjiang said. Factory manager Feng, I really can't help with this. Although Yang Dahai didn't understand it in detail, he also knew that his brother had recently owed a lot of money to the bank in order to set up the entertainment city. How could he take out the spare money to invest in the bus factory? Moreover, this bus factory was simply a bottomless pit. At present, it seemed that no matter how much he invested, it would be a waste. Old Yang, President Yang didn't refuse, but you refused first. Is it because your family is so powerful now that you began to forget your roots? Factory manager Feng was a little unhappy. You should at least ask him first. Why did you reject him so straightforwardly? Factory manager Feng, I am very clear about my family situation. Although my brother opened the entertainment city, he actually owes money to the bank. This entertainment city was also opened by him and others. How could he have the money to invest in our factory? Yang Dahai smiled bitterly. It turned out to be like this. Today, Feng Wanjiang also came prepared. He probably inquired about these things before. What Yang Dahai said was also a fact. He didn't intend to ask Yang Dashin to invest. Yang Dashin's matter was just a prelude. There were other things to be said later. So he continued, "You and Yang Dashin are just brothers after all, and you have been separated for many years. Your words may not be useful. This is indeed the case. Thank you, factory manager, for your understanding." Yang Dahai breathed a sigh of relief. He was really troubled just now. Everyone understands each other. If it's your family's matter, you definitely can't refuse. But for your brother's matter, you can't decide, right? Factory manager Feng said with a smile. That is. Yang Dahai said quickly. Feng Wanjiang waved his hand and pointed to Yang Ming. Is it your son? Yeah, my son Yang Ming. Yang Dahai said, when he was young, he always came to the factory to play. How old are you? Factory manager Feng nodded and asked with a smile. Oh, 19. Yang Ming was secretly on guard. Who knew what Feng Wanjiang was up to? 19? Not bad. That rascal of mine is already 25 years old, but he's still muddling along. He's already a postgraduate student, and now he's going to study for a doctorate. He's gambling so much that he's lost his mind. I wonder when he'll stop. Feng Wanjiang sighed. Old Liang, how's that rascal of yours? Forget it, don't mention it. He's a fucker. He only knows how to play computer games all day long. He doesn't even work properly at work. I asked someone to find him a public institution, and he's just fooling around all day long, Liang Yanjun said. Look, old Yang is really good at teaching his son. Feng Wanjiang said, I can't help but admire him. What's so good about this kid? You don't do your job all day long. Although Yang Dahai said so, who wouldn't be happy to praise their own child? I heard that he's starting a company with his friends, right? The investment is huge. It's a company that sells jewelry. Feng Wanjiang finally got to the point. This was the real purpose of his visit today. He's just making a small fuss. Yang Dahai waved his hand after listening. What small fuss? Jewelry company. I heard that it's a total investment of tens of millions, right? Feng Wanjiang said, this scale isn't small. I'm not very clear. Although Yang Dahai was honest, he also heard the meaning of factory manager Feng at the moment. He wanted to get investment from Yang Ming. I have a friend who is also in jewelry. He told me all about it. Feng Wanjiang said with a smile, Yang Ming, you're really young and promising. You're even better than Uncle. Uncle Feng, you're overpraising me. Yang Ming also felt that something was wrong. Why is it related to me? Yang Ming, now Uncle's factory is in trouble. Can you help Uncle? You see, the jewelry company can be opened at any time, but the restructuring of Uncle's factory is imminent. Without funds, no matter how it is restructured, it will go bankrupt. Feng Wanjiang said very sincerely. Moreover, this doesn't mean that the money invested is in vain. The factory can give you shares. If our factory is good, you will make money. Isn't this better than you working hard to start your own business? Yang Ming was speechless. Do you think I'm a child? Can these words coax me? If the bus factory situation is really good, then is there a need to rush around? There would already be companies to acquire or invest. Is there a need to wait until now? However, Yang Ming couldn't say this. After all, the person in front of him was his father's leader. He could only politely refuse. Uncle Feng, my company is run by me and my classmate. How can I just stop running it? Besides, the procedures have been approved, and the house has been found. It is impossible to give up halfway. Yang Ming, you're also a child of the bus factory. How can you be like this? Feng Wanjiang pretended to be unhappy. So what if your company is small? The factory is depending on you. I'm sorry, Uncle Feng. Forgive me for not being able to do anything. Investment isn't a game. My money isn't my own. It was given by my godfather. I can't decide what to do with it. Yang Ming shook his head and declined. Old Yang, didn't you just say it? You could decide your own family matters. I won't force you to do anything about your brother's family matters, but Yang Ming is your son. Won't he listen to you? Feng Wanjiang thought. You don't agree? That's fine. As long as I can convince your father. Let's see if you invest. Feng Wanjiang, subconsciously regarded Yang Ming as a child. Therefore, he believed that as long as Yang Ming agreed, Yang Ming had no reason to object. This, Yang Dahai was suddenly stunned by Feng Wanjiang's words. Yes, he did say such a thing before, but he didn't expect factory manager Feng to use this as an excuse. Big Ming, you can't just watch this factory go bankrupt for no reason, right? Feng Wanjiang continued. We have so many workers. They're all waiting to eat. Before your family became rich, you can imagine how hard it was to live, right? I think it's okay. Yang Ming said. I didn't feel that I couldn't live before. My life was very happy. Yang Ming naturally couldn't say anything else. He could only say that the situation was good. What's good about it? You kid, don't know how expensive the daily necessities are. Chairman Liang said, You ask your dad. Is this life hard? Old Yang, you have to be honest. How is the living standard of the employees in our bus factory? This is really not very good. Yang Dahai sighed and said. Yang Ming shook his head. His father is honest. If he said so, how can I refuse? Indeed, the life of the employees in the Songjiang bus factory was very hard. Take himself as an example. It was a luxury to eat a few dishes in a restaurant. Yang Ming also understood this, but he wasn't a philanthropist. Although he had some money in his hands, he couldn't waste it, right? Look, young man, your father is still honest. Liang Yanjun said. Yang Ming, you can't just ignore it this time. Seeing that Yang Ming's face was very difficult, Yang Dahai didn't feel good. After all, it was related to his own unit. So he said, Well, factory manager Feng, let's not talk about this first. I will discuss with Yang Ming later and his godfather's side. Well, then I will trouble you, old Yang. You must succeed. Factory manager Feng saw that Yang Dahai relented and immediately said, Then this matter is settled. Old Liang, and I will not bother you anymore. As they spoke, the two people stood up and were ready to leave. Feng Wanjiang and Liang Yanjun also knew that this matter couldn't be pursued too closely. It was best to end it here. Old Yang was a person who valued relationships. He had a special feeling for the bus factory, so as long as they did his work, this matter wouldn't be difficult to solve. Factory manager Feng, take care. Yang Dahai got up to send them off, but Yang Ming and Mother Yang didn't stand up. Mother Yang wasn't willing to let Yang Ming invest. Wasn't this money equivalent to wasting it? After Feng Wanjiang and Liang Yanjun left, Yang Dahai just closed the door. Mother Yang said, Old Yang, you can't promise them this. This Songjiang bus factory is simply a bottomless pit. It's useless no matter how much money you invest. Our Big Ming finally has some money and wants to start a business. You can't harm him. I naturally know this. Yang Dahai sighed and sat back on the sofa. But now, what's the but? I'll tell you this, but it's not okay. Mother Yang refused. Don't even think about it. Yang Ming, go back to the house quickly. Don't bother with your dad. AI. Yang Dahai sighed heavily. He picked up a cigarette on the table and put it in his mouth. After lighting it up, he started smoking. Yang Ming was pushed into his room by Mother Yang, but he could still see the scene in the living room with his special ability. His father was smoking, and his mother kept scolding him. Yang Ming was also upset. He simply didn't want to participate in this matter. This kind of state-owned factory had too many drawbacks. How could it be improved by investing money? Yang Ming shook his head and simply didn't think about it. He picked up the phone book on the table and prepared to give his friends a New Year's greeting. Although Yang Ming had already sent a group text message last night, he still had to call some of his close friends. Yang Ming first dialed Lu Weishan's number. This was his elder, so naturally, he had to give priority. However, the person who answered the phone was actually Xiao Qing. Yang Ming smiled and said, Wife, Happy New Year, Yang Ming. Xiao Qing was stunned, and then whispered, Don't talk nonsense. This is the phone number of Dad and Mom's home. Hee, isn't this the phone call that you answered? It's okay. No one heard it. Yang Ming said. Forget it. Are you calling Dad? Xiao Qing asked. The reason why she asked this was because if Yang Ming was looking for her, he couldn't call Lu Weishan's home phone. He would directly call her mobile phone. I'll give a New Year's greeting to Godfather. Yang Ming said. Okay, you wait. I will call Dad. Xiao Qing said. After a while, Lu Weishan's voice came over. Yang Ming gave a New Year's greeting to him and Chu Huifang. He also gave a New Year's greeting to Zhong Hamlin and Aunt Zhong, who lived here, before hanging up the phone. According to the degree of intimacy with him, the rest were Sun Jie and Lin Jiyun. As for Chen Mingyin, he had just separated from her, so he didn't need to give a New Year's greeting again. Yang Ming first called Sun Jie. It didn't take long for Sun Jie to pick up the phone. Hello, Yang Ming. It's me. It seems that you are quite familiar with my number. Yang Ming smiled. Don't tell me that you don't know that the caller ID can show the name in the phone book, Sun Jie said with some anger. Why are you looking for me? Say it. Sweat. Do I have to look for you for something? Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. I remember it seems to be so, right? Sun Jie joked. This time it's really nothing. I just want to give you a New Year's greeting. Happy New Year. Yang Ming said. It turns out to be a New Year's greeting. Happy New Year to you too. I just wanted to call you, but you called me first. Sun Jie said. Right? You didn't forget what you promised me before, right? What? Yang Ming was stunned by Sun Jie's question. It's the matter of pretending to be my boyfriend during the New Year. Sun Jie reminded him. Don't tell me you don't want to admit it. Oh, you're talking about this. No problem. Yang Ming didn't care. He was now experienced in pretending to be someone else's boyfriend. It was almost real. He didn't need Sun Jie to do it. It was just that Sun Jie's family was different from Lin Jiyun's parents. Was Sun Hongjun an ordinary person? Yang Ming was afraid that he would be exposed. Then I will call you in a few days. Sun Jie said, I still have something to do, so I won't talk to you first. Be prepared. Don't expose me, or else you will be in trouble. Yang Ming was speechless. Wasn't it me who helped you? Why are you blaming me when you are exposed? However, Yang Ming couldn't reason with her because Sun Jie had already hung up the phone. After that, Yang Ming called Zhang Bin, Tian Donghua, Ho Zhenhan, Bao Sanli, and others to wish them a Happy New Year. Finally, he dialed Lin Jiyun's phone number. Why was it Lin Jiyun's turn last? In fact, it wasn't that Yang Ming was biased, but Yang Ming decided to ask Lin Jiyun to go out with him today. After all, his current identity was her boyfriend. It was reasonable for him to go to her house. Fortunately, he spent the New Year at Chun Mingyin's house yesterday. Otherwise, he really couldn't be at two places today. Yang Ming didn't call Lin Jiyun's cell phone, but he dialed her home landline. Ani, Happy New Year, Yang Ming said to the other side of the phone. The person who answered the phone was Lin Jiyun's mother, Shen Yueping. When she heard Yang Ming's voice, she immediately became enthusiastic. It's Yang Ming. You're also celebrating the New Year. Are you looking for Yun Air? I will call her over for you. And don't worry. Ani Shun, are you and Uncle Lin okay? Asked Yang Ming. We are all good. Very good. Since Yun Air met you, our family is much happier than before. Shen Yueping smiled and said, You wait. Yun Air is coming over. Yun Air, the phone call is from Yang Ming. After a while, Lin Jiyun picked up the phone. Yang Ming, are you looking for me? I wish you a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, said Yang Ming. Happy New Year. When Lin Jiyun heard that Yang Ming was only looking for her to wish her a Happy New Year, she suddenly felt a little lost. Other couples would go to the temple fair together during the New Year. Just now, the TV was playing the grand scene of the temple fair in previous years. Lin Jiyun was envious. Coincidentally, Shen Yueping also asked, Aren't you and Yang Ming going to the temple fair? Lin Jiyun didn't dare to answer. Although she was looking forward to Yang Ming asking her out, she also knew that the relationship between Yang Ming and her was just a fake boyfriend and girlfriend. Yang Ming still had another girlfriend, so Lin Jiyun couldn't force anything. Therefore, although Lin Jiyun's heart was full of expectations at this moment, she still didn't ask for anything from Yang Ming. She just said, Happy New Year. I will go to your house in a while. You don't have anything else to do, right? Yang Ming said suddenly. Lin Jiyun was surprised. In a while? Come my house. And what's wrong? Are you really going out? asked Yang Ming. No, no. Aren't you going to accompany your girlfriend? Lin Jiyun lowered her voice and asked. Aren't you my girlfriend? Yang Ming said very naturally. Huh? Lin Jiyun opened her mouth wide and didn't say anything for a long time. What does Yang Ming mean by this? Does he think of me as his girlfriend? Or is it just a casual act? If it's the first case, then what is Chun Mingyan? Lin Jiyun was unconsciously dazzled. This kind of impact of being loved was really a bit strong. Wait for me. I will go over right away. Let Anishin know. Yang Ming smiled. Now, he seemed to be able to imagine Lin Jiyun's surprised and cute look. Oh, Lin Jiyun said a word in a daze, and then Yang Ming hung up the phone. Of course, if he wanted to put on an act, he had to go all the way. Yang Ming found the couple's vest that he bought with Lin Jiyun in the closet and put it on. When he walked out of the room, he saw that his father was still smoking on the sofa. The ashtray was full of cigarette butts. His mother was probably tired from talking, so she was watching TV and no longer paying attention to his father. Yang Ming suddenly felt a little heartache. Dad is too honest, and he values relationships too much. If it were other people, what does the factory have to do with him? If the factory is not good, he has to take out his own money and throw it in? Not only would this not solve the problem of the factory, but people who didn't know would say that this family was stupid. It seems that I can only ask my dad to calm down and think about it. Yang Ming said goodbye to his parents and said that he was going to see a friend. Then he went out of the house. There were very few cars on the street today, but there were a lot of taxis. He stopped a taxi and went to Lin Jiyun's house. Shen Yueping had already gotten the news from Lin Jiyun that Yang Ming was coming. So when Yang Ming knocked on the door, Shen Yueping opened the door. Auntie Shun, Uncle Lin, Happy Chinese New Year, Yang Ming said to Lin Jiyun's parents who were standing in the house. Happy Chinese New Year, come in. It's warm inside. Shen Yueping pulled Yang Ming into the house and then gave Yang Ming fruits and peanuts. You don't have to, Auntie Shun. I don't want to eat. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. What's the difference between this and a son-in-law? He looked up at Lin Jiyun. This girl was also blushing and lowering her head. He didn't know what she was thinking. Hey, Shen Yueping suddenly looked at Yang Ming's waistcoat with some surprise. Then she said in surprise, Yang Ming, why does your waistcoat look so familiar? It seems that Yunair also has one, right? Is it like this? Yunair? Lin Jiyun didn't expect her mother's eyesight to be so good. She could see that Yang Ming's vest was the same as hers. I usually don't wear it many times, right? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.